Good afternoon and welcome to Torrey Gymnasium here in Washington, Illinois. It's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, part 2 of day 4 of this prestigious event. We got 4 good games coming your way, and we'll start with the Thayer Bobcats from Thayer, Missouri, and the Morton Potters from nearby Morton, Illinois. Happy Black Friday, everyone. I'm Jonathan Michael alongside Mike Plunkett here in the booth. Should be a good one here today. Morton 2-0 on the season. They have wins over Hayworth, North Tampa Christian. Thayer is 1-1, looking to go above 500. We're going to take a quick break here for our national anthem and preview this matchup and bring you live coverage right here on Clutch Sports Media. And a great rendition there of God Bless America. We're ready to go between Thayer and Morton again. Jonathan Michael and Jim Plunkett here. Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Mike, we've seen some amazing basketball today. Just wrapped up a thriller between Vashon and Alexander. Should be more of the same.
Yeah, that was almost like watching a small college game. Did the athleticism on the floor, and it was back and forth, competitive, and might have a little different style here. We don't have the big 6'8", 6'9" high flyers here, but 2 very good basketball teams getting ready to square off today. And I agree. I think it's going to be every bit the quality basketball that we've been seeing earlier today.
Certainly, the game may look a little bit different, but should still provide lots of thrills. Talking about the Thayer Bobcats from Thayer, Missouri, the southwestern portion of the state. They opened up their tournament with a win over Hayworth, then fell to North Tampa Christian in a close one yesterday, 56-50. Their starting 5 looks like this. It will be Easton, Pitts, Rowan, Spencer, Devin Harrington, Brandon Prince, all numbers 1 through 4. Then Aiden Burns, their Missouri S&T commit, who put up a big number, put up 20 yesterday in the loss to NTC. He'll be the main player to watch for the Bobcats in their first TOC appearance. And the Morton Potters, their starting 5 goes like this. They have Evan Barlow, a 6'4" senior. He's committed to Florida Gulf Coast. And they'll also have Gus Rugard, Trip Rugard, Colin Burns, and Wes Goodman down low. Not sure who's all been able to see Morton play, but Wes Goodman has been outstanding for Morton so far. High energy player, really keeps them going down into the post. He'll be a guy to watch, as well are the Rugard brothers.
Yeah, I know Gus Rugard is an excellent shooter, and Tripp seems to run the show a little bit, but I'm anxious to see more. I haven't seen him play this year in person, neither one of these teams. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they provide out here. And you said there's some kids committed and ready to go to college next year and play someplace, and that's always exciting to see guys who are going to be playing at the next level.
And Thayer wins the tip. We're underway here from inside Torrey Gymnasium. Here's Rowan Spencer with it. Now Burns over to Easton Pitts. A scrappy point guard for Thayer, plays much bigger than his 5'9" stature. Barlow nearly ripped it out. Now here's Burns on the drive, kicking to Harrington off the back iron.
Yeah, Morton kind of a soft man-to-man, not putting too much pressure on, but they're guarding the ball and be able to help and off the ball didn't get a really chance to see what Thayer's going to do. You had a quick turnover.
Early turnover from Morton. Here's Burns in the corner off the iron. Heard it clank off of there. And now here's Trip Rugard to bring it up for Morton. He's a 5'11 junior, younger brother of Gus, who's a senior. Got to keep an eye on Rugard behind the three-point line. Watch him on the cut there. He's open in the corner. He'll shoot. He'll make it.
And
Gus
that's
Rugard.
That's what he can do. They know who the shooters are. They find them. Looks like a little matchup zone type defense by Thayer early on. Kind of a little bit looks like what Peoria Notre Dame runs. Disguise it as a man-to-man, and then it's kind of a switch, but more of a zone look.
Now this looks more like a little bit of a 2-3 zone here, but Rugard up top. New Morton head coach Abe Zeller coming over from Roanoke Benson. One of the very, very respected head coaches in the area, and Morton's off to a great start under him.
Yeah, Zeller had some really outstanding teams and got to the Final Four the year of the COVID year, and his team couldn't perform or couldn't play that year, but very well respected, very good hire by Morton.
Very much so, as Rugard dropped Pitts. Morton still working it around. Here's Barlow on the drive, kick down low, and it's intercepted by Harrington. Now the other way, here's Spencer, no good. Thayer still trying to get the lid off of the tin. Here in the first 2 minutes and 20 seconds of action.
Yeah, Morton's only got one shot, but they buried the three. They've turned it over a couple times. Thayer's had some looks, just haven't been able to get the ball in yet. So we're looking again, it's that man-to-man look, but it's almost like the matchup with a 2-3 look as well.
That's going to be Thayer basketball, much to the dismay of Gudeman, who...
Gudeman's a strong young man. You can see he's just kind of protecting the basket, not going out too far unless he has to.
An athletic family. He had a brother that played catcher for the Bradley Braves baseball team, as Burns gets on the scoreboard for the Bobcats. And he's always a threat to score 20 or more. Feed down low, and putting up and in is Colin Burns, a 6'3 sophomore. This could be a big year for him.
Yeah, he slowed down, nice head and shoulder fake, didn't rush anything, and made sure he got it in. Good job by Thayer not fouling on the shot as well, but Burns showed a lot of composure for a sophomore.
Up and under is stopped by Harrington. Here's Rugard over to his brother. He'll drive, kick. Nice pass fake there from Gudeman, who now finds Barlow in the corner. Shot fakes. Over to Rugard, cross-court pass for the triple!
Excellent.
Rugard for three.
You know, back in the day when I was playing, everybody said, don't make that cross-court pass. Now it's a skip pass, and it's so effective and such a good part of the offense. And again, it all started with Trip Rugard pushing the ball up the floor, making the defense go to the baseline, and then Morton was able to work inside and then kick it back out for the three.
Morton just one step ahead of Thayer there on that possession. They lead 8-2. A win for Morton here, Mike, would be pretty outstanding considering the level of competition they've played. They are a very good team from Missouri, won some region championships, 10 straight district championships. But Morton's a team that obviously everyone knows Metamora is going to be the favorite in the Mid-Illini. But they could really make a statement when they win here today and escaping the opening week unscathed. Yeah,
and just getting that confidence now going in. You get this opening tournament, now you start looking probably next week, looking into getting some conference play in, and you come out with some confidence after a tournament like this. Who knows what may happen? I think Mid-Illini is going to be exciting. Washington's going to always, they're always competitive, always good.
Sure.
A lot of good basketball in Central Illinois, but I'm enjoying seeing these teams from out of state play this week, and they're really enjoying the competition Washington brings in here.
Yeah, it's really a joy to see what talent lays in other corners of the country, and Burns' layup is no good. It's fought for, and he has it. He'll dribble it back out. He'll try and cross up one of Morton's players. Number 13, we don't have a 13 on our roster provided to us. Maybe Silas Steffen, but I'm not 100% sure.
Really good defense by Goodeman that time. Just walled up, hands up, didn't try to block a shot, didn't try to do anything great.
There's that corner
There's
three
Rugard
from
again.
Rugard. He's red hot to start for Morton. He's got 9, all from behind the arc.
And they've all been catch and shoot. No dribble. It's been created by his teammates, and he catches it ready to shoot.
They'll force a turnover there. Morton's next couple games include a pair of Illini Prairie Conference opponents. They'll travel to Pontiac on Tuesday, then host Rantoul on Friday.
Okay.
Their Mid-Illini opener is on next Saturday. That will be at the Alice in Canton, the Alice Ingersoll Gymnasium.
One of the great places to watch a basketball game for sure.
Believe it or not, as one of the only Mid-Illini gyms I've never been to, is Goodeman not quite off the rim. He gets his own miss and puts it back up ahead of the line, but
He's admitted himself for not making this an and one. Great effort, took a hit, and he's just a little bit discouraged that he didn't get that ball in the basket.
Number 13 for Morton is Silas Steffen.
That is Silas Steffen, okay.
I want to give a big shout out to Gavin Russell sending us a screenshot of Morton's updated roster. Just a bit of small differences in between it and the official roster given to us. Morton leading by 10 here in the opening frame. Lots of Potters fans in attendance. I'm sure quite a lot watching it at home as well, whether you're watching from Morton or from Thayer or anywhere else.
And Morton is hosting a girls tournament this weekend as well, so they've got, their gym full of some pretty quality girls basketball. So Morton supports their teams, that's for sure.
That is for sure. That's one thing I've really noticed this year is the support for Morton is just absolutely crazy. They love their Potter sports. Here's Rugard.
Well, that's from downtown.
That was an absolute heat check from Gus Rugard. This place would have erupted if he made that.
That would have got everybody's attention. But he shot it with confidence.
He's got 9. Burns a deep ball. They could have used it, didn't get it.
Thayer just needs something to fall for. And they need to see one go through, and they'll feel a lot better about themselves when that happens.
Rugard,
there's a kick out of bounds.
Out of bounds. I think for Thayer, obviously, those jump shots will eventually fall, but until then, your confidence going with some drives to the rack, trying to get some easy buckets, or
get fouled and go to the free throw line and see the ball go in. I agree.
It's been rough going from the field for Thayer, who's coming off that narrow loss to North Tampa Christian yesterday. Or rather, that was the opening game of the Thanksgiving slate. Here's Goodeman, had it stripped. Stays with it though, will try and get it out. This one may be a jump ball. No, Thayer comes away with it. That's Mark Spencer, their 6th man off the bench. Now
he stuck with it, made the play. Nice penetration. Again, just can't get the ball to fall.
Burns has had to really contort his body on almost every shot he's had. He hasn't got much to fall other than that one bucket so far. Here's Burns working on Burns. Colin of Morton versus Aiden from Thayer. I doubt there's any relation, but you never know. That'd be pretty cool if it was.
Yeah.
Here's a deep ball from Harrington off the mark, and just not been Thayer's start to the game.
No,
that was an open 3 that Jawan just couldn't get it.
Just frustrating. You never. That's a really good pass.
And that was blocked by Harrington. Put back up. Trip Rugard down amongst the trees. He'll kick it back out to Gus. Off the mark, he gets his own miss. He'll kick it back out. Goodeman dials one up. He got it to go.
Gus Rugard knew when he shot the ball it was short. Nobody knows better where the ball is going to go after a shot than the shooter. He tracked it down and ended up with a 3 for his teammate.
The second he released that ball, he was already inside the arc in his own miss.
Yeah, if that was a free throw, they would have waved it off for being in the lane too soon. But he knew exactly where he was going. Oh, offensive foul on the screen.
And if Morton can hold for the last shot, they're going to nearly shut out Thayer in this first quarter of action.
Yeah, Thayer's had a lot of shots and only had one of them able to fall. And Morton here at the opportunity to not only get the last shot and score to build on this lead, but get the ball to start the second quarter could really be a key swing. This is a good possession, a key possession.
Now down to one trip. Rugard almost off the bank. Bank was almost open on Black Friday, but nevertheless, an outstanding first frame from the Morton Potters, who lead 15-2 behind 9 points from Gus Rugard and 4 from Wes Gudeman. We'll step aside. We'll thank all of our great sponsors of this great tournament and of today's broadcast, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or visit JakeWestonInsurance.com. Or also SunPower by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our silver sponsors, there's lots of them. We'd like to thank SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for the support of the KBM TOC. And also by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. And also by PJ Hare, trying to support everyone at the TOC. Same goes for the city of East Peoria. Morton will get the ball back after that deep three from Rugard. Bounced off the rim. Now he'll drive past a Bobcat to the rack. Can't quite lay it up off the glass.
Now Thayer's just looking to get a bucket. Any way they can get something to go through right now, feel a little bit better about themselves. Get back in the game, run their offense very well.
More so of a straight man look for Morton. They're working around the perimeter. Pitch down to Burns. Working on Barlow. He gets him to jump.
Great
nice move from Aiden Burns. He faked Barlow out of his shoes.
Yeah, that was almost a little more extended, tighter man-to-man by Morton, and Thayer did a really nice job running their offense. Burns, great job with the shot fake.
Risky pass into the paint. That'll be a turnover for Alex McKee. Checked into the game for Morton. Now here's Pitts driving to the rack with the left. What a move and what a finish from Easton Pitts, the 5'9" junior guard.
Yeah, he's not very big, but he was not afraid to take the ball to the basket. Good use of the left hand off the board.
Here's Gudeman, no shot fake and drive in. It met some traffic, too much of it. They are now with some momentum, a 4-0 run. Could they make it 6 or 7? Yep. Pitts, an acrobatic finish. Got rejected by the bottom of the rim. Here's Rugard with some speed. He'll stop. Pops it over to Gudeman. No shot fake. Rugard steps back and resets. Nice pass, nice idea from Rugard, but Barlow just ran past him. Go back to Thayer.
Yeah, Morton with this little facing this little kind of a matchup zone that Thayer's playing, trying to do a little high-low against that, and some effectiveness in doing that. Just the timing there, one of them went out, the other one thought he was going to stay near the basket, but a good idea nonetheless. Very good play. Ran a little flex cut.
That's Devin Harrington there on the finish for the Bobcats, who are right back in this game. Down 13, and now it's just 7, so nice.
6 quick points to start this quarter.
And it shows you don't need the 3-ball to get back into a game. Rugard dribbles into the lane, his shot off the mark. Here's Burns kicking it back out. Now McKee dials one up from deep. No good. Look who's there. It's Gudeman. They'll find McKee, skip pass over to Rugard. He goes over to Gudeman, almost into the Morton student section.
They were ready to make a play.
The 6th man for Morton is here's Trip Rugard. Now over to Preston Sledge, a transfer for the Potters. McKee buries one.
Great patience by the Potters. The ball reversed. went from side to side probably 3 different times, get the defense moving, and that created that shot for Burns. Or was that McKee that made that shot?
Yep,
McKee from Burns.
Alex McKee, a 5'9" sophomore. He'll probably be a pretty good player by that time his career at Morton's all said and done. 10-point lead down, nice feed down low to Prince. Too high off the glass. Brugard the other way. Can Morton now reestablish their footing? McKee's floater, way too strong. Tough shot though, that baseline floater. You have no depth perception at all.
That's one of the hardest shots in basketball, that little thing on the baseline.
That one fumbled out of bounds by Mark Spencer, back to Morton. I remember practicing that shot on my driveway a ton. It just took so long to try and get it. I think I'd get it down, and it is a very tough shot because your momentum's carrying you forward. Your depth perception is limited. There's no fixed object to think, okay,
right,
that's how far I'm going to shoot it, because you're constantly moving. So
yeah, that little baseline, like 10-footer on the baseline, is a very difficult shot.
Here's Burns down low, a little bit more of a high percentage look, but too strong off the window. Burns now dribbling it up. Now we'll see what Thayer draws up here. Drive from Mark Spencer, kicks out to a wide open Prince, top of the key, good.
You know, I think that 3-point shot is a big part of their offense, as it is most teams these days. I was just watching them in pregame warming up, and a lot of their drills were geared towards that. But that was run to perfection, that perfection, that penetration, kick out to the spot-up shooter, catch and shoot.
Here's Gudeman from the free throw line. That's a pretty good jumper from the junior. He'll take that as often as he can take it. He's got 6 for Morton. Down low, there's Spencer, no good. Who's got it? It's Gudeman, and they're going to get Prince on the reach in there. That'll be the first foul of the quarter for Thayer.
Yeah, you're seeing Thayer a little more. They're feeding the ball to a wing, and they're doing a cut off the high post, and Morton is not switching. They're staying with it. They're freeing up that cutter, but that's just a matter of finishing around the basket. Morton does a good job just holding the ground, walling up around the basket. But pretty good little action by Thayer on offense.
Offensive foul on the Potters will give it back to the team in green. I gotta say, I really do like Thayer's uniforms a lot. That script they got is
it's a nice looking uniform.
Nice looking. I like that shade of green. Don't see it too terribly often, at least around Central Illinois. Maybe reminiscent of the Eureka Hornets.
I was going to say Eureka is the first one that comes to mind. That ball is going to fall.
And 1 for Devin Harrington. A little bit of a delayed reaction as the ball just sat up there on that little iron orange brick.
Yeah, they run that flex cut on the baseline, and they've been very successful at that. So Morton may have to make an adjustment, either switching off that, or you just can't let a guy cut in front of you.
Here goes Morton the other way now. Here's Rugard, who had that insane start to the game with 3 3-pointers. Now Morton trying to diversify their offerings offensively, and it'll stay on the left end with the Potters.
Thayer's become more active on defense than they were earlier. They just kind of picked up the intensity a little bit. They got a pretty good idea where number 11 is for Morton. That's a great pass.
Great patience from Burns, who waited, went up and got fouled. So we'll see if he can.
I think that was Jude Zeller on the pass, 23 maybe, and that was just an outstanding pass. Good find. And Thayer said if you're going to get these 2, you're going to earn them at the line. So we'll see what happens here.
How about Morton? They've already used 9 players so far in this one. Barlow, McKee, Steffen, Gus Rugard, Sledge, Trip Rugard, Jude Zeller, Colin Burns, and Gudeman. So depth's not an issue for Morton this year.
Well, they've used 9, and Thayer only has 9 dressed.
Exactly.
So depth could be a factor just in this game.
Only 10 players listed on Thayer's tournament roster as we approach the 2-minute mark of the second quarter. Here's Pitts in the corner. That would have been big, but he gets his own miss.
A little 1-2-2 full court after that free throw from Morton.
Harrington, a nice little floater with the right hand. I'm making it a 6-point ball game. Goodman surveys and brings it back out to Rugard. Tough pass, and it's taken away. Not the best one there from Rugard. Pitts up and under. Oh my word, Easton Pitts.
Pitts has a little something to him. He's not afraid to take it to the basket. Got a little life in his body.
He put some heavy English on that one.
There's another steal.
Another bad pass from Morton. Here comes Thayer the other way. Pitts to the rack, and he gets walloped.
Yeah, he was going to earn that one.
Coming up from behind, I may have been Barlow.
See who they gave that to. I can't, haven't put it up there yet, have they?
Yes, they're going
Rugard.
Gus Rugard, who is also in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Now Thayer, after being down 15-2, could cut it to 2 points here before the half. It's been the theme of this tournament, Mike. You know, we've seen some teams extend big leads. There's always a response.
Yes.
No matter what, no matter who's playing, no matter when in the game it is, these leads just don't continue to keep on growing. They'll eventually stop, go the other direction. Here's Trip Rugard, now to Barlow.
And most of that starts with you good defensive effort. You shut, you know, it's 15-2 right out of the chute. Now they've only scored 6 points since, and better defense, more active on defense, and you tend to get better shots once your defense does a little bit better job.
Rugard from the elbow, off the mark.
And I would imagine Morton's probably turned the ball over 5 or 6 times this half too, and not a real fast-paced game, and that's more than they'd want.
Certainly as Burns goes past, Goodman drives in at it, stripped from him.
Good
now
defense.
The Potters have numbers. Here's Barlow running the court. Pass fake. Charge drawn by Easton Pitts. That charge sponsored by Jody Brown State Farm. Jody Brown and her team supporting the KB Sark Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma.
Another really good play by Pitts. He's gritty. He's smallest guy on the floor. You know, look at him from up here. You look at him down there. You know, he looks like he's about 12 years old, and he plays like he's an 18-year-old. He's a very, very good player.
Everybody looks a little bit smaller than they are up from up here.
Yeah, from where we are. And
our,
I'll tell you, my age, everybody looks a lot younger too. So I understand that. But he's a good player. He's made some things happen.
Reminds me a lot of Easton Edmondson from Dale we saw earlier today. Also wears number 1, and just, you know, not a big point guard, but won't exactly light it up on the scoreboard. Does just a lot of little things.
That's exactly right. And those little things make everybody better. And
that's your job as a point guard.
Yeah.
1.4 to go.
Smart
How
play
about
there.
this
Look at
play?
that.
Pitts to it off of the back.
That's just a high thought process play right there.
Can't get it to go, but Thayer's got to be feeling pretty good about how they've clawed their way back into this one. Morton leading 21-18 in a low-scoring battle here in the Gray Ribbon Showdown portion of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Great tournament every year, and this year has been no different. We'll have coverage coming up from our Upton Auto Group Tournament Central, but first, a word from all of our great sponsors of the KBM TOC.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upton Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UptonAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And I want to thank all those great sponsors of this tournament. And we have our Gavin Russell. He's sitting by with Patrick Cunningham, sports reporter from WMBD here in Peoria. Gavin, special guest, take it away down in the F-Ring Auto Group Tournament Central.
Thank you, John. I'm here. I'm Cody Roskins at Tournament Central with Patrick Cunningham of WMBD. And Patrick, this is a tournament that draws a lot of eyes, especially in the Central Illinois area. We've got a couple Middle Illini schools going up and down the docket today. You guys just saw the first half of Morton and Thayer. Metamora is next. What's a tournament like this really mean to the greater Central Illinois area?
Well, what's great about this tournament that I've been able to notice is that, one, we're going to have a lot of really good teams in Central Illinois this year. Metamora, Morton, Washington. Outside of that, you've got normal community. But you're also now able to see just a lot of great teams from around not just the state but the country. You've got teams from Florida, Missouri, South Carolina. And, you don't get that opportunity very often, especially in high school. And for these players that all want to compete in the playoffs, make a run for state, Metamora trying to get back for the third year in a row. That kind of level of competition this early in the season is huge for them, especially as they get ready for conference.
Absolutely is the case. Central Illinois, known for its basketball, just got off a very successful fall football season and other fall sports seasons. But specifically basketball on both the girls and the boys side. A lot of schools in the Middle Illini, Big 12, other small conferences as well will be very competitive this year. In your eyes, since you do make all those trips around the area, more so than maybe your fair share, who are some of the teams we should be looking at coming this winter?
You're not kidding about driving around. Most of my job is driving, and a lot of people don't see that. But, I was just having a talk with my boss, our sports director, Kurt Pegler, is that on the boys' side and girls, we could have a lot of teams at state. Boys, you could have representatives from all four classes at state. Illini Bluffs in 1A looking fantastic. Hank Alvey just signed to go to Lehigh. He's going to be fantastic. Manuel, I believe, now back down in 2A. Notre Dame with Owen Dillon still looking strong despite the departure of Cooper Koch to Metamora, defending state champ. They'll be looking to go back again and reload after Ethan Kaiser's graduation. But, there's going to be teams that – and normal community in 4A, of course, you don't ever want to forget about them. But there's going to be a lot of great teams for the boys, also for the girls as well. You've got Peoria, Notre Dame's going to be great. They're probably one of the best in the area. Peoria High also stands out. And for this area, just to drive around, this is going to be a very fun basketball season. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm sure y'all are as well. You guys are everywhere, and it's great to see that.
Now, sure, as we mentioned, you do make a ton of trips around the Central area. Do you have a favorite road trip that you like to make to? A certain gymnasium, certain school, is there a certain team maybe you like to be around?
So I come from Texas, and I came from a smaller Catholic school. Probably the gym around here that most resembles my school is kind of Notre Dame, although we had stands on more than just one side. I like this gym a lot. Washington's gym is very fun. It gets very loud, but there's a lot of just neat gyms around the area. I was able to make a trip to Jacksonville last year for the playoffs. That's always great. Central Illinois, though, that's hard to pick. Illini Bluffs is a fun gym as well. I don't think I could narrow it down to just one or two. It's probably a handful.
Well, us at Club Sports Media, we make the rounds of everywhere. Middle Illini is typically our bread and butter, and you'll see, again, a lot of teams from that conference here today. We saw, like you mentioned, Dylan from Peoria Notre Dame, the Belmont commit. He was in action earlier today, had a bit of a tough outing against a very good Victory Christian squad. Washington with the nightcap today against Hoover. That's a late tip-off tonight, but there's still a lot to like in that matchup.
A lot to like that matchup indeed. Also for Owen Dillon, I would love if when I was in basketball, a rough outing for me is still a 30-point game. Right. That is not the case for me. 30 points is probably all I scored throughout all 4 years of high school. But Notre Dame, they'll be looking to try and be able to hold the lead. Again, that's a great non-conference game for them. Really prepare them for the rest of this season. And I thought they had played well. Owen Dillon, got a little slow to start, but I thought overall Tommy Graham looks like he's going to be a great contributing piece to that team as well. Enjoyed him. And then Washington, I have not gotten to see them this year. I'm looking forward to tonight.
One last thing before we let you go. We've mentioned Metamora, hinted at him here and there. Obviously, the big addition this off season, but when school wasn't in session was Cooper Koch deciding to become a Redbird. What's kind of their outlook on this year? Because it's a good Metamora team, but it's a different looking Metamora team.
Very different Metamora looking team, although a lot of people might just say, well, you reloaded with another big guy. There's differences in Ethan Kaiser and Cooper Koch, and I was talking with Danny Greaves before the start of the season, what's kind of it looking like with him, and he said he has a problem with him that he rarely has with high schoolers, and that he's not selfish enough. He will make that extra pass, and sometimes Coach Greaves is like, just go dunk it, man. Go dunk it. Go put up a layup. And so they're going to be another great team, and I think there's a very good possibility they're still going to make a run for Champaign for the third straight year.
Metamora's is going to be a tough outcome the postseason. With all that being said, we're done here at Tournament Central. Get you back for the second half for Morton and Thayer. Back to you, John.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium, where the Morton Potters lead the Thayer Bobcats 21-18 at the intermission. Jonathan Michael here alongside Mike Plunkett. It's been a fun game so far, and Mike, we were saying during the break, it's a lot of what we expected. Not a lot of play in the post, a lot of three balls, a lot of quick play from both teams, and overall, I mean, the defense has been winning out a little more often than not.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, it's a kind of a tale of two quarters. You have a 15-2 first quarter in favor of Morton. You have a 16-6 second quarter in favor of Thayer, which results in a 21-18 Morton lead. But it hasn't been, the highlight reel, the spectacular play. Just been good, solid basketball. Not a lot of fouls. There's been a few turnovers, but good, solid basketball. And kind of the basketball purists, this is kind of a fun game to watch.
Certainly, this is a little bit of a throwback to the older days of high school hoops. And we'll have obviously some other teams that are probably more of the high fly in action, but this one's been good so far.
Yeah, you're not looking at, a ton of, what you look at as Division I talent, guys you're going to be watching on television at the next level. But you got guys who are going to play at the next level to some degree because they're good, solid basketball players and they're good athletes. They just play a little bit different style.
Sure thing is Aiden Bergs is inbounding. Now he'll be going to Missouri S&T, not far from Thayer at the Division II level. They made a stop to Peoria not too long ago. I think 2 years ago they took on the Bradley Braves.
I remember that.
In a early season game as he gets one to go right on cue. And Thayer's cut that lead down to 1 after trailing 15-2 back in the first quarter. Here's Wes Gudeman, hop stepping down low. Nice shot from the post.
And you're talking about D2. You're a D2 basketball player. You're a good basketball player.
Exactly.
Those are really good athletes, and some of those guys, they get discovered as they mature a little bit and end up being D1 players. So this is a good basketball player out here, and there's a few of them out here that can really play.
I was talking to some other guys the other night as Burns elevates
There
for
he
a
is
three.
again.
Thayer's got a tie ball game. I was going to say they got the lead. Just a bit too ahead of myself there, but just given the current landscape of college basketball, just where you start, it doesn't necessarily mean where you're going to end, as Barlow lays it up and in. He's headed to Florida Gulf Coast in beautiful Estero, Florida. That is quite the campus they have down there.
I've never been there, but if you want to go down and show it to me, I'll be glad to go.
I've never been down there either, as Thayer travels there, but I've seen pictures. I remember, obviously, as any high school kid, I was introduced to Florida Gulf Coast during their Final Four run.
That was that high-flying team that was really fun to watch.
That was a very fun team, and I was like, I'll Google this school. I looked at the images. I'm like, man, this campus is right on the beach. I know that was a big selling point for Evan Barlow. It's almost impossible to say no to.
Yeah, a little easier to recruit from a school like that, isn't it? Just from what you could be looking at in January and February.
You're playing hoops in paradise, pretty much.
Yes.
You can walk outside. You can finish your game. You can walk outside in short sleeves and shorts. Don't have to bundle up in a coat and everything. Here's Barlow. Top of the three. It's good.
Real simple out-of-bounds play. Stepped into it and drained that three.
Here's Devin Harrington now kicking into Pitts. He dribbles in. A little step-through shot almost went down. Now here's Trip Rugard, who's still scoreless to this point, but played some good basketball today. That'll be a foul on the Bobcats. They are going to get Rowan Spencer on the call there.
Yeah, Tripp does a really good job of pushing the ball down the floor, and you've got to get back on defense. And again, while he was doing that before he's fouled, his brother is spotted up on the other side. So, it was really one skip pass away from him having an open three. So that's just a result of him pushing the ball down the floor the way he does.
Inbound now to Goodeman. Now back to Trip Rugard, guarded by Burns. Back out to Barlow. Morton, good ball movement. Goodeman with a contest. That one no good. And
probably could have used one more pass. Had a guy on the wing. Probably could have used that one more pass, but Goodeman shot with some confidence.
He's played a great tournament so far. Goodeman had 18 against North Tampa the other day. Also had 12 rebounds as well, so a double-double from him.
That's a good day's work.
Burns turns and shoots off the mark, and here comes Morton again. Very quick pace of this game, not many whistles.
No, it's been a good fluid motion to this game. It hasn't had too many interruptions. Teams are playing solid defense, not a lot of reaching, not a lot of trying to block shots, just playing good fundamental defense.
Here's Goodeman on the drive, working on Burns. Goodeman certainly got some muscle to him.
First time the shot clock has run down.
Now down to one. Goodeman at the horn, off the glass, and back to the Bobcats. Pitts finds Burns, who's got 9 of Thayer's 23. Couldn't quite make it 11 there as Barlow.
Yeah, good help by Barlow. Came across weak side, didn't foul, just good enough help, knocked the ball out of bounds.
Now here comes Thayer. They have not led in this one, but they've tied. Pitts knocked down as he shot the three, but I don't think there was a foul there. Rugard now on the other end.
Double screen action for Rugard.
Now here's Jude Zeller kicking to Steffen. And Barlow just lost out of bounds there. Good D from Aiden Burns. Pretty low scoring game so far. I think this is a type of contest that Morton's used to playing. You don't see too many shootouts in the middle line.
No. They're pretty much a grinded out type basketball, kind of the high school version of what you see in the Big Ten a lot of times, with the teams just, you know each other so well, and you just, you know what each other's going to do, and they just grind it out.
Burns knocked out a nice shot from the elbow. He reaches double figures.
Morton's still trying to figure out exactly, like I said, just a little bit of a matchup. They disguised it as a 2-3. It looks like a 2-3 zone, Sometimes it looks like man-to-man, but this might be a little more straight 2-3 right here.
Rugard finds the open lane, now down to Gudeman in the post. He forces it up with one hand, and Harrington brings in the miss.
Good strong move by Gudeman.
He is a strong fella down there. He's certainly hit the weight room for sure. A lot of athletes from Morton love that weight room. As now Pitts drives in, and the Bobcats cut it down to 1. They can smell a lead if they can get a stop. Rugard driving in, acrobatic shot. I don't know if he was expecting to make that shot, but I think he just wanted to go to the line and get 2 free throws with the opportunity to put his name in the scorebook tonight.
Yeah, I think once he got to a certain point, he knew that he was probably going to get fouled, and he just absorbed that and gave it a heave to the basket. But again, see if he can see one go through the basket for him.
First one is down and in for Trip Rugard. He's played a nice game tonight. Jude Zeller checks out, and Colin Burns back in. This to make it a 3-point game off the back iron. Burns came flying in for the board, but nice box out for the Bobcats. They're setting something up. Rugard almost took it away. Pitts, this for the lead.
They just can't quite get that bucket to go down.
That's going to be a blocking foul on Burns. You can't believe it. And honestly, I don't know about that one. I thought that Morton threw an arm out there.
Yeah.
Again. We're a little bit further away from the action, but initially I thought, I'm going to say there's a charge, but not the case.
Because you always teach your players to, turn and look before you go, and Morton just kind of turned and went, and they kind of got rewarded for it, where, again, it could have gone either way. That's a good, strong move by Pitts.
Pitts? Giving up a lot of size, but dealing through the contact. We're tied up at 29. Can Thayer grab the lead with a stop? There's going to be an elbow by Mark Spencer and Gudeman.
Gudeman might have acted a little bit on that, but I think number 5, Spencer, just a little frustration there.
Heated competition right here, and it's been a very close battle. We've been blessed with some really close games all day today. There's been a couple that haven't been as close, but for the most part, every game is come down to the last couple possessions of the fourth quarter. A foul away from the ball here. That one, I think, is going to go against Thayer as well. Bobcats a little frustrated at the moment.
Yeah, I can't believe they're a little in disbelief that foul was called. I'm not sure who. Number 50.
There's no 50 on the roster given to us, but he's got 3 fouls. Now Gudeman with a chance to get a lead. First one's up and good. One thing that Thayer's done pretty well is they've contained Gus Rugard. I thought that after that first minute or two of the game that he was in for a very big night, but he's still at 9.
Yeah, he had these first 3 threes, and they really did a good job of just getting more active, extending. Now here comes a little full court pressure.
They're going to get Colin Burns with the foul against Aiden Burns. Physicality picking up a little bit here in the third quarter as Stefan checks in for Gudeman.
It's like just a full court man-to-man, but they try to get that first pass, they trap into the corner.
Thayer breaks the press. Now here is Pitts. Preston Sledge trying to poke it out initially, and they're going to call a foul.
On the ground.
And Pitts, he's upset about that when he loudly clapped his hands in frustration, picked it up on the basket like there.
They almost sped him up into a turnover, but Pitts is he's kind of a hard guy to press. When you get in the half court, you got to really be aware of his teammates.
And he'll go to the line. He's a little bit more happy about that outcome there. Nice shot fake from the junior. He's got 9. The chance to tie his teammate Burns with team high honors of scoring with 11. First one up and good. Here comes Gudeman now back for Morton, so just a quick breather for him. And Trip Rugard back on the court as well.
Yeah, we're looking here at knock this thing in. We're a tie ball game, minute and a half going the third quarter, so we're coming down another one of those. It seems like the potential of the last possession or two to determine this ball game. Never would have thought that with the 15-2 start that we saw.
Thought that we could be in for not a close one the way that Morton played in the first quarter, but Thayer since then has gone on a 29-14 run. Doubling up the Potter since then. Gudeman from way out. Almost fell into the hoop, but across the top of the backboard, and that'll give it back to the Thayer Bobcats.
See if Morton decides to put a little more pressure, speed them up a little bit. Which it looks like they are in the full court. Again, Pitts is going to let everything clear out, not allow himself to get double teamed.
Pitts drives in the lane, had his pass picked off.
He wanted a foul, but probably went a little too deep.
Here's a three ball from Sledge. He got it to go.
Really good pass.
There's Sledge's first points off the bench. And Morton, every time they feel that they are nipping on their heels, they run back in front, as they'll say, with the Bobcats.
Yeah, Thayer's been able to tie him a few times, have never had the lead in this game yet. And as we get down into the last seconds of the third quarter, it just has all the makings of a game that's going to come down to some real key plays late.
Pitts to tie was off the mark. Harrington's rebound and shot is no good.
Look at a jump ball.
Harrington a jump ball. Gudeman battling down low there with Devin Harrington. Jump ball is going to favor the Potters. And Morton with a shot clock off. And haven't had any shot clock violations today, and there's only one time where it's really even came into play. If you're a person that's against the shot clock, which, if so, I'd love to hear your argument for it. But there hasn't been much of an issue with no shot clock here in high school basketball, at least here at this tournament. Now, if you're in the postseason, maybe a bit different. You're trying to sit on a lead. You can't hold the ball for 5 minutes like we've seen, but
yeah, your whole style of play is gonna change a little bit on offensively and defensively. You don't necessarily have to foul as early, late in the game with the shot clock. I like it. I like the shot clock. I've gotten used to doing so many Bradley games, being around those games. I like the way the college games played. I like the shot clock. I like the 30-second shot clock. And then, the offensive rebound becomes a 20-second possession. And so it just keeps the game rolling, keeps it moving, and I like it. I think it's something that is coming. It's just a matter of, there's cost and there's having people that know how to operate the clock, but it's coming.
Sure, it certainly is. As those are all things you got to think about. Again, obviously the cost, but you bring up a good point, Mike. You have to have someone who knows what they're doing in terms of running that shot clock. I think lots of teams are finding the resources of both financially and staff-wise to get them, as here comes Morton now in their last possession of the third quarter.
Nice
Step in
play
from behind the arc. He got it to go. That's Gus Rugard.
They ran that play. Coach Zeller called the timeout, and they said we're going to design a play. We're going to run that for Gus Rugard. He was hot early. Let's get him hot again.
So Morton jumps back ahead by 6. That's a big 3 there from Rugard, who's got 12. As we march on into the fourth quarter here at Torrey Gymnasium, I want to thank all of our sponsors that help make today's broadcast possible, starting with Jake Weston State Farm right here in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, auto, home, life, you name it, Jake has got you covered. You can contact him at 309-444-4441 or visit him online at JakeWestonInsurance.com. And also by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com. And all of our silver sponsors, we'd like to thank Steph Q, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the TOC. And by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the TOC. Right down the road here from Torrey Gym. Stop in with your ticket for the TOC, get a discount. Great atmosphere at Keps. And also PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria sponsoring this tournament as well. Here's Burns, nice shot fake, drives in the paint, and they're gonna get a foul called, and maybe on.
I think it might be on 2, yep. That was on Barlow. I think he came in from behind. I think Guterman was in a good position to wall up, but I think Barlow came in from behind to try to make a block.
Burns is first, how about that roll? Pogo sticked up in the air, fell through the net. As Burns now has 12. Could this be 13? It is.
Little pressure here by Thayer after that made free throw. A 2-2-1. Going to try to force him into a trapping situation. Morton does a good job getting the ball across half court.
Morton doing a good job of working the ball around. Shot clock under 20, but still plenty of time to shoot. Enough for Rugard.
Feeling pretty good again.
Off the mark, but I think we're going to see more of that here in this fourth quarter as Morton maybe trying to put them away. Burns drives in, gets the foul. I like that there from Burns. That's already 3 fouls on the Potters here in this. No, that's just the second.
But they're pushing the action early in this quarter. They're taking the ball to the basket. You know, the game started with a lot of outside shots, and they've come out this quarter pushing the action a little bit. And you know, when you're Morton and you got a lead, you know, and you're not going to sit on it, you got to play because obviously you got the shot clock. But go to your horse. You know, we saw that with Victory Christian earlier. That fourth quarter, Kayson just made everything. He threw in a 1 second on the shot clock from the corner that was just, you know, not your highest percentage shot, but when it comes out of his hands, you feel pretty good that's going to go in.
Here's Trip Rugard. Oh, rattled out for Morton. They're going to get Burns on a push. That'll excite the Morton Potters bench. That's Burns' third. One more, and you got to think maybe about Thayer, about sitting him because you're going to need him for that stretch run. We'll see if Morton tries to attack. There's Colin Burns, drives in, kicks out. Rugard had the open dribble, passed it up. Drives in mid-range, off the mark, and there's Harrington with a miss.
Trip Rugard he's getting good shots. He's making good plays, getting good shots. Just needs to see one of them fall. It hadn't happened yet, but just keep playing.
They are now down only by 2. They trailed by 6 not too long ago. Fought for beneath the basket. Looks like they're going to call a tie-up that'll go to Morton.
A little bit of a forced shot that time by Pitts. He had enough time, didn't really have to do that, but they're forcing the ball or pushing the ball to the basket a lot more in this quarter.
Potters now nursing a small lead. They've controlled it for the entirety of this one.
Again, this 2-2-1 made them take up almost the entire 10 seconds, get the ball across half court, which I think is what Thayer's looking to do. Make Morton rush a little bit more into their half-court offense.
Barlow driving baseline, trying to find Burns. Basket game is too hot.
This is going to the basket.
Oh, and it's blocked heavily by Gudeman. An absolute stuff at the rim, and Rugard's pass.
A little push.
Out of bounds, and boy, it looks like Pitts is shaking up a little bit.
He's not real happy about not having a call, but you know, when the defense goes straight up and makes a play, there may be some contact. It's not necessarily always a foul.
Gudeman was tall enough and jumped high enough to get most of the ball there again. Maybe he got a bit of Pitts, but nevertheless, Pitts went flying into the padding behind the basket.
Yeah, physically that was not Pitts is not at the advantage in that one for sure.
No. He is not, but he makes up for it.
But he's not going to back down.
That's for sure. He'll take a bit of a breather on the bench and reset. There's Rugard driving baseline. Kicking to Barlow in the corner. He's got it to go.
Very
Morton
well
by
executed.
5. What will Thayer's response be? 5.5 to play in the fourth. Nice kick out. Here's Spencer's 3. Around and out.
Key part of the game right here. Thayer's got to make a stop. Keep getting good shots. Morton's got to do what they're doing, running their offense, break the defense down, knock down the open shot when they get it. Beautiful execution. They went to help out on Rugard. Guterman gets the ball underneath. Good defense.
Yeeted, swatted away. Now another deep ball from Morton is off the mark. There's Rugard. He brings it back in, and the Potters will get a second chance, or even a third chance, I should say.
Yeah, that was a second push. They caught number 4, Brandon Prince. A little pushing going on between the two, and they didn't catch the first one. They caught the second.
Now here's Rugard again for 3. He's heating it back up again.
Too open. That's way too easy if you're there.
As here's Burns now. Thayer is ready to get on go time now. Don't want to let Morton get too far ahead at this point of the game. Burns' shot off the back iron.
Oh.
They're going to get Morton with a foul. Refs are calling this one a little bit closer than some of the other games we've seen.
Yeah, and that was on Trip Rugard. They're saying he must have held from behind because his brother Gus went up and got the rebound.
3 fouls now on the Potters this quarter. Pitts jump stops from the block, off the mark. Pitts is just fearless going to the
He
hoop.
is.
Pitts, he gets dropped. The Morton student section loves it. And Morton wants a full timeout.
Pitts is going to remember Guterman after this game. That's been a couple battles that he hasn't come out on the right side of that. And he just continues to play so hard that he's fearless. And, you know, there wasn't anything illegal about that play. You know, I think Guterman was there. The worst part about it is Pitts has to have a teammate let him know that screen is there.
Yep.
So you can get through it.
So it's Morton by 8 right now. Torrey Gym is starting to fill up a little bit as Metamora fans start to trickle in. The Redbirds taking on Gray Collegiate Academy out of South Carolina. The War Eagles have not lost yet this year, and they boast Braylon Thomas, who's been one of the most electrifying players in this tournament. So that should be a great game to watch.
Yeah, 2 outstanding teams getting ready to do battle next, and the crowd's going to enjoy that one.
It's going to be pretty loud in here for that. Morton leading by 8 right now. They led by as many as 13 back in the first quarter. Here's Gus Rugard. Morton slowing things down now. They're going to use up probably as much of the shot clock as they can. It's down into 9, down to 8. Rugard's shot a little wild there. Now here's Burns the other direction. Nice Euro step in the lane. Pass Guterman and 1.
Excellent finish.
Guterman thought he just got the backboard, and he did get the backboard. Not sure if he got Burns, but trust the guys in stripes to.
Yeah, if he did, it wasn't up where the ball was. It was with the body. Burns showed good strength to be able to finish that thing. Pitts is probably saying, where was that call when I was getting the ball to the basket? But
I'm not too big of a guy myself, Jeff. I'm only about 5'9". I'm probably about the same size as Easton Pitts. And there were a lot of times where I felt like I should have more fouls called on me, but I just wasn't big enough.
right.
Bobcats down by 5, still very much in this one. As here's Barlow. Finding Rugard now.
That's a good
Barlow
shot.
top of the key. He got it to go.
Beautiful execution. Morton does a great job of reading the defense. They saw where the defense went. Barlow stepped out, and they found him.
Buckets Barlow is 12 in this one. Morton's going to get a foul there on Trip Rugard. So Morton putting Thayer now in the bonus where you shoot 2. Don't want to call it the double bonus because you hear that,
Yeah.
it make people think that, oh, well, there's a single bonus. Where's the 1 and 1? Well, it's gone for now at least, as Birds uncharacteristically misses one there.
Yeah, you're right on that though. It's just the bonus. The bonus just happens to be 2 shots on a common foul, and that changes each quarter. The fouls reset each quarter.
I think we'll be pretty used to that by the end of the week, seeing all 31 games here on Clutch Sports Media. Foul there on Thayer. That's just their 3rd of the quarter. Big thing for after that is that it'll reset the shot clock a little bit and allow Morton to bleed more time off as it goes back now to 35. Rugard dribbles in, kicks it back out to Burns. Now Rugard feeding Goodeman down low. His pass, a risky one. And Thayer making away with it. Now it's rolling around on the floor. And Abe Zeller on the Morton sideline calls timeout. They had 3 left.
Yeah, the one thing Morton did not do in that possession, they didn't reverse the ball. It stayed on the right side of the floor the whole time, and they were lucky to come out of it with still having possession and the timeout. You want to continue to reverse it, make the defense have to rotate, and then attack from there. And they just weren't able to do it that possession.
So it's Morton by 7. And this one, Potter's trying to start the year 3-0. They are trying to get up to 2-1. I believe this will be the last time we'll see both of these teams here in this year's TOC. Indeed, it will be part of the Gray Ribbon Showdown. You have games from the Washington Invitational tomorrow. There's 4 of those plus 3 shootout series. The games featured some of the best talent that's coming here to Washington. Barlow swatted by Harrington. Now here comes Thayer. They'll slow it back down.
Still plenty of time for Thayer. They don't have to panic here. Get a bucket. Don't even have to foul with the shot clock. Just good, solid defense.
Stopping a bucket, name of the game. Burns missed everything. Pitch tried to keep it in, but Morton was right there for it. Now the Potters can take it down to about 125 if they so choose.
Yeah, that was a key miss because by missing that shot, now you're thinking, you're gonna have to foul a little bit sooner because you still have, I believe, 1 foul to give.
You certainly do, and you don't want to foul right now and reset the clock. Here's Rugard. Back to his brother Gus. He jumps into the lane. His shot well short. Thayer's still alive in this one. Will Burns be the one to take the big shot? There's Mark Spencer now over to Harrington. Good closeout there from Rugard. Pitts, his 3, banks it in. Wow, falling to the floor. And Matt Pitts, the head coach for Thayer, calls timeout. Down by 4 with 1:08 left. Again, no need to foul if you're Thayer. You can play defense.
Yeah, make a stop. You get the ball back with, about 40 seconds to go in the game. And if you make that stop and you come down and score, then you can think about maybe having to gamble a little bit on defense. But you don't have to panic too much right now.
You don't, but you got to put some major trust in your defense because you figure Morton will take this down probably inside 45 seconds before they can get a shot off. And
yeah, we're going to see this. We'll probably see this 2-2-1 pressure. Maybe Thayer will come out and do something a little more aggressively. We've seen the 2-2-1 for a while, but I don't know if they'll come out and maybe try to trap a first pass maybe.
It's probably what they'll be trying to do. See what Morton, they can solve it.
Well, they match it up just man to man.
Is Rugard driving on Pitts. Now kicks to Gudeman. Under a minute to play. Rugard pass over to his brother Tripp. They are not far from being able to
At
jump
this
the
point,
passing lane.
you don't want to foul now because you're going to reset.
Now
Shot
let him
clock's
shoot.
running
Here's
down.
Rugard. Shot fake. Here's Barlow blocked. But there's Gudeman with the board.
They didn't
Burns.
realize.
And that ball did not hit the rim.
Did not hit the rim, and
That's big for Thayer.
no,
They
there's no
dodged the
reset.
bullet.
No reset. And that's a case of when you don't play with the shot clock all the time, you aren't aware of some of those situations. Now with no shot clock, what Thayer's got to do is, well, he's out of bounds. Score, and if you don't make a play right now you got to foul right now and you got that one to give.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We're receiving word that we may be getting World Series MVP Ben Zobrist in Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. You are not going to want to miss that one. Hopefully we can get Ben down there, but regardless, we'll have someone special down there after the game. We're going to have a great finish coming up from inside Torrey Gymnasium before we kick it outside of the gym. So, Thayer ball here, down by 4. Again, I asked this in the game I called earlier, the age-old question that the broadcasters love to ask. Do you go for a 3 here? I would consider it if you're Thayer.
Yeah, it's just going to depend what the situation is, because right now, if you get the easy bucket and you're going to have to foul, but you have to see what you want to do on this situation. But big thing is something you want to do it quickly, and then when the ball gets thrown in bounds, you got to either make that steal or you're going to foul right now. They're not necessarily looking for the 3, maybe a 3-point play.
Burns' shot is off the mark. Gudeman's got the board. He'll hold it and get fouled. Tough miss there from Burns, who probably was anticipating wanting to get the and 1. They're at one more foul to give. So now they got to foul quickly or get a steal on the inbound.
Yeah, by not making that shot, not scoring there, that changes everything. So now it's got to be a quick steal, or it's going to be a catch and a foul right now. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Here's a foul.
Gets in a trip Rugard, and Pitts is there with the quick foul. Only about 1.1 seconds off the clock there. Rugard, at least Tripp, is maybe not a bad player to foul. Hasn't shot the ball much today, but went 1 for 2 at the stripe earlier. First one is up and good. Making a 5-point lead.
And we're really at the point now in the game where Morton just has to figure, we got to do 2 things. We got to, get it in and take care of the ball, don't turn it over. And then if you make a free throw, there's no way you can lose this game.
Missed that one there, so Thayer hanging on by a thread. Here's Burns now over, and the corner that 3 is blocked by Gudeman. The Morton student section is loving it.
Yeah, they don't want to give the ball back, but they did. And I'm sure number 5's hearing about it right now from the Morton students.
That was Mark Spencer. They're going like the Cameron Crazies right now. They're reaching out, almost touching him on the inbound. Now we're going to get a timeout here from the Thayer sideline. So you got to get it in. I think probably the most likely way of Thayer forcing overtime or winning this game is probably get a steal on the inbound.
Yeah.
So that means you don't need to go for a 3 here because you could throw one up at the end of the game if you're able to get that steal, but they're going to need it.
And they do have 1 timeout left. So if they get You get a bucket real quick. You can use that timeout, and then go for the steal or the foul. What you got to do here, though, is you just got to get it in quickly and score.
Here we go, 6 seconds left. Thayer is going to need a small miracle for this one, but they are still alive. What do the Bobcats have? Spencer's going to look for Burns off the run. There'll be Pitts in the corner. He's got to get one up. Forces one out close. Not quite. Harrington puts it back in.
That's the game.
That'll give them 2 more, but that'll be 3 points short. Morton ekes out a victory over Thayer. Got to give major credit to the Potters, who never trailed in that game despite Thayer giving them all they could handle.
Yeah, really a well-played ball game, and every time Thayer got back into it, they just could not quite get over the hump and get a lead. If you get a lead, you never know what may happen. But as it turns out, Morton did a really, really good job of maintaining that lead, or at least when it tied, never letting it get to where they got behind. And really a good, solid win for Morton. It's got to give them a lot of encouragement going into now this next stage of the season.
I think if you told Abe Zeller and the Potters that they'd come out of the TOC with a 3-0 record, they'd probably feel pretty good about themselves. I think Morton could have a big year in the middle lineup. That's a great Thayer team they just played. Bobcats will drop to 1-2 in their first ever TOC appearance. They beat Hayworth 66-50, then fell to North Tampa Christian 56-50, and another narrow loss here today. So margins not much for the Thayer Bobcats, as the Potters will receive their Gray Ribbon Showdown trophy. They are the champions of that sub-tournament, going 3-0. So we saw Morton Potters champions of the Gray Ribbon Showdown, and just earlier, the Alexander Cougars just won the National Classic portion. So trying to hand out some hardware here at the TOC.
And maybe an all-tournament member. Yep.
Devin Harrington from Thayer on the all-tournament team, and Morton's showering him with booze right now. Not the Midwestern hospitality we're used to. These guys made the trip from Missouri. You got to give them a little bit of respect. Harrington played a good game, as Wes Gudeman also finds his way onto the all-tournament team. So I'll pose for a picture with Roger Holzauer. And the most outstanding player of the tournament, the Gray Ribbon Showdown, is Aiden Burns from Thayer. Averaged 21 points a game. He ends with 19 here on this one. Pretty consistent 20 points per game guy when they go back to Missouri. That's going to be very big for the Bobcats.
And also, I think sharing that honor, Gus Rugard.
Now they're going co-most outstanding player. And Rugard's 15-point performance certainly helped that. And Rugard, he put up 18 against North Tampa. They're giving out the Hustle Awards now, and big surprise there, Easton Pitts.
Yeah, he's going to need maybe an ice bath after this and maybe a massage tomorrow. He plays really hard.
And Trip Rugard.
And Trip, yep.
Two very scrappy guards for both teams. Those are the type of players that you want on those Hustle Awards.
Yeah, coaches love those kind of players.
So that'll wrap things up from this game. Again, we'll have more basketball action coming your way as we are still getting things set up down here in the F3 Auto Group Tournament. So we'll keep things right here for now. Gray Collegiate Academy and Metamora coming your way next. Mike, I believe you're staying up here for that one, or are you heading out?
I'm staying for this one.
Awesome. Well, we'd love to have you.
This is a great one to stick around and work, and I'm really looking forward to this one. These are two outstanding teams, and if you look to compare scores, don't do that because that doesn't do any good here. You just have to look at how they match up against each other, and I think this is going to be a really outstanding ball game.
It really should be, as both teams will take the floor right now. Metamora, player to watch for them in that game will be Cooper Koch, the Iowa commit. They also got a lot of other great players like Tyler Mason, Luke Hopp, Matthew Zobrist. I know there were some Bradley people here earlier. Brian Wardle was in the house. Assistant coach Mike Barkin was here. I know they're probably here to watch Matthew Zobrist, who the Braves are trying to recruit right now. And also for Gray Collegiate Academy, they got Braylon Thomas, who's receiving some heavy Division I interest as well. They also have Trey Maddox as well. The Stars are out here in Washington.
And you've got Ellis Graham, the 6'10 senior that I looked in that first night and I said, that's a kid you get in your program. You maybe redshirt him a year and get him in the weight room and proper nutrition. You can't teach somebody to be 6'10, and he moves pretty well.
He certainly does. They'll probably play at the next level as well. We're going to step aside here and send it down to a great word for our sponsors. And after that, we'll have Cody Roskin sending by an Untitled Auto Group Tournament Central after these messages.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And I want to thank all of those great sponsors. No Ben Zobrist in Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, but we have a pretty good replacement. Cody Roskins is standing by with Jim Matson. Cody and Jim, it's down to you guys in the studio. All you.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Cody Roskins from down here at Tournament Central. I'm here with the Hall of Famer, Jim Matson. And Jim, we just got done watching a heck of a game between Thayer and Morton. Obviously, you with Morton ties. That's got to feel good to see your Potters eke that one out.
Well, it's nice to see Morton in this tournament. I've always thought it's important to have the local teams. It's great. Obviously, Metamora has brought great credentials and a great crowd. Morton brought a great crowd tonight. So it's great for the tournament to have Morton here. And for them to win is great. They got a really good team. They're deep. You know, I don't know if they're Metamora good, but they're Morton good. I mean, they're one of the better Morton teams in the last 5-10 years. They've got a really deep, talented roster.
Now, we had Patrick Cunningham on a little early, and we were going up and down. Just so many players, teams in the Middle Illini that are going to be that good. Few will be as good as Metamora, but in your coverage coming up this winter, who are some teams going to be off the radar, in or out of the Middle Illini that really people need to be looking at?
Well, I think Dunlap is going to be sneaky good. They really improved late in the year. I'm not sure if all their football players are out for basketball, but if they are, you know, they have a team that got better as the year went on. I think they started to embrace the the coach at the end of last year. Morton, Washington, Metamora, obviously, I think are going to be the top three. But I think it's been an interesting year. East Peoria's got some great young talents, new coach there. But Coach Brown, I know, has got some really young talent that's probably going to take their lumps with youth, but they have a bright future.
Absolutely. And, of course, when you think about the area players, it's hard to not mention Cooper Koch, right? I mean, he goes from Peoria Notre Dame to Metamora. He's a big reason why the Redbirds are so highly hyped coming into this season. But that doesn't mean they're going to look exactly the same. He brings a little different something than Ethan Kaiser did a year ago. How do you kind of feel about the Redbirds headed into what will be a really tough conference play?
Well, I love Koch. I mean, I think Koch is the easiest guy to transition to. He passes the ball well. He handles the ball well. He's a team player. He rebounds. So I think it'll be pretty seamless getting Koch in there. But, they lost 3 kids last year that started for 3 years, and 100 varsity starts. That's very, very hard to replace. So we're gonna see some growing pains with Metamora. They've got new guys in new roles, and the senior leadership last year was as good as you'll ever see. Those guys who had been 3 and 4 year starters, with Kaiser and Swanson and Tucker. I mean, those 3 guys, the intangibles they brought are going to be very hard to replace. The talent's awfully good. I mean, Zobrist, Mason, and Koch, I'll put up against any 3 in the state, but the intangibles of leadership is going to be a little different.
Absolutely. Metamora garnering a lot of attention from the Division I ranks, a lot of eyes on them in terms of recruiting, but we kind of jump all around this area. You have Owen Dillon from Peoria Notre Dame, the Belmont commit. What's kind of the benefit to the area, these big-name players coming here getting matched up with other big-name players?
Well, I think it's great. We have not probably had this much talent in Central Illinois since the 90s when it was kind of the glory years where we had Big Ten scholarship players all over the place. But, Peoria High's got a Division I kid, I think. Peoria Emmanuel, Dietrich Richardson, Peoria Notre Dame, you mentioned Dillon, Metamora probably with 3. Peoria Rich was a Somerville Big Ten kid. It's unbelievable, the talent around here. And it is fun for them to test themselves. I think they all won on Tuesday. They all lost on Wednesday with the exception of Morton. So, but Metamora lost 2 games last year, and they wound up state champs. So I don't think anybody's disagreeing with that recipe if it works the same way.
We were just speaking on the way to Tournament Central. The clairvoyance that this tournament gives teams. There's no mysteries anymore when you get out here about what your team is and what it isn't.
No, what you can and what you can't do, what you should and what you shouldn't do. And there's just no way to replicate it. You can't find 5 guys in practice like Gray, South Carolina. Right. You can't find 5 guys in practice like Victory, Florida. So when you get out here on the court in the first week, you find out a lot about yourself that maybe you can never find out in practice.
Absolutely. And just a couple more things before we let you go. Especially on the girls basketball in Central Illinois might be just as good as on a whole wide platform as the boys. You have the 2 Wardle girls at Peoria Notre Dame. There's a number of other talents. Who should on the girls side of basketball should we really be looking at?
Well, I want to keep you here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, but Dunlap's got a tournament. They've got a girl, Bubba Solberger, going to NIU. They've got a Leah Guyton going to University of Iowa from Peoria High. So Peoria High's at the Dunlap tournament. The Morton tournament has Lincoln, and if you've never seen Lincoln, they finished 2nd in volleyball. They finished 2nd in basketball. They have as talented a senior class you'll ever see, and probably the Miss Basketball will either be Chloe Froby of Lincoln or Leah Guyton of Peoria High. So they're both playing in our area all year. Really, Lincoln only 35 miles away.
Perfect. And then one last thing before we let you go. We touched on all the big-name players on the boys' side. If you had to pick some of your most impressive players to this far, again, only a handful of games in, who's surprised you the most?
Well, I like kids who improve, and I think we're always in a hurry to anoint kids. Matthew Zobrist is only a junior, but he's only halfway through his high school career. He's got all kinds of improvement. You've seen improvement. There's a kid down the road from El Paso, Jonah Funk's put on a lot of good weight, 6'9". He looks like a kid that's going to take off. Right there for Morton, you saw Rugard and Gudeman. They've improved, and I like kids that have improved a lot. And obviously, in a 4-year span, we're always in a hurry to see who's next, but kids do improve. That's the whole key of it.
Absolutely. Can't thank you enough for coming on, Jim. This has been it for us at Tournament Central. I'm Cody Roskins, and for Jim Mattson, guys, we're throwing it back up to you for Metamora coming up next.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. We've got a great one on tap here. Mike Plunkett and Gavin Russell on the call with you. It's the Metamora Redbirds and the great Collegiate Academy War Eagles. Glad you've joined us here on ClutchSportsHour.com. Mike, it's surely to be a great one. Just on paper alone, this one looks like it's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, this is one I've been looking forward to. And when I saw both these teams play earlier this week, I said, when do they play each other? I hope it's a game I'm working. If I'm not working, I'm going to come here and watch it.
Indeed, and you know, if you're out here to just watch it, there's not many empty seats left, so you better get here quick. Otherwise, it's going to fill up too fast and you might lose your spot. But either way, you can tune in here on ClutchSportsIL.com as the Redbirds and the War Eagles ready to go at it. The Battle of the Birds, I guess you could say,
That's
Mike.
what it is, and we'll see which one can prevail here. But, you know, it's just one of those, if you're a basketball fan, you're looking at guys here, you definitely know you're going to be watching some of these guys playing D1 ball down the road. Who knows, you could be watching some of these guys playing even a higher level than that after this.
Indeed, D1 talent on both sides for Great Collegiate Academy out of West Columbia, South Carolina. They feature Trevon Maddox, the prolific junior, who's got a number of Division I offers. But not to be overshadowed, they've got a lot of really other good contributors, including Braylon Thomas, the Division I commit at Georgia Southern.
Outstanding athlete, and not just a great athlete, a great basketball player. So that's a great combination. And I'll tell you another couple guys I was really impressed with was L.J. Britt. Watching him knock some shots down from three-point range earlier this week. They've got a nice-looking freshman by the name of Hunter McGraw, and I've had my eyes on 6'10", Ellis Graham, a 6'10" senior who's very thin and looks like a guy that can't teach somebody to be 6'10". Maybe bring this guy into your program, redshirt him for a year, and see what happens.
Indeed, we'll get you both starting lineups here momentarily. We'll start off with those War Eagles. They'll roll out Tyquan McDuffie, Trevon Maddox, L.J. Britt, Ellis Graham, and Braylon Thomas. For the Redbirds, they got D1 star power as well. They got Matthew Zobrist, who's got some offers from Bradley University, among others. They also have Cooper Koch, the Iowa commit.
Yeah, they get players. You know, the Zobrist name in itself just, you know, it's only fitting that Bradley's after him. You know, I'd love to see him there, but Cooper, I got to know Cooper well at the time that I spent working at Notre Dame, and Cooper's an outstanding young man, outstanding player, and really good basketball players. But then this you know, you got to look at Tyler Mason, and that's a kid that if the game's on the line, you want him on your team.
Indeed, and we're underway here. A lot of great star-studded power on the court right now. Glad you've joined us here in Washington. Gray Collegiate sporting those gray uniforms with yellow numbers. Metamora in their home whites with red numbers and black and red trim. Thomas goes down the lane, can't get it to go, tips it in himself. He never gives up on the shot.
He does not, and you know, if that's an indication the official's going to let him play a little bit, this is really going to be exciting because you came here to watch the players play and let them make a move, and Metamora doing what they can to try to get that offensive foul.
Mason no good on the three, rebounded by Hop. Down the lane, Koch can't get the second effort to go, and it won't be saved. Let's get you the Metamora starters while we're at it. It's Ashton Greaves, Tyler Mason, Luke Hop, Nick Walker, and of course Cooper Koch out there to start the game for the Redbirds.
And that's a starting five that is pretty solid. You got some good varsity experience in that Metamora starting five. You know, some of these guys, Zobrist's only a junior, but he's played in 2 state championship games already in his career. So this is just a battle of state champions, good athletes, good players, both teams very well coached, and it should be a lot of fun.
Indeed. Off is Britt, so Koch will bring it down. Gray Collegiate made a big splash yesterday against Victory Christian, and Walker loses it out of bounds.
Yeah, when I saw Gray Collegiate play Notre Dame, and then I saw Victory Christian play Metamora, I thought, this is Victory Christian, nobody's going to touch them. And then Gray turns around and beats them, and Notre Dame gives Victory Christian everything they can handle today. So just shows you the quality of teams that we have here in this tournament. And it's been a pleasure to be here working them.
Indeed, and we know that the talent is great as Graham's going to bring it in.
Very
Stumbles
good
with it
defense.
as Mason will get it. He'll streak up the floor. Get it down to Walker. Makes a move. Back to Mason. Triple off the mark. Volleyballed around. Koch comes out with it. Shoots a three. Falls down. Greaves gets it. Another effort. Greaves thought about it. Redbirds, multiple opportunities on this possession. Koch, three-pointer, short again. Gets his own miss. Another chance. And finally, Thomas pulls it down for the War Eagles.
Yeah, and in Gray Academy, got to do a better job on the defensive board. You give Metamora 3-4 shots at a time, they're going to put the ball in the basket.
No doubt about it.
Everybody's just a little, a game like this, very well hyped. We forget it's a day after Thanksgiving. This isn't February and March. And so, guys are going to be a little tight early on, but the effort is there, certainly.
Three-pointer on the way, and it's a triple by Taekwon McDuffie. Nice-looking triple from McDuffie, the junior.
Yeah, they've got a lot of weapons, and that's another thing they can do. They can make plays on one end and convert those into buckets.
Maddox hits the triple. 8-0 start for the War Eagles.
Yeah, not really the start that Coach Greaves was looking for, particularly after their slow start against Victory Christian. So they just got to settle in, get a bucket here. This is a good chance to get one.
And Koch breaks the seal, 8-2. Metamora certainly, they can get the crowd into it. The momentum should carry them forward.
Exactly. They're, definitely you got the home court advantage in terms of crowd. Almost got them back in the game. They were 24 down at half and got it to within 11 against Victory Christian with chances to cut it in double digits or triple digits, single digits, I should say. And the crowd was a big part of that happening.
No doubt. Thomas got one on the other end. Walker goes down,
That's
dumps
a
it
great
off the
pass.
hop, and he's fouled. Really good pass, as you mentioned there. I think that's the biggest thing about this Metamora team is they're very unselfish. You're going to see all 5 guys involved.
You do, and Walker's one of these guys. You talk about Metamora, everybody's going to talk about the last year's team. They're going to talk about Koch, and they're going to talk about Mason. They're going to talk about Zober. Walker is really a good, solid player, and I think as the year progresses, people forget sometimes. They lost, Tucker, and they lost Swanson, they
yep.
lost Kaiser. They've lost some guys, and so these other guys, it's going to take them a few games to get themselves acclimated to what's going on. So, but I like what I see from them.
No doubt, and Walker is kind of the definition of a glue guy. What's the importance of having somebody out there like that?
Yeah, he's just that guy that you just know when the ball's in his hands, he's going to make good decisions, make good plays. Boy, that's a tough move. McDuffie again.
McDuffie is a tough player also, and he's got 5. He's so quick, and I think that quick first step is the difference.
It really is, because he just blew by him. And Metamora has a tendency not to help too much, particularly early in a game. So they're going to count on their man-to-man defense. But if somebody starts blowing by somebody, the help is going to have to rotate over.
Indeed, Mason blew by the defense right there. So it's a track meet here in the early going. And Washington, McDuffie has it again.
Yeah, this game's got a little different feel than the game that just finished. It's going to be a little higher scoring.
Three-pointer again. Great. Can't miss from outside. And LJ Britt gets another one.
Britt was very impressive in the game that I saw him against Peoria Notre Dame. And he can shoot it. He's one of the guys you're keying on some of the other ones, and he delivers.
Three-pointer, no good. Koch, another offensive board. Can't get it to go again. Hop stumbles around, but gets it up and in. It's the offensive boards that have been the difference maker for the Redbirds.
It has been. If like I said, Gray Academy, they've got to get on the boards. You know, you can play great defense, but the last part of defense is rebounding. And if you don't get the rebound, you hold a team 25% shooting, that looks great unless they're making 1 out of 4 every possession.
No doubt about it. We'll see as both teams will make adjustments as we go throughout this game.
And just like all games, it'll be a game of spurts.
Oh, another 3 that just rimmed out. Maddox wanted that one. Here comes Mason the other direction. And it's stolen. It's then tied up. Thomas comes out with it. He can dunk the ball. Let's see if he goes, but he rolls it in.
He's electric. He can do some things.
You always think when those guys are running towards the rim at full speed, they're just going to throw it down. That time, just the finger roll.
Right. He didn't quite have his footwork down, didn't have possession the way he wanted to, but he was able to finish.
Still count the same.
And you look at it, I don't know if that was his, he hasn't really shined yet, and they've got a lot of points, so that's pretty impressive. As a team, showing they have other guys who can score. Cooper caught one in the face.
Cooper goes down, gets up, heads to the other end. A lot of offensive boards, just the shots aren't falling yet, but Metamora can score on a hurry. Thomas kicks it over. Britt drops it down, and it's a foul. It's going to go on Tyler Mason, but I think he'll take that good foul right there. That's the one down spot for Great Collegiate. They struggle from the free throw line, which I think is pretty characteristic of a team in the early season.
Yeah, and if you're going to foul right there, you're going to make sure, one, he's not going to make the shot. It's not going to have a chance for an and one. Nothing dirty, just a good hard foul, and you're going to make him earn it with 2 free throws. What would have been a dunk, let's see what it converts to now.
Makes the first one as Darius Carr puts it up and in. He's not concerned about what I just said about the free throws.
No, he's just step up, and he just sees one at a time, and he's going to knock him down, or that's his mindset.
Mike, I got to tell you, yesterday morning I came and shot around a little bit just to loosen up a little bit, and just the atmosphere. There's nobody else in this gym. Just these 4 walls, pretty imposing. Not to mention now you got a couple thousand in here, several hundred,
right,
what have you. That's a tough spot to make some free throws.
It really is, and people always say it's a lot. Free throws, you're supposed to be, well, you're breathing heavy. You got things going on. So it's not as easy as it looks. And these guys make it look pretty darn easy.
Great Collegiate is settling in well. Here's a 3 from Koch. Got it to go. It's a 10-point game as Metamora starts to heat up the score.
Yeah, Koch, well, that's a good shot for him. Obviously, he's one of the premier perimeter shooters in the area.
And a foul right there. They'll go back to the line. Getting it down low, I think the tough part about Great Collegiate, you don't know where to stop them at because they've been making the threes here early on, and they can also go down low.
Right, and when you turn around and you've got your 6'10" guy around the basket, you got to decide, am I going to leave my defender on him one-on-one? Am I going to double down? If I double down, there's 2 or 3 guys out here that have already shown they can shoot the ball. So they've got a lot of weapons.
This is a game of adjustments for sure, and we've seen crazier comebacks, Mike, so I don't think Danny Greaves is all too worried about what this first quarter brings. More worried about what the next 3 you have in store.
Yeah, and they've been in situations in the last couple of years that you think about that crazy state championship game with Sacred Heart Griffin, the come from behind victory over East St. Louis, last year, and then that great championship game with Simeon. They've been in these situations, so you don't panic.
Here's Koch right off his foot. Didn't bounce the way he thought it would go, and it'll go back to Great Collegiate.
And you don't worry. I mean, you want to win. You know, every time you play, you want to win. But you don't worry about it as much now as you look at, okay, how is this going to make us better down the road? Metamora last year 2-2 in this tournament and didn't lose another game.
This is the kind of competition you want early in the season.
That's right.
Some teams may say, we just want to get the early season wins, but you want to test yourself right up front, see what you're made of. Zone look here from the Redbirds.
Yes. And now they got Thomas running the baseline a little bit. Got to be aware of him. Anytime he's going to that baseline, got to look for that backdoor lob. They're down to 4 on the shot clock.
It's going to be a last-second shot from Thomas, and he gets it. Braylon Thomas is hot.
Yeah, that's just a little breakdown on defense here because you got to know where he is on that penetration. If you can make him, just force him to have to think about putting it down, shot clock's going to expire. Nice square it by Cooper Koch.
Cooper Koch answers. That's a big one for the Redbirds. Here's Thomas. He'll have the last shot. 5, now 4, now 3 with 2. Maddox passes it over at the buzzer. Hits a little iron and no foul call, as that's where we'll leave the first frame of play. Mike, some quick thoughts on the first quarter.
Yeah, you know what? It was a quick start by Gray Academy. You know, Metamora's a little sluggish, couldn't get the ball in, but they've hung in there. You look at 11 points. 11 points with a shot clock and three-point line is not too bad. So Metamora's got to feel like we're in better position than what we maybe could have been.
Sure, yeah, we'll get back to the action. We've got 3 more great quarters. But let's get a quick word for our great sponsors here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all your insurance needs, auto, home, or life, you can give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or jakewestoninsurance.com. Also by SunPower by Legacy Solar. SunPower by Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about Going Solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. All of our other great silver sponsors include Sefke Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger, Pat Sam's Country Financial, and more. Thanks to all of our silver sponsors. Kep Sports Bar and Grill, shout out to you if you're at Kep's on this Black Friday. It's the official pre- and post-game spot of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Kep's, great atmosphere, great food. Also by PJ Hair in the city of East Peoria. Mike Plunkett, Gavin Russell here. Second quarter underway. It's an 11-point ball game, but we'll see a lot more scoring as we go through these next 3 quarters.
Oh, this game can turn. There's going to be runs.
And there's a dunk. A Legacy Solar slam from Tyler Mason. Just uses that speed, gets around, and flushes it with 2 hands.
Yep, nice little play coming out of the quarter. Kind of get your crowd into it a little bit, make you feel pretty good about yourselves. You know, you don't give up a bucket at the end of the quarter. You get the first possession, you score.
Like to see it a lot.
Yeah, that's where you bring in a little confidence. And then
Thomas cannot miss.
Then you get a guy like that.
Limitless range from Braylon Thomas.
Yeah, he's the real thing. He's the real deal. Oh,
boy, wasn't looking for it. Ashton Greaves took a shot with the ball.
That would have been a tough play, tough ball to handle. Good, a good idea by Koch. Just got to connect a little bit. And again, I think with Metamora, some of these guys haven't played much together, so that's gonna come about, and that's gonna develop over the course of the season. You just hope that you can have that same chemistry you've had for the last couple of years when it all comes together.
Without question, they'll kind of feel it out a little bit, but Great Collegiate has looked really good so far, giving him a good test. Down to McDuffie, just inside the free throw line, gives it off to Britt, tries to make a pass, and it's turned over.
Yep, if he would have just turned and just a little more solid up high, I think Graham could have caught that and maybe slammed that thing home.
Big opportunity now with the turnover to maybe make something of it.
Goes Mason again.
Oh, it's blocked away. Boy, Graham really got up there and swatted it away.
And that's what Graham could do. That's what I'm saying. You look at that frame. There's no meat on that, right now. And redshirt him, feed him right, lift weights.
Raw potential.
I think it's there.
Three-pointer, Mason, no good. Another offensive rebound. We've seen so many of those from the Redbirds already. Koch steps into a 3, got it to go.
Boy, Cooper's off to a good start. 11 points early in the second quarter.
Is he a D1 player or what, headed to Iowa next season?
And that's what Iowa does. They like those guys around the perimeter that can knock down threes. Your big guys are shooters.
Three-pointer, Thomas can't answer, but an offensive board by Great Collegiate. Britt will take it around that Panther script text on the court.
And that offensive rebound, number 2, Hunter McGraw, that's their freshman that I think is really, really talented. There's some good young players this, look at that Victory Christian with an 8th grader that makes an impact. Here goes Ellis. Good job by Metamora.
And a three-pointer on the way. McDuffie can't get it to go. Now offensive board for Great Collegiate. Both teams trading boards. Off that time, and finally the Redbirds come out with it, and he's fouled. That time Kendrick Schafferin draws the foul, and Metamora gets it back. They trail by 9. Lots of time left to go in this ball game.
Yeah, this is just it. You chip away. You're not going to get 9 points at one possession. You come down, you get a bucket, and everything starts at this end right now, the defensive end. And that's what Metamora's looking to do. Get a good shot. Take your chances with that. Timing was just off a little bit. Maybe could have had him.
Hop for 3, no good. Another board. Really something we'll have to kind of analyze once we get a stoppage in play, Mike. Three-pointer from Mason. Not good that time. Thomas gets it. He'll come the other way quickly. They like to move fast, Mike, which definitely is a different style than what Metamora will see sometimes. Up and in is McDuffie.
Yeah, it's good for Metamora to see this now, because you won't see this style a lot in the middle line. When you get in the postseason, you're going to see it. Some of the teams, you're going to have to get through. Right now, a Rich Woods or a Central or something like that around here. Then when you start playing the schools, where you have your East St. Louis or you got your Simeon, schools that are the teams that are going to push the ball up and down the floor.
Without a doubt, and let's kind of analyze this offensive rebound situation.
Yeah.
Great Collegiate has struggled on the defensive glass. To me, Mike, from my vantage point, it looks like they're just really crashing tight towards the hoop. They're not guys kind of floating around the perimeter enough.
Right. And I think with Great Collegiate, what they're doing is they're basically using their athleticism to go up and get a rebound, as opposed to getting a body on somebody and then going to find the ball. And when you got a team like Metamora who works as hard as they do, they're going to find a way to get to the offensive boards.
Sure, and half the battle is just anticipating where the ball's going to go.
Especially your shooter. The shooter knows where it's going to go. Get a body on him to begin with. And offensive rebounding is hustle. Some guys have a knack for it, but some guys it just happens because they just work so darn hard on that end.
We'll see if they make some changes here at the timeout. Metamora trails by 11. They just called one of those. Cooper Koch gives it off to Greaves. Schafferin back to Mason. Lots of ball movement of emotion.
Yeah, good
offense.
movement. Bodies are moving. Ball's moving.
He'll go down. Looking for somebody to pass it to. Schafferin goes up with it. Gets it
Really
over the
good
long
play.
arms of Thomas.
Schafferin has shown some really good things so far this ball game. He's playing with a little more confidence. I remember him playing earlier, even just this week.
And again, going to be some new faces out here for Metamora, guys that were on the team last year. Just a lot of great other players that were seniors a year ago, didn't get the playing time, and now stepping up. Here comes Thomas again. He's double teamed. 10 on the shot clock.
Metamora sitting in a 2-3 zone, making it a little bit tougher. They realize it's kind of hard to guard these guys man-to-man. They try to go the backdoor lob against that zone.
Zone
Pass
is
is
working.
high.
Yeah, zone's working. Here's Koch, another three. He can't miss either.
He
Cooper
is
Koch
feeling
is
it
on
right now.
fire. Another 2-3 zone look for Metamora. They trail by 6. Here's another three from Thomas. No good. Bounced out. Maddox gets it. Now Britt will try a triple, and he answers.
He's the guy that just kind of that silent, quiet assassin out there that, you get a shot that's missed. It's a long rebound, and he ends up with it and drains it, and you get a little momentum. He takes it away just like that.
Basketball is very much a game of runs. I mean, I think that goes without saying. But I think the thing, Mike, here is we're going to have to hold steady for both teams, but I think the winner will be determined by who makes this last big run in the second half.
Right. And you got to be able to recover. When the other team makes that run, you got to be able to recover from that and not change what you do, because you got to understand, and sometimes with the high school kids, it's hard because you don't play with this shot clock all the time. you understand that you're going to have a lot more possessions because of this clock. So don't panic too much and think that you have to do everything all at once, because you're going to have plenty of time, plenty of possessions to get back into it.
And with the shot clock, we haven't seen too many teams struggle with it, just for the sheer fact of within probably 30 seconds of the 35-second shot clock, they're going to get a good open look at some point.
Yeah, and the 35 seconds, it doesn't seem like a lot, but I'm used to watching the college where it's 30. And if you pressure and you make a team take 8-9 seconds to get the ball up to, across half court, now you're looking at 21 seconds running your offense as opposed to 26, 27 here. So you do have plenty of time. You don't have to panic with that, but you also have to have that in the back of your mind that is there.
Clock management is a big one for sure. Under 3 minutes to go.
Cooper's just got to keep shooting it. He's feeling good.
And he puts it up and in again. He's on fire. 16 points for the Iowa commit Koch. Here come the War Eagles. 7-point ball game as Britt has it. Mike, they do a really good job surveying the floor before they make something happen. He'll shoot this time off, maybe a little rush.
Boy, that's a good rebound. That shot was a little quick, because I think when you're playing against a zone, move the ball from side to side. Make that zone move a couple times before you're so quick to shoot it.
Three-pointer, Koch again, he's on fire!
I was just going to say, when you're having a half like Cooper Koch is having right now, don't hesitate. Fire it up, because he's feeling it right now.
Heat check, and he's scorching. Will the War Eagles respond? Maddox gets it into the middle. Three-pointer, McGraw, no good.
That was the freshman. That was kind of a freshman shot right there.
He'll learn that eventually. Yeah. Great exposure for the freshman.
But here we are now. It's what was a 12-point game or an 11-point game is now a 4-point game with possession.
Koch is the go-to here.
And if you're Gray, that's what Koch will do too. He can pass.
Gets it off the side of the backboard, and it's a blocking foul as McGraw will pick it up. Now, Mike, it looks to me like Gray is also going with a bit of a zone. There's a bit of a different fashion, though.
Yeah, it is in, and I think what. If you're in a zone and you're playing against a guy like Cooper Koch, you got to first of all you got to know where he is. But I look at, if I'm Gray Academy, maybe push things a little bit, make put that pressure man to man, make them uncomfortable. And I think that's what Victory did against Metamora the other day. Everything Metamora did the other night, they had to do it a little bit quicker than what they're used to doing. And but we'll see how this plays out. Metamora is a veteran team. I mean, there are some new pieces here now, but these guys have been in situations. So, like you said earlier, when they were down, they're not going to panic. And it's a game of runs, and right now Metamora's on one of those runs.
Certainly are. 12 points is nothing insurmountable for the Redbirds. But Gray Collegiate can also score in a hurry and extend it back out. We'll see what happens in the last minute and a half. Thomas stumbles in, gets it back.
The zone has made a difference for Metamora as well, because they're not getting beat one-on-one the way it is when you've got some stud athletes.
7 seconds on the shot clock, and he's fouled.
Ooh, that's a biggie. That's two on Koch. Not that it's huge, but you got to start thinking, do I want to keep him in there for the remainder of the half with a chance of getting 3? But he's also the guy that's got 19 of our 28 points.
That's true, and this is a tough call. Mike, being a coach and having that in mind, what do you do in this situation?
I think you trust your player. The coach knows the player better than anybody else. And if you think, okay, he can play that last minute without getting that foul, I have faith that he can do that. I'm going to stick with it. If I'm a little worried about it right now, that's the answer. If I'm a little worried about it and I don't want to take that chance, we cut this thing to, it's a 3-point game now. If they get a bucket or two, we don't score because Cooper's out. We'll live with it. We're going to have him for the whole second half. Every coach has a little different philosophy. Me personally, I take him out.
His legs will be fresher too going into the second half. Probably won't come back in unless it's really late, nearing a minute left to go.
Yeah, if they get the ball and it's under 30 seconds and dead ball, get him in on an offensive possession. Well, that's a smart thing to do. That's a really nice play.
Shaffrin cuts it to 2.
Shaffrin's been really, really good.
He certainly has, and now Metamora's crowd really starting to get into it. 50 seconds to go. Gray Collegiate at one point had a lead as much as 12. Maddox over to McDuffie, drives down the lane. Tough drive from McDuffie.
That was really good play. McDuffie's been good. He's had a good start. That's 9 for him.
He's really showing out so far in this tournament. Really spread out scoring for the War Eagles.
Now, if we were to get a dead ball, something happened here, and Metamora gets the ball back, I could see Cooper coming back in for a last-second shot. Otherwise, no need to.
No, certainly not. There's about a 1 second differential between the shot clock and game clock. So could possibly be the last shot of the half. Mason, three-pointer,
nice.
Got it to go! Redbirds trail by 1. Here comes Gray Collegiate, 2 seconds, now 1, Maddox at the horn, doesn't get it, and we've got a barn burner on our hands.
Beautiful execution by Metamora to finish that possession. Cut that down to 34-33. They're in good shape after being down by quite a few points early in this first half.
Really good looking first half from both teams. Gray Collegiate off to a fast start. Metamora has thus since rallied, and it's a 1-point ball game, spread out scoring affair among a number of different players. Let's start by breaking it down there. Gray Collegiate, they still hold that lead, Mike. They've got a lot of different players getting involved.
Yeah, and they've got to figure out, they scored a bulk of their points, had some real success on offense when Metamora came out in the man-to-man. When Metamora switched to that zone, they've got to figure out a way to attack that zone with a little bit more patience and penetrate, take the ball to the basket, and start seeing the ball go through the hoop a little bit. I also think that there's a good chance that Gray Academy will start to think about, hey, after we score, maybe we want to put some full court pressure. Let's speed this thing up a little bit, see if we can create some turnovers. So, if you remember the game they played Notre Dame, I think Gray Collegiate was 2 up at halftime, and then just kind of started to slowly put the pressure on, and maybe they'll look to do that a little bit as well. But the zone has hurt Gray. Good move by Metamora to go into that zone, and Gray's got to figure out a way that we're going to attack that thing.
Certainly, we've got a great second half coming up, but let's now get a good word for all of our great sponsors of the TOC.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
We're going to send it down to the Upstream Auto Group studios now for Joey Wright and Claire McDougall. Joey and Claire, it's all yours.
And welcome to Uftring Tournament Central. How about that one? A good one inside Torrey Gym. Metamora making a game of that in the second quarter. It'll be a fun second half, but for now, Joey Wright and former Washington standout, current Bradley player Claire McDougall in the studio with you. And Claire, got to ask first, being back at the alma mater, always such a fun event here, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I know you just got to the tournament. Of course, you've been busy with Bradley here this week, so maybe not keeping tabs as close as usual on the events this week, but always a lot of fun to be back, I'm sure.
No, yeah, I mean, it's fun. I've been popping in and out of Washington on my free weekends, but we actually just flew up from Georgia. We had a Thanksgiving tournament this week, but no, I came in. It was a great game to walk into. The Metamora, they definitely are very good, very talented. They have a lot of returning players I see, and they added Cooper, which that is huge for them. So, but yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. It's basketball. Gotta love it.
Obviously in your freshman year at Bradley. We'll get to that in a second. But give our viewers just kind of a little taste of how exciting it is to be a part of the Central Illinois basketball scene. On the boys' side, certainly a lot of great games, but on the girls' side, too, very competitive. There have been a number of great playoff games here in recent years. I've got to imagine as a player, pretty exciting to be a part of and prepares you well for the next stage.
Yeah, it's exciting playing here in Central Illinois. I mean, you have talent all over the board. You got some over at Metamora we can see, here at Washington, over at Peoria Central, Notre Dame. I mean, there's talent all over. So just to be able to compete and be a part of these basketball games, being able to play in high school, it definitely helps prepare you for the next level. It's exciting.
How's the adjustment to the college game been? What should folks know about the Braves this season?
Yeah, the adjustment has been well. I'd say the biggest difference is definitely the pace of game. I mean, obviously, high school, there's no shot clock. There's no high-pressured full-court defense up in your face, up in your grill, but definitely the pace. It's a much faster, much more physical game when you get to the college level.
What's that support been like from the Washington community? Of course, Bradley's probably 20 minutes from Washington, roughly, if that. I know you got a lot of support here from the hometown. What's that been like in your first couple games as a college player to look up in the stands and I'm sure see plenty of faces that you saw when you were playing here in high school at Torrey Gym?
Yeah, it feels like I'm still in high school, almost playing for my town. I mean, I'm playing for the city I grew up in. I'm playing not only for Washington, but for Peoria, for Metamora, for Canton, all these towns who are surrounding me. It's nice to see the fans coming in from the Mid-Illini area, all to support. But, yeah, it's pretty exciting. It still feels like I'm just playing for my town.
We were talking, to shift gears a little bit, we were talking before we came on the air here about Coach Kevin Brown, for whom the Tournament of Champions has been named for the last 4 years. You never really got a chance to interact with him. You were still kind of coming up through the middle school ranks there and never really got a chance to cross paths. But his impact here is evident at Washington Community High School. What's that like to kind of be a part of and see up close? I mean, it seems like so many people we will talk to this week have Coach Brown stories in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I mean, my story with Coach Brown is he was the men's coach in the high school team, and as a grade schooler, I'd always look up to someone like him and someone like Coach Barth. I mean, wow, like I can't wait to get to that level. I mean, that is who he was to me, and I never got to shake his hand or introduce myself to him, but seeing the impact that he had on the people who I know, the older athletes who I watched all through grade school, seeing the impact who he had on the staff, Coach Shimmerhorn, I mean, these are people who I personally know, and so to see the impact that he has on them, it almost brings that impact on me as well. He was a good coach. I watched him, like I said, never knew him, but the way that he could talk to these young men and coach them up, prepare them for a game, it was incredible.
Real quick, we've got to get back to the gym. I don't have the women's schedule in front of me, and this week it's so tough to commit anything to memory, but when can folks come out and support next?
Ooh.
I'm putting you on the spot now.
You put me on the spot. Wow. We have our next game against Butler. It's at Butler. It's not at home. But you guys should definitely go and check out our schedule either online or on the women's Instagram page. So, yeah,
go Braves. Or a little road trip. Historic gym over there at Butler. That'll be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Looking forward to it. Claire McDougall in the studio with us. We'll go back to the gym. Going to be a good second half here. Metamora, we'll see if they can complete the comeback.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside the gym. The always great Mike Plunkett and Gavin Russell here with you in Washington. We've got a really, really good one on our hands. We knew it would be, and it's a one-point ball game. We'll see how this one fares in the second half. Metamora and Gray Collegiate as the War Eagles out of West Columbia, South Carolina, lead by the narrowest of margins, just 1 point. Mike, it was an entertaining first half. Fast start for Gray, but Metamora stormed back unsurprisingly.
Yeah, Cooper Koch is lining it up from outside, and credit to his teammates for getting the ball to him in those positions. And Metamora's doing a good job getting some contributions from some guys off the bench. Tyler Mason kind of got things going with that baseline or that drive and dunk, and kind of lit things up a little bit for him. So, this is a good, solid Metamora team. And, we were talking at halftime. We hadn't really said, much about it, but Matthew Zobrist not being, in the lineup tonight, and you don't want to speculate on anything on why it may be, but I do recall him just looked like he turned an ankle in warm-ups. I think it was Wednesday, played, but maybe they're just precautionary. But again, don't want to speculate, don't want to say anything that we don't know to be fact, but Metamora's pretty good without him.
No doubt about it. He's not even been missed that much. A lot of great players stepping up, but they certainly will want to get Zobrist back sooner than later. They want to hope he's all right, but we got a ball game underway here in the third quarter as Braylon Thomas steps up for Gray. Can't get it to go. It's tipped and it'll be out of bounds as Metamora will get their first crack at it. Only thing of note really other than Koch's amazing 19 points. He does have 2 fouls, so barring him picking up something too quickly, he should be all right, but maybe something to monitor.
Yeah, that's true. And see if there's going to be any kind of difference here is Gray Academy going to come out and try to put a little more pressure on. Right now they create a turnover.
Here's Thomas, and he gets up for two-hand dunk. Legacy Solar slam by Braylon Thomas. What's new?
So, that's one of the things. They're going to try to just kind of push the issue a little bit, see if they can put a little pressure. Again, that happened on Wednesday, when Victory came out. If you remember, Victory came out, I think it was the second quarter, had a 34-point quarter. To give them 54 for the half. 34 and a half is great. 34 and a quarter is unbelievable. But a lot of it was this kind of play right here. So
it always seems like Metamora, though, will start slow and finish at their best. So we'll see.
Adjust.
They certainly do. We'll see what happens in the second half. Just a 3-point game, so very close still. Gray Collegiate off to a good start with the dunk by Thomas. Here's a deep 3 contested by Maddox. It's no good. Mason coming out with it, and they'll move up the floor. Hop has it. And he thought about a 3.
Yeah.
Mason will drive inside, goes up, and he's fouled hard, and he'll go to the line to shoot 2.
Yeah, you can tell. That's a pretty obvious foul. When the hands stay down and the ball flies up in the air, something's keeping those hands down. One thing of note, Metamora's come out and they're straight man-to-man again this half. They had a lot of success going in that zone, and I think he's, Coach Grease knows he has that in his back pocket a little bit when need be. So
nails the first free throw. Tyler Mason is pretty dynamite from the line. Rarely misses. And he makes the second, makes them both. And LJ Britt will bring the ball up the floor for the War Eagles. Britt moves it over to Maddox. They'll work it around the perimeter. Thomas has it now. Thomas, and a foul, offensive foul. It's going to go on Gray. That'll be charged to Ellis Graham. Just a little bit of a movement with the hip, and even if you're not trying to make an illegal screen, sometimes it just happens.
That's right, and sometimes part of an illegal screen is the person you're screening for doesn't do their job either, so now you're overcompensating for that. So it kind of goes a little bit both ways.
2 quick fouls here on Gray, and of note, of course, many of our viewers may be starting to realize this new rule change here in the IHSA, but no longer are there fouls for the entire half for team fouls, and there's no 1-and-1 bonus. Now what it is, it's 5 fouls per quarter, putting a team in the double bonus. So very quickly, Metamora already moves closer to that bonus mark. Mason Dribble drive in, gives it down to Hop, but he's blocked away. A foul is called late. Looked to be a good block, just some contact with the body.
Yeah, that foul was on, I think, number 4, so the block on top was fine. It was somebody underneath that made the contact.
Again, it looked to me like the block came from Ellis Graham, but as you mentioned, probably was L.J. Britt with a little shove at the bottom.
Good play by Mason, creating that opportunity for Hop.
And Hop will make the first one, so they can take the lead with this free throw.
And they have not had a lead yet.
That always feels good when you can get a lead if you're Metamora, and he can't make it, so we remain tied.
Kind of interesting too. You look at Gray's best player is Thomas, and Walker's guarding him, and that just shows you what they think of Walker as a player.
Indeed, L.J. Brew with a tough drive though, and again Walker very much one of those glue guys. I've already made this comparable to a couple other players. Bradley fans, the recent memory, Bradley University will remember Jashawn Henry, very similar player.
Yes. Anything they do on the stat sheet doesn't really jump out at you, but you can't win the game without them.
Certainly not. Maddox on Thomas's recovery as the War Eagles regain their lead. Thomas spinning up and in. That's just an athletic play. Nothing else to say.
Yeah, and those are the kind of plays that will force a coach to go into that zone and make them have to spin, and you're going to spin into traffic.
Hop has it. Thought he found a man Greaves cutting, thinks better. Gets it down, and Walker cannot handle it.
Yeah, the idea is not bad, going that back door. When they overplay, go the back door. But even if he catches that ball, he's running into a lot of traffic in the lane here. So, again, it's a matter of making the defense work a little bit more. I know Coach Locker at Peoria Notre Dame is always saying that, if you're not more athletic than the team you're playing, make the ball more athletic. Get the ball moving. And that's a good philosophy to have here. And when Metamora does that, they're pretty hard to guard.
I don't think there's one coach ever that'll tell you ball movement's not a good thing. Thomas, they wanted the lob, but he can't handle it. It was a little high.
Yeah, pass was high, timing wasn't great.
Mason has it. Moving it back to Hop. Hop down to Koch. Koch, wing jumper.
He continues his hot hand.
This is the Cooper Koch game for Metamora. He just simply cannot miss. What is it, Mike? You just come into the gym sometimes and the shots are falling, you're feeling good, maybe a good breakfast?
Yeah,
Who
you
knows
just feel
what?
good. If you knew exactly what it was, you'd do it every day. So you don't know what it is, but some days you just feel it. And the thing with Cooper Koch is he's a good enough player. He can feel that a lot of days.
Certainly. Maddox has it. He'll try a three. Can't get it to go. Koch with the board. He's very well could be on his way to a double-double. Don't have rebounding stats, Mike, but I'd assume. Thomas pokes it away. He saves it, and a timeout. No, will he be out of bounds?
Out of bounds.
Let's see what they say here. Really no official call on this, Mike.
Did they call? Yeah, they haven't. Oh, they did give him a timeout. They did give them a timeout.
They did, and it looked like he got it just by the narrowest of margins. Danny Greaves is motioning for a travel. What'd you see on that play, Mike?
Yeah. I don't know that I would say a travel on that one, just because you clearly possession. I think once by the time he got the possession, he called the timeout before he really slid anymore. So I think it's a good call by the official. Good hustle play, and reward the hustle on something that is not an obvious travel. So I would agree with the officials on that call.
Certainly, and I talked to Robert Dowling, who's the head of officiating here, and he's done this tournament for its entirety. And I asked Robert, how do you officiate a game this fast when you've got this much going on? He says, stay out of the way.
Yeah.
And I think what you got to do right there is that's just kind of an objective call. Again, I'd agree with you. It looked like the right one, but Gray comes off the timeout, and they lead by 2.
He could be hollering timeout, and then as he's sliding, but that timeout came before he would have done the travel and the human element. Well,
here's a steal by Greaves, and it's stripped away. He'll pick it back, though.
Good play by Greaves.
Over. Here's Mason, wide open. Just can't get it to go, and it hits the shot clock.
Yeah.
It'll be out of bounds.
Yeah, if you're Metamora, you'll take that shot. You trust Mason with the ball, taking that shot. And again, Metamora just can't get over that hump to get that lead.
They're
like
hanging around
the previous game. Thayer they tied it up a few times, just couldn't get the lead. And But Metamora's putting themselves in position to win this ball game. That's all you can do.
Seeing more of this zone from Metamora, the 2-3 that really slowed Gray down in the first half. They're being patient this time. We're nearing 10, now 10 on the shot clock. Gets it up the
you
middle.
want to go to that middle of the zone and then work out.
Three-pointer, got it that time. The patience is a virtue. Jaden Gerald hits the three.
If you could put somebody at the middle who could score and make the zone have to react to that person, now they got two options. One to kick it on the wing, which they just did there, or drop it down baseline to the big guy. So that was good patience on the part of Gray Academy.
And it's going to be a foul on a push. So that may put Metamora into the bonus. No, they'll need one more. We'll see if the scoreboard updates.
Oh, yeah, maybe that will update. It looks like they're lining up, so that must have been number 5.
It will be number 5.
Yeah.
So the remainder of this quarter, not the half, if you're, again, unfamiliar with the rule, there's been some rule changes, the bonus and the fouls for the team, and Mason will get 2 shots as Metamora will get shots remainder of the quarter.
And that's what Metamora, right now, if you get points with the clock not moving and you're chipping away at this thing, you got one of your big guns not playing this game, just keep it close, give yourself a chance to win at the end.
3-point ball game, just one possession, but a lot of time left to go. We've got over 10 minutes left to go in regulation time. Gerald hit the last 3 for Gray.
Now, you look who they put at the free throw line now. Let Walker go and let him operate.
That's what they want to do.
Yeah, that can take you out of his zone if you put somebody in there that can really do some scoring.
And a stoppage here. The referee is going to call.
Is that a warning?
A delay of game warning.
Yeah.
Mike, I don't know about that one, though, because it looked very inadvertent. It wasn't an intentional delay of game whatsoever.
Right. They're just trying to get themselves in position, and the ball's there, and you move the ball.
Sometimes you just got to move it out of your way.
Yeah.
But they'll get the warning, so nothing else comes of it. Just don't do it again is what the official says. Here comes Mason the other way. They've kept Mason in check to a decent amount, but he's still got it his own.
And they've done a better job with Koch this quarter. He had 19 at the half. He scored, 1 bucket so far. He's going to shoot free throws here, though.
And Koch can really do it all. I think that's the definition of a modern player that plays Cooper Koch's style. Just that stretch 4, stretch 5 big man.
Yeah, people, the post-up big man is not really too existent anymore. You don't see very many of them. You get a guy like Kofi Coburn at U of I who, is in contention for player of the year, yet he's a guy that will never play in the NBA because that position no longer exists. So if you're going to be, that 6'8", 6'9", 6'10 guy, you got to be able to stretch and shoot the ball.
Threes are the name of the game nowadays, and Koch hits 2 from the charity stripe this time. As LJ Britt will bring it up. Britt will move it around the perimeter, back to Gerald. They want Thomas in the middle. Gerald shoots a 3, no good. As Shaffron comes down with the board, a chance for Metamora to tie if they hit a 3 or come within 1.
Yeah, and Metamora again just chipping away. Not in a big hurry, not panicking, just giving themselves a chance.
And out of bounds as Cooper Koch couldn't.
Yeah, a little miscommunication there. I think Mason thought he was cutting back door. Cooper just didn't read it or didn't feel that was the right read.
He'll get that from time to time, but the War Eagles with a chance to capitalize on the turnover. They like to get a little more breathing room before the end of the third frame. Thomas gives out a screen to Britt. Back to McGraw, the freshman.
Give it to Walker at the free throw line and let him operate.
McGraw, 3-pointer off the mark. Not a bad looking shot, just off to the right, and a foul as Shaffron now will go to the line to shoot 2.
I don't think Coach Bethea agrees with that call, but when you double team the ball, 90 feet away from the basket, and that's not a foul you want to get, particularly when they're in the bonus, right? Or shooting 2 shots, not really the play you want. So I would be a little more upset with my players than maybe I would be the officials.
First free throw is good.
Yeah, this is going to be I believe, 6 free throws in a row made by Metamora to get this thing, within striking distance again. They're going to get the ball. They're going to get another possession. Could go into the fourth quarter with the lead.
We're Clutch Sports Media, so those were some clutch free throws from the Redbirds. Up and fouled as Thomas will go the other way. He'll shoot a pair.
First foul on Metamora for the quarter.
That's some really disciplined basketball, which I think speaks volumes again to that zone. That you're not playing too hard. There's just always somebody in the area.
Right, and you're long enough, you're big enough, you can disrupt things. And for a while, a good part of it, other than some easy buckets they got, Gray wasn't really looking to take the ball to the basket a lot. They'd penetrate and kick it out. Well, you're not going to get fouled when you're shooting primarily threes.
Thomas makes the first of 2. He'll try again. And that time was off, so 2-point ball game. Metamora can Thayer take the lead. Not on the last shot, though, as there's still a bit of a differential on the shot clock, about 8 seconds. Mason goes around, secures the bobble, and Hop is just murdered down low there.
That is a foul. And that is, if that's on, no, that was, I thought it might be on, well, it was on Graham, so I think that's what, is that his third? Yeah. And, that's a factor. You need him in the game in the fourth quarter.
Certainly do, and you'd like to just even have that depth. As Metamora has become a little bit of a taller team this season. They had good height last year, don't get me wrong, but then you throw out there Hop, Koch, Shafrin, they got guys that can stack up against these, taller opponents.
Right, and you put Zobris in that mix, with his size, so you've got good size in.
First free throw is off by Hop.
And Metamora does such a good job of running their offense and looking to screen off the high post and run that little, that old UCLA offense, cutting off. If you don't have that 6'10" shot blocker in there, it makes it a little harder to defend that. So
certainly is. 1-point ball game. What do you do here, Mike? Do you just try to take the good shot, or do you hold it down for the last shot?
I think they're going to go for the last shot.
Probably the smart call.
And I believe, it's Metamora's ball. They look to me like they're going to go for the last shot.
And Danny Greaves seems to be telling him to just kind of back off and let that happen.
Let that happen.
And we're going to near 10 seconds. We'll get something moving here quickly. McGraw thought about the 3. Into Thomas. Low block, and he's fouled.
See, I think that's what Metamora's talking to. We have 3 fouls to give, so why, if we have nobody that's in foul trouble here and they get the ball in the scoring position, let's foul them before the shot goes up. Now they got to take it out and start over again.
As long as Koch isn't one fouling, really, honestly, it doesn't hurt you at this point.
Yeah, I think that was Greaves, and, he's not in any foul trouble.
Certainly not. 5.7. Watch maybe a lob here to Thomas. He'll go out for a 3. Shoots a deep one. Got it from the corner. Braylon Thomas, the triple, and that's where we'll leave the third quarter.
Boy, and Shafron was right there. You couldn't have done anything else defensively other than what Shafron did. That's just a big-time player making a big-time play.
Indeed, Mike. We've got a 4th and final frame that's going to be surely exciting. But for now, let's get a quick word for all of our great sponsors here at the KBM TOC, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all your insurance needs, give Jake a call at the number on your screen or JakeWestonInsurance.com. Also by Legacy Solar. If you're interested in learning more about Legacy Solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com. Our silver sponsors here at the TOC include CEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. We're shout out to you at Kep's if you're out there eating right now. Hopefully we'll see you over here soon at the TOC. Make sure to head over there before or after any TOC game, the official hangout spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also by PJ Hare and the City of East Peoria. All great sponsors here at the TOC. One final regulation frame to go. Will we have overtime? Will we get a decider? Stay tuned to find out. Mike Plunkett, Gavin Russell. Mike, what are you looking for in the 4th?
Just, you know what, it's a battle of right now. We've had some runs, and that was just I think if Metamora can get a lead and get this crowd excited and get them into some things, they may get a little run going here. But Gray just seems to be able to answer anytime Metamora makes any kind of noise and gets that thing within a point. So I always look at, let's see how these first 3 or 4 minutes play out here. If we're still looking at a tight game like this, it's just going to be a matter of somebody making a big play, and that's a start right there for Metamora. Just
Koch almost with the 3. Oh, it goes off his leg. Oh, it's going to go back to Gray.
Oh.
Crowd cannot believe it. That's a tough call for the official to make. A lot going on in one sequence.
And he's selling it. I mean, it wasn't like he asked for help. He was selling that call. So, and I didn't see a lot of complaining from Hop. So maybe, maybe it really was. It just didn't look right.
Fans certainly didn't like it, but the refs in the stands don't really count. Here's McDuffie, drops
That's
it
a
down.
great
Nice pass inside and finished off by Darius Carr.
Yeah, that's really, really a nice play. And that's how you attack a zone. You go in the middle, you look down underneath it a lot of times, kick that ball down below the zone and see what happens.
Hop can't get it. Mason with the offensive board. It's a 6-point ball game. Redbirds looking for a response. Hop drives in, and he is going to be, let's see what the call is. It's going to be a foul on Carr.
Yeah,
so before the charge, a little contact.
Yep, I thought that maybe that charge was going to be there because he had sat there, but that foul came beforehand.
So Hop will shoot 2. He's been pretty good to the line, just missed once or twice today. Metamora's gotten to the line a pretty good amount of times. These are where the foul shots really start to count. They're always good to make, but they really count more now, and he misses the first.
And as your legs are a little bit more tired, you've played a lot of games. You this week, and you played good competition, so it's a little harder to shoot this time of the game.
Off both times, and this time it's going to stay with Metamora as a man goes down for Gray. That's Braylon Thomas.
Yeah, they don't want him down.
Got hit a little inadvertently by Koch. Looks like he was just going to save the ball.
That ball was, the free throw was missed in a weird way. You don't normally see a free throw missed wide one side or the other like that. That's a hard rebound to secure.
Certainly. Koch did a nice job to try and corral it, as ultimately they'll get another effort at it with 7 minutes exactly on the clock.
Yeah, we played a minute here, and there's been one bucket made by Gray, and what Metamora's got to do is just, take care of the basketball, get good shots every time down, and make the effort on the defensive end.
The number Metamora really is going to care about come the end of the game is 1. Here comes Koch. Saves it, though.
That play was there, just the timing was off a little bit.
Hop shoots a 3! Top of the key!
Missed
Bang.
2 free throws and comes back and knocks down a 3.
Big time 3 from Luke Hop, so he can't make the free throws, but ends up getting 3 out.
Yeah, he said, I had a plan. I knew what was going on.
Totally intentional, right, Mike?
That's what I would say. Now they're going to look to go a little. Oh.
Offensive foul going on Gray. Is that going to be on Carr? Yes, it is on Carr. He's starting to get into some serious foul trouble. It's his 3rd. So
that zone just
made.
really has slowed them down. They're if they get the ball in the middle, he turns and he's got a Hop staring at him. And so they're trying to go inside out with it, but they're just kind of, their ball movement's up in real crisp against his zone. They're not making the zone work hard enough.
Certainly. Koch moves it around, 1 possession game. Into Schafferin, goes low, the pass, Hop can't corral it. That was a wide receiver catch if he would have made it.
And you know what, right idea, but you're looking at, you got you got Maddox defensively who just recovered so well and created that interference in there. So hard to make those plays that you normally can make. It's hard to make it against a team that's so athletic the way this team is. Once again, this zone, they got to continue to move the ball a little sharper.
They want Thomas in the middle.
That's a really good pass right there. That gives you a good shot.
McDuffie, will he come out with it? It's on the floor, and it's going to be a jump ball. It'll go back to Gray, so ultimately a good thing on the active hands.
Yeah, really, really good hustle on the part of Schafferin, who again has just done a number of really good things for this Metamora team today.
Stepping up in a big way again. If you may be wondering if, where's Matthew Zobrist at? Well, seems to be out with just a bit of an injury, nothing overly serious, but maybe precautionary, keeping him out of today's game. So Chaffrin and others have stepped up in a big way. Here comes McDuffie on the inbound over to Thomas. He'll move it to Britt, as Gray will set up their offense with a fresh shot clock. Not in a hurry, trying to wear a little time down as they hold the lead.
Yeah, just some patience, get to zone, move the ball a little quicker, make that zone hop a little bit. That last time they went down low and kicked it out to the top of the key, that's a good shot against the zone. That's a good pass right there.
McDuffie goes on his own, and he's fouled just off the back iron, nearly an and one opportunity.
Just by that ball reversal, you get that seam in the zone, you're able to attack it, and McDuffie did that very, very well.
They move at the speed of light, so they can take any hole very quickly, as McDuffie will shoot two. McDuffie's had a nice day, 9 points, but hasn't scored at all in this second half. First foul shot is no good. Rim's unfriendly.
Scored.
Somebody tightened him up before the game, apparently. He'll try to drop in the second of two to make it a two-possession game.
And from a defensive standpoint, you like to, if you're going to miss one, you want it to be the first and make that second one so you can set up whatever you want to set up on defense. Not sure what they're going to look to do here. Yeah, a little full court. A lot of times after a free throw, you're gonna look to change some things a little bit, but they really have just stayed with a straight man-to-man. Haven't done much trapping or anything.
Certainly, and got to make them uncomfortable from time to time. That's a team that makes adjustments. Koch, a deep three off the mark. Another offensive board by Metamora.
Well, that ball didn't hit the rim, so the shot clock, still plenty of time left on it.
Mason looks to make a move.
That's
Convincing
a real good
move. Teardrop, no good. Second effort, third effort. Greaves finally gets it.
Good
Metamora.
tap out. I'm not sure who tapped that ball out.
Looked to be like Chaffrin.
It probably was. He's made every other really smart play today, so really good play.
Mason, three-pointer, no good. Gray finally gets the board, as Maddox has it now. Here comes Britt, and he's gonna take his time, nearing the halfway point in the final frame. Packed house here at Torrey. Britt moves it into Thomas. This is what they're looking for. Thomas spin move up and in. What a sweet looking play.
That's where you want the ball to go. You get that scorer in that middle against his zone, and it's really hard to defend that. Because he's got the ability to make a shot, but also make moves like that. Good move by Koch.
Koch racing
Great
him.
block.
It's a block. Chaffrin gets the board. Hop, corner three, off the mark. Koch gets the board, and he is fouled.
You know, that's what we were talking about earlier when Graham was racking up some fouls, getting to 3 fouls. So if Graham's not in the game, that's a layup by Koch right there. So you need Graham in the game for Gray Academy and making that block. So now, you know, so you had 4 fouls? Yeah, so, you know, when him out of the game, that's a layup.
Koch, an easy looking free throw line jumper. That's a layup for most people.
Yeah.
And now it brings it down to 4. Koch starting to feel it. He claps his hands a little bit.
Yeah, up to 25. He's had 6 this half, but one of the reasons is they've done a little bit better job with him. There's been a fewer possessions, and he hasn't forced anything. That's a foul.
And Graham is fouled.
Probably not a bad foul. I'm not sure how he is from the free throw line.
Well, we got to test him out and see what he's made of, see if he's got the ice in his veins. When you need him in there, he's got 4 fouls, and without him, you wouldn't have had that play right there.
Yeah, you got to have him in if you're Gray Academy, because he's kind of your eraser on the defensive end.
Takes a little extra time. Looks in. Nothing but twine.
Looked pretty good shooting that one.
He's been practicing those, evidently.
Again, I look at him as a project. Somebody pick that up and see what you can go. I don't know any background on him or anything, but 6'10", can move pretty well.
And a lot of these guys, with a lot of potential that just needs a little development.
That's right.
Will end up in JUCO. So again, not sure what his future will hold, but he has a bright one for sure. Here comes Hop, out to Koch.
Really good closeout
steps in,
by Thomas.
Greaves, three-pointer is short. Thomas with the board, numbers for Gray. He'll go up, makes a move up and in. Nice move there
Thomas,
from Gray.
just that closeout on Koch to make him put the ball down and kick was huge. those don't go in the stat book, or people don't look at those things. But if he lets Cooper just square it and knock that shot down, he's probably going to make that shot.
Here comes Mason. He's guarded closely. Moves it over. Hop and held.
Yeah, that's 2 free throws.
Now really important. Not quite. One more to go before the bonus.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I'm still living in the third period, so. And I haven't even been here all day like you have, so I have no excuse.
Hey, it's a little warm up here, Here's Hop. Up and in!
That's
and
tough
one! Just
Tough
threw
move.
it up and in. A little bit of a hook on the foul, and a chance at one more.
Boy, they needed that.
Certainly did. As Hop will try and complete the three-point play. And a stoppage in play. Not sure what the call is going to be on.
What did they call that foul? There's a 5th foul on. Did they call that on Graham?
Looks like they did.
And that's a big play.
So Graham is fouled out. They'll bring in Carr. I think the coaching staff for Great Collegiate was just trying to bargain. Was it really on him? Yeah, pretty much was. Unfortunately for him, he had a very hard-fought day, and Graham has nothing to hang his hat on.
Yeah, that's a big play. That changed a little bit what Metamora can do offensively.
Graham had a nice day, was able to play well defensively, a little bummed out on the bench, but he'll root his teammates on still. Free throws off as Thomas gets it.
Hops missed 3 free throws, but not buried that 3-pointer, so we know he can shoot the ball. Nobody goes to the line trying to miss a free throw, though. It happens.
Sometimes just the shooting form for a 3 and a free throw just a little different. Thomas gets it in. Carr, he can't hit anything, and out of bounds.
He knew he was out and trying to fool the officials.
That's a heads-up play. You got to play with a little IQ.
Yeah. Yeah, they put Carr at the free throw line. I don't know if that's what they're going to do against his zone, but they've been pretty effective with Thomas inside.
Looked to just be like an open shot.
I think that's all it was.
Not going to pass up an open shot, Mike, but maybe not exactly what they're looking for.
Especially when you just came in the game.
Certainly. Here's Koch, goes up,
That's
and
a
a blocking foul and one. Cooper Koch. He's up to 27. He can make it 28 with a free throw.
Yeah, he has really played well offensively, and he has not forced a thing this second half. And yet he's still looking at, pushing that 30-point mark.
And Koch will try to complete the old-fashioned 3, and he does. We've got a ball game, 2-point game with 2 minutes to go. Fasten those
Anything can happen right now.
This is crunch time. Crowd's starting to feel it.
And this is where it's decided at the defensive end, and Metamora's going to do it. Get a stop, and that stop includes getting that defensive rebound if you get a miss.
Britt with an odd-looking shot. Koch gets the board.
That was the miss. Now, on not really probably an ill-advised shot.
Little rushed.
Quick. Yeah.
Here's Mason. Trying to really make the crowd explode. Koch up and no good. Hop with the second effort, and he's fouled.
Is that going to count? They caught it on the floor, so he's going to get 2 shots.
2 free throws, a chance at some redemption.
But not an and one.
But
if you're Gray Academy, you got to make sure Thomas touches the ball every time down the floor. Metamora's got to make sure Koch touches the ball. I mean, it's that simple because and they have a guy, when you have somebody like Tyler Mason, he's going to make sure that ball gets to the right people. And Cooper got the ball, made a good play, and now we end up with 2 free throws here.
As much as we talk about how complete both these teams are, sometimes you just need to let your best players do their job.
That's exactly right.
First free throw in from Hop.
Attaboy.
He gets the touch right there. Little confidence back for him. And one more would tie the ball game, and this place would probably go nuts.
Yeah. Then, maybe the Metamora crowd gets on their feet, encourages that defense a little bit, getting the heads of these guys a little bit.
Can't get the second. Just a 1-point game, though. Minute and a half. Obviously, Gray can't just wind down the clock. There is the shot clock to contend with.
And Metamora again has fouls to give. Not that you want to do it, we can give them a fresh shot clock, but if some situations warrant that as the game progresses. That's where you want to go with the ball. You got to make sure he's got the ball in his hands.
And he lost it. Braylon Thomas had it slip out of his hands, and 1:02 on the clock, and Metamora can take the lead with a bucket. The referee will wipe the ball off a little bit. Some perspiration.
Yeah, they got the ball where they wanted to go. Thomas just, couldn't control the basketball, but that's part of the game. Now let's see if Metamora can get a lead here.
Here comes Mason. Off the Koch, back to Greaves. Under a minute to go. Shaffron, Mason. Moving it around the perimeter. Still 15 on the shot clock.
Yeah, no need to rush it.
Koch, and it's going to be a timeout by Metamora.
That bailed him out, because that could have been a charge.
I think it would have been.
Yeah, I think so.
As the official on the far side was looking to go ahead and call it, the referee on the near side decided to call the timeout first. Now, you're Danny Greaves in the huddle, Mike. There's a lot you could be saying, but what do you draw?
Well, I'm sure right now he's got to play just for this situation. They've got something that, the ball's going to be, I believe it's going to be on the sideline. Sideline out of bounds. They have a play specifically for this. I'm sure they do, and he's going to draw one of those up. They did that earlier in the game where they ran, the one where Mason was isolated and got the dunk. They had one where somebody cutting off the high post. So I'm sure he's got something right here that they use for this. And I can see the offensive guru on this team, Justin Dame, is the one talking to him right now. So I'm sure that's what he's got. This is the play that we run, and this is the play that we're going to do right now. So good time to try it. You don't have everything in now. It's November. You don't have everything in.
Yeah.
But what we have right now, here's what we're going to run.
You're going to go with what you're comfortable with, and trust your guys, trust your five. No Matthew Zobrist, but a pretty good five for the Redbirds otherwise. Gray will send out, of course, their best group as we'll have Maddox, Brits, and company out there.
And the way Koch has been shooting the ball, you feel pretty good about, let's get the ball in his hands, at least get him a look. If you're Gray Academy, you're saying we can't let 30 touch the ball. Now let's see what they have designed here.
Mason gets it in. He's going to drive down the lane. Greaves thought about a three. Back to Mason. Down the lane, down to Hop. Spins, up and in! Redbirds, first lead of the day!
Now here we are, no shot clock.
This could be the game.
Yeah, they got to be thinking about, there's a good shot for him.
Down, it's blocked! Koch has it. They're thinking about fouling, they do.
What a block.
What a sequence from the Redbirds, and the crowd gets to its feet.
Now you got a little life in this gym. Now it's still, even with two made free throws, is not over. Then Metamora is going to start doing what I do anyway is I foul. 2 dribbles, foul. Couple dribbles. You got 2 fouls to give. Knock that, that game clock down.
Koch is first. Nothing but net.
Now he's shooting for 30.
For 30 points and a 3-point lead. The crowd will almost collectively hold its breath. Can't make the second, and fouled right away, so a take foul right there. And they have a couple left to give, so 12.3. Great Collegiate has 3 timeouts. Do you think they take one?
You know what? I think now Greaves is calling a timeout. He's probably going to tell him, let's make him get the ball in front. Take 4 or 5 dribbles, if they're not into a shot. You can foul them again. Get that time down to 7 seconds, let's say. Now Gray's going to call their timeout and see what they can run, with that time left. But I think it wouldn't surprise me if Metamora doesn't come out and foul them.
Without a doubt.
But make him get the ball in front of you. Don't let him throw it over the top. Don't let him get it with a lot of momentum coming down the floor. Make them take 4 or 5 seconds to get the ball across. Then maybe make that foul.
But you also have to make sure this foul doesn't come while they're driving towards the hoop and trying to throw up the shooting motion or something like that. Because
I've seen that happen before.
It's a 2-point game, Mike, so anything is possible. We'll see what happens. high stress in the building right now
Yeah.
if you're a Metamora fan, and similarly with Great Collegiate, but this is high energy basketball.
Yeah. The only problem with if you give a foul, everybody's got different philosophies, but if you give a foul, then if you happen to give another one that you don't intend to, now they're shooting 2 shots because that'd be the 5th foul. So you got to, but you got to, coaches practice these things. You got to teach your team how to foul when you're behind and even when you're ahead. You got to teach them how to do that, what the situations are.
We call that the details of the game.
Yeah. Kids are saying we're ahead. Why do we foul? Well, there's reasons sometimes you do that. Let's see how they play it out.
Same group on the floor. Maddox to inbound. They have it with 10 seconds. We'll see if they do the foul.
Now you got it. Now you can do it.
6 seconds. Now 5 and they foul with 5 seconds exactly.
Yeah, to me, that's smart. That's how I would play it. If they throw in a shot here, they throw in a shot.
5 seconds to go. Now any foul will be free throws. They get it in. Here's Britt. 3 seconds. Now 2. He'll step up and it's blocked. Metamora escapes with the victory.
Boy, that's the only lead they had this game was right at the end here, right?
This is.
Yeah, that's it.
The only lead of the game for the Redbirds, and it's a 2-point victory for Metamora.
Yeah, that's a tremendous finish by Metamora. I think they missed a few free throws, but they made some shots when they needed to. But one of the big things that they were able to do here was their strategy paid off, and they created a desperation shot rather than letting them get a shot and run into something.
Certainly. Here in just a moment, our own Teddy Ball is going to be interviewing with the man himself, Cooper Koch. We'll see when we're ready. All right, we're going to send it down to the sideline. Teddy and Cooper, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm Teddy Ball down here with Cooper Koch. Cooper, electric game all throughout. You made plays on both ends of the floor. What are your emotions right now?
Yeah, I'm just happy we got that win. We got to come back tomorrow, bring the same intensity, and do it again.
Absolutely. And what does a win like this mean for the rest of your season?
It means great. Coming off a loss without one of our top 3 scorers and Matthew, it really brings energy to the season.
Absolutely. Great job. Good game. Good luck for the rest of the season. Thank you, guys. Send it back to you.
Thank you, Teddy. That was a great interview there with Cooper Koch, the standout who had 29 points.
29.
Rather just fell short of that 30 mark, but I think he'll take the win.
Yeah, and I'd say, in quotes, he only had 10 in the second half. But he forces nothing. Metamora just chipped away. They've been in situations. They knew how to finish this thing. And they got to feel good because they came off of a loss, just like what Cooper said. Now they want to come back, bring that energy tomorrow, and see if they can finish on a good note with this tournament.
Certainly, and if you're a Great Collegiate, Mike, that's kind of a demoralizing win.
Right.
You go into the locker room, you're not feeling good about that one, but how do you learn from it?
Well, and that's just it. You think about these into-the-game situations, what you need to do differently, some things you need to work on. When you're looking in the month of November, it's not that big of a deal to lose a game in November, but boy, the lesson you get out of this is how do we finish the game? We had the lead, how do we finish it? One thing they did too much of early in the fourth quarter, or really in the third quarter, they fouled when they didn't really need to foul. You let Metamora get back into it at the free throw line, and then you just didn't execute on your end. But these are all takeaways. You look at film, what can we do different, and let's take it from here.
Well, if you enjoyed watching these teams as much as me and Mike did, you'll get to see them one more time tomorrow in a to-be-determined matchup. Again, they're part of the Washington Invitational.
Right.
So on the original program, they don't have those listed quite yet, but we got a couple good ones left to go today. We've got Maumelle out of Arkansas, as they'll be taking on Heritage Christian. And then I think the marquee matchup everybody's been waiting for, Hoover, the Buccaneers, taking on the host Washington Panthers at 8:15. So stick around. We'll have great ones. Mike, it's been a pleasure joining you.
It's been great. I've enjoyed it. This has been a great tournament. You guys do a great job. And good luck the rest of the night. I'm done for the day, but I'll be back in the morning, hopefully. And I appreciate everything you guys do.
We'll see you tomorrow, Mike. Hopefully you can tune in from home tonight while you're eating your leftovers.
I'll be doing that.
And certainly, we're going to leave it here for a few minutes. We'll be back shortly here at ClutchSportsOwl.com. Maumelle and Heritage Christian. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. The Tournament of Champions making its way through day 4. Well past the halfway point now. 2 more games to go tonight, both of them good ones, and we'll have them for you here on ClutchSportsIL.com. I'm Joey Wright. We're going to keep it right here inside the gym as we get ready to go down to the court for a check presentation. All proceeds at the tournament going toward the KB Strong Foundation. They've raised a lot of money so far as the KB Strong Foundation raises money and awareness in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Kevin Brown, for whom this tournament is named, and what the KB Strong Foundation is all about, go to kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. We're getting ready to go down to the court in a check presentation. Glad you're with us here in the booth. It's going to be 2 good ones here to round out the evening in Washington. Maumelle and Heritage Christian coming up next, followed by Hoover and Washington. The host Panthers rounding this one out at 8:15 after Maumelle and Heritage Christian go at it on the hardwood in moments. And I'll have the call of that game with Jeff Little. Gavin Russell in on the call with us as well. Going to be a lot of fun. Teddy Ball will be on the sidelines. Charlie Schermerhorn right back up here in the directorial seat for the next game as he runs down to get a bottle of water or some such. To recap the action today, a lot of great games, great Collegiate and Metamora. How about the defending Class 3A champions? Didn't look very good for the Redbirds in the first quarter. They storm back, that's why you play all 4 of them, and get a big win against Gray Collegiate. Thayer and Morton played a good game. St. Louis Vashon and Alexander were in action earlier. Peoria, Notre Dame, and Victory Christian going at it as well. St. Lawrence and Dale and Hayworth and North Tampa Christian playing today as well. As we wait for our check presentation down at midcourt, what do you say we sneak in a quick break? How about we tell you about Clutch Sports Media Overtime, a venture that Clutch Sports Media launched a few months ago. Available at cost, plenty of coverage on the written side of things from all around Central Illinois. Let's take a look at what Clutch Sports Media Overtime is all about.
From Morton to Peoria and everywhere in between, the Black Friday deals are back and bigger than ever at Uftring and Pekin with 69,000
Central Illinois, we're going to overtime. After 4 years of preps coverage in Central Illinois, Clutch Sports Media is ready for a new era. CSM Overtime.
What is CSM Overtime? we're going beyond the broadcast to give you in-depth coverage of your teams,
Your stories, your stats and standings.
your highlights and action shots.
With your subscription, you'll get to see news and feature stories from all sports, up-to-date stats from around the area, and thoughtful analysis from our team of experts. As for our broadcast and social media coverage, it's only getting better.
With your support of Clutch Sports Media Overtime, we'll continue to grow our free broadcast coverage with more sports, more games, and more innovation.
And thanks to our partnership with Too Efficient Media, your social media feeds will be filled with Central Illinois' best sights and sounds. CSM Overtime will also give you access to full galleries from some of the most talented photographers and videographers in our region.
As the new season approaches, it's time for more.
More action, more stories,
More coverage of all Central Illinois sports. It's Clutch Sports Media Overtime.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside the Raymond D'Artori Gymnasium here at Washington Community High School. Joey Wright in with you, getting ready for the 7th of 8 games today. It'll be Maumelle and Heritage Christian coming up shortly. We'll bring in our guest analysts, our color analysts, I should say, Jeff Little and Gavin Russell here shortly. Two really good ones here to close things out, Maumelle and Heritage Christian. When you look at these two teams, they were in action both yesterday. Maumelle against St. Louis Vashon and Heritage Christian against Alexander. They're eager and ready to return to the floor. Going to be a good-looking uniform matchup, too. Color on color, gold versus black. I don't think we've seen this yet in the Tournament of Champions, so that will be exciting. So many players on the floor tonight to keep an eye on. And as we look up and down this roster, Jacob Lanier is going to catch our eye for Maumelle. Jacob's only a sophomore, stands at 6'6", a top 30 player in the class of 2026. He'll be a name you hear on Power 5 broadcasts in short order. Programs looking at him include Arkansas, North Carolina, Duke, LSU, Florida State, Texas A&M, and Ole Miss. That's just as per the program. Certainly more interest Lanier has attracted from around the country. And he can step outside and shoot it. Lanier, we'll watch him make plays along the perimeter. We'll also see him break out and get down low. Looked good in the couple of games we've seen him so far this week. And looking at Heritage Christian, a number of standouts. Dylan Shaw leading the pack, a 6'7" junior. Dylan Shaw, a year ago, wasn't really on many radars, but he's come around and put together a great sophomore campaign. Now a junior out at Heritage Christian School in California, Sacramento area. Has got looks from UCLA, USC, California, Arizona State, among others. Dylan Shaw, you look at his game, a top 100 recruit in his class, can also shoot. We'll talk about that with Jeff Little and Gavin Russell in just a little bit. Not many players can't shoot in today's game, but he's got a great vertical, unselfish game, great distributor. And you need to distribute on these rosters. That also includes such standouts as Markelon Rochelle and Tay Simmons. Simmons had a terrific game last night against Vashon, unless we forget Jordan Harris as well. We'll sneak in a quick break and come back for all the action. Maumelle and Heritage Christian are ready to go inside Raymond R. Torrey Gym. We're ready to join them soon when we come back on ClutchSportsIL.com. Stick around.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
From Raymond R. Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School, the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We are headed toward the finish line of Day 4. 2 games left, 2 good ones for you. It'll be Heritage Christian and Maumelle up next, and then host Washington and Hoover to close things out. 2 really good ball games here the day after Thanksgiving. Hope you're having a great Black Friday as we welcome you into our broadcast booth. I'm Joey Wright alongside Jeff Little and Gavin Russell. Jeff, we've seen plenty of basketball so far this week. 2 really good ones that might stand out among the pack here as we wind down Day 4.
Absolutely. Yesterday, Maumelle had a great game. We saw a nice game from Lanier. A lot of his points came at the free throw line, but he is a talented sophomore. It'll be nice to see in this game. And Heritage Christian played the late game. I saw about the first half of that, and they were right in that game. And got a couple really talented players out there for them as well. So,
yeah, there's certainly fast-moving teams out here. I got to call a game for Maumelle yesterday, and ultimately falling short in that one to Alexander. But Michaela and Rochelle looked really good in that one. And I think the thing that stands out to me from both teams is there's just a lot of different players that will touch the ball that can contribute.
Jeff, someone that really caught my eye for Heritage Christian last night, the game I called with Jim Lynch, was Tay Simmons. He was up and down the floor, so tough to guard in that one against Maumelle. What was, or against Alexander?
He actually, in the first half, he matched the Brendan Liu kind of basket for basket, dunk for dunk. It was quite a show watching the 2 of them kind of smile at each other and go, okay, watch this.
Absolutely. And Gavin, how do you defend a player like Tay Simmons? That's probably the matchup to watch, right? Tay Simmons and Jacob Lanier.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on both of those players to, be able to make those moves, to be able to stop one another. And I think that whichever one is able to handle the adversity more, whatever the coaches can help draw up to make those adjustments. Those in-game adjustments are so key. We'll see what both players can do throughout this ball game. It'll be, maybe a difference between the first quarter and the fourth quarter is what we'll see.
I would think you'd see Heritage Christian run a lot of different guys at Jacob Lanier too. I don't know that it's mainly going to be Simmons trying to stop him one-on-one, but it could be a matchup we see on a few possessions for sure. But that's going to be a key. Heritage Christian's really got a bunch of good athletes that they can run at Lanier here.
For Heritage Christian, Simmons last night, a terrific game. as my monitor fails me, but he was in double digits last night easily, and we'll get those numbers for you here. There we go. Simmons last night in that game. 12 of 20 from the field. He was so tough to stop. 30 points. One of a few players in this tournament so far to reach that 30-point mark. But guys, you don't get here just because you've got two really good players, one apiece for each team in Lanier and Simmons. You go up and down the list. It is, you mentioned Markelon Rochelle for Maumelle earlier, Gavin. They've also got Jordan Harris. Simmons, of course, for Heritage Christian, but they've got a deep lineup as well with a lot of guys that can step up. You look at what they did yesterday, 10 points from Dylan Shaw, who is a dandy dozen player, as Tay Simmons kind of stole some headlines from him.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, there were kids coming off the bench that contributed on both teams and in both games.
Certainly, and you mentioned that dandy dozen. I talked to Sean Powell about, and it's a pretty prestigious list if you make that dandy dozen, because there's a lot more than good players out here that are more than a dozen. So certainly, definitely a big honor to be on that list, and he's just got a lot of versatility. I think that's the big difference maker. He's ranked pretty high for his class in 25, and he's got the likenesses of UCLA, USC, California, Arizona State, UNLV, and others looking at him. So could stay home and play in California for college ball if he so chooses.
The dandy dozen, a list you want to be on, but maybe the list you really want to be on even more so is the post-tournament team, the all-tournament team that indicates how you fared against some of the best in the country. We're just about ready to go in Washington. Glad you're with us. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and Gavin Russell closing the door, starting to close the door on day 4 here with the penultimate game. The Heritage Christian Warriors and the Maumelle squad that's traveled all the way up here from Arkansas. Maumelle, the Hornets from Maumelle, Arkansas, Heritage Christian in Northridge, California. And these teams coached by Michael Shook for Maumelle and Paul Tate for Heritage Christian. Maumelle, where Darren McFadden called home for 4 years. Enrollment of just under 1,000, 3 students shy of the 1,000 mark. 388 students at Heritage Christian, 12 shy of the 400 mark. But Jeff, we've seen time in and time out this week. Enrollment size doesn't really make a difference. These teams come to play. Just look at Dale, for example.
Absolutely. I mean, that Dale squad yesterday was very, very impressive and didn't back down at all from a 2,700 student Hoover team. So, the size of school doesn't matter when you've got players by any means. So,
it's not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's about the size of the fight in the dog. And these dogs out here are ready to scratch and claw against one another. It's going to be a really good one from both Heritage Christian and Maumelle. I think they're both looking for a big victory in front of a pretty packed house here at Torrey.
We're excited to see how it plays out. Lineups being introduced. Let's meet first the Maumelle Hornets, coached by Michael Shook from Maumelle, Arkansas. Both these teams, by the way, in their first Tournament of Champions appearances. Darren Fleming will wear number 3. He's a senior for Maumelle. He'll be joined in the starting lineup by Jacob Lanier, a sophomore who will wear number 13 tonight and throughout the season. Bubba Johnson is a sophomore wearing number 21. Malik McGuire, a junior wearing number 22. Markelon Rochelle, a junior wearing number 24. Athletic Director Kirk Horton at Maumelle. Principal Jason Young. As we move over to Heritage Christian, they will line up like this. Wearing number 1 for the Warriors, it's the big man in the middle, a junior Dylan Shaw. We'll call his name a lot tonight. He'll be joined by teammate Jordan Hall, a freshman wearing number 3. Number 5 is Roman Fisher. He's a junior. Number 11 is Henry O'Connor. He's a junior as well, and the Warriors lineup is rounded out by Tay Simmons, a junior wearing number 15. Paul Tate, the coach. Mike Johnson, the athletic director. The head of the school, Jeremy Hoff, at Heritage Christian. We're almost ready to go. Guys, it should be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to a good one.
It'll be a really fun one indeed. I hope you haven't turned your computers, your TVs off yet, because we've got 2 really entertaining matchups coming up, and you're going to see some really special players hit the court. Get the ball boys hit the court there to deliver the game ball.
A quartet of them out there. Look at that. Daps for the officials. We're ready to go. Look at that. They scatter as they make their way back to the sideline. Ready to go. Good matchup in the middle. It's Tay Simmons for Heritage Christian, and for Maumelle, winning the tip-off. Malik McGuire, we're underway in Washington. By the way, Jacob Lanier, the leading scorer against Vashon yesterday for Maumelle, had 17 in that 66-51 loss to the Wolverines. It's closer than the score indicated. Maumelle looking. McGuire tries to haul it in. Pass out, now a pass in. Heritage Christian defensively has worked the shot clock down to 10. No good, and the rebound brought in by Simmons.
Simmons is so strong in there, gets a little contact on the rebound, still able to pull it down.
Looks like the shot clock didn't reset quite away, so they'll get a couple extra seconds to dribble around with it.
Just wondering what that horn was. Simmons won't need those extra seconds as he's rebuffed down low. It's kicked out and bobbling the shot, unable to make anything happen there, was Roman Fisher. And they go down low to Simmons and he knocks it down. Shaw, pardon me, 2 points.
Nice floater down the lane, kind of picked up the loose ball and well under control.
So here's Maumelle now, possession number 2. Just north of a minute gone by here in the contest, and an errant pass, unable to catch up with that Lanier, out of bounds. And they weren't quite ready. Kind of an odd start to this one, guys.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think that both teams are just looking to get going so fast that sometimes you lose sight of, hey, we just got to take care of the basketball and got to properly inbound the ball too.
Yeah, an official does still have to hand it to you. I mean, even with the shot clock.
Both these teams have played this week in their third games now. As that's thrown away. Second game, I believe, for Heritage Christian. Third for Maumelle. And you can tell they're playing with a little more ease. Off the mark there. That's off the back iron. And rebounded by Maumelle. An offensive rebound and a whistle. That's the first foul of the contest.
Heritage Christian coming out in the strong man-to-man defense. We saw that last night. They switched defenses a little bit too. I think we're trying to find ways to slow Lou down inside.
That's hard to do though, Jeff. I mean, that's no easy task.
Well, and he's not just an inside player. He made a couple threes, and he's a nice player for whoever ends up with his name on the dotted line.
Kick out to Darren Fleming. How about a call for Fleming? He's short on a 3. Went down with the hard fall last night in the Hornets contest. Appeared pretty shaken up. Got back in the game, hit a couple of big shots. And he's back on the floor and starting tonight for the second consecutive game. Glad Fleming's okay and playing well here. Here's Rochelle at the free throw line. A couple steps in, no. And coming in is Shaw. Using his wingspan to force it loose. Shaw, nice pass without a look. And an unfortunate travel there as Roman Fisher tried to set his dribble and move too fast.
Yeah, that's just a product of, coming down and just looking ahead of the play before you actually do the action. You got to be able to put the ball on the floor.
Well, it's one of those two where he was probably in range when he caught it, and probably maybe should have just caught it and shot it instead of trying to put it on the floor. He wasn't really going to gain much distance by putting it on the floor. He wasn't getting to the rim, so.
Here's Lanier for Alexander. Kick out 3 on the way off the mark from Fleming. Couldn't connect. Graceful rebound there from Jordan Harris, or not Harris, pardon me, from Henry O'Connor. And now they give to Fisher. Fisher back to O'Connor. O'Connor going to drive. O'Connor free throw, falls. O'Connor doing it all. The rebound and the score.
Nice strong move, dribble hard to the right elbow and pulls up.
So Maumelle now play and catch. And a drive. Lanier adjusting, can't finish, gets his own rebound, and a foul.
I noticed with Lanier, in the first couple of games, he was a little more shy to take the ball to the rack. Now as he gets comfortable, as a young player, he's going to settle in as time goes along and as he adjusts to play here in Illinois against a variety of different styles. You can see that aggressiveness ramp up as he takes it in to earn some free throws.
Well, and he is a good shooter, and I'm sure all the scattering reports are trying to tell kids, hey, run him off the line, make him put it on the floor. But he's very, very under control as he takes it to the basket. He doesn't shoot off balance, doesn't take it too far.
Got the second free throw, 1 of 2 at the line there. And Maumelle on the board looking like a baseball score now, 4-1 here in the early stages. Probably won't end that way.
Something's wrong if it ends that way.
a defensive struggle.
With the shot clock, yeah.
Jeff, we talk a lot about the shot clock. I think it was a bigger storyline last year because it was new. Teams are kind of used to it now because it's available here in so many tournaments in Illinois. Of course, these are two teams from around the country. Not quite sure what the rules look like over there, but playing with the shot clock, you talk to coaches, it doesn't really affect most teams offensively. More a defensive adjustment to make because if you can guard for 20, 25 seconds, you can put an offense in a bad spot.
Well, we even talked last night about, if you can put any kind of pressure in the backcourt to maybe force 6 or 8 seconds to get the ball up into the scoring zone, that's 6 or 8 seconds you don't have the ball down here. So, now all of a sudden that 35-second clock's closer to 27 seconds, and so it makes a difference. But, I think I've seen in the games I've worked, I think I've seen 2 shot clock violations. And strangely enough, one of them was against a zone defense when it was a switch of defenses, and the team came out and was like, what are they doing? I think they had a man-to-man set called, and it was, by the time they got into their zone offense, it was probably down to 7 or 8. So, it has not been a factor at all.
Last year, I spent the first 3 days of the tournament here in Washington, then went back to Champaign for all 8 IHSA football state title games. I think I saw more play clock violations than shot clock violations in that span. There's a 3 on the way. That is short. Rebound brought in, Turning around in trouble, McGuire. McGuire gives to Lanier for 3. No good. And McGuire goes up and doesn't draw contact, but drops it in.
That's the definition of never quitting on the play right there, and that's what it takes to be a champion. You got to be able to just never quit. It's the details.
Well, so much of offensive rebounding is effort. He's in there, he misses a shot, but he stays with it and gets it in.
Shot clock will reset there as it's out of bounds. Heritage Christian, by the way, brought it up the timeline there in 2 seconds.
And it was a nice feed on the other end. Got the offensive board, kicked it out to Lanier, as it looks like we'll go the other direction. But Lanier was wide open, so good vision as well.
Got an offensive foul there on Simmons on the out-of-bounds play for an illegal screen. Hard. Sometimes kids will get there and try to run through the screen, and they got caught there.
Offensive foul. We'll give a call to Jody Brown, sponsoring the charges at this year's tournament. Here's Shaw. Shaw pulls up at the free throw line. Can't sink it. And Simmons fighting for the rebound against Lanier. And a foul called there. Shaw a little too physical, or Simmons, pardon, a little too physical.
That'll be his second in the last 2 trips down the floor. I'm sure Coach can't be happy about that. He's going to come out here, avoid getting that 3rd one. There's still 2 minutes to go here in the first period. 2+ minutes to go in the first period.
If you're new to high school basketball in Illinois this year, a rule change in effect, seeing it for the first time here in the first week of the season. 5 fouls per quarter now puts a team in the double bonus, and they reset after each quarter. No more 1-and-1 bonus. You get 5 fouls in a quarter, you go to the free throw line. Pretty simple to understand. Personally, I will miss the 1-and-1 bonus. Big 1-and-1 fan. I know some won't be sad at all to see it go.
Some of them might be the players, because I know we used to count those as, if you missed the first, that counted as 2 misses, and that usually cost you some type of sprints on Monday when you got back into practice.
I'm a little indifferent to it, Joey. Kind of have to feel it out as we go throughout this season.
It is clean. I like that you don't have to, you don't really have to keep track of it anymore. 5 or more, you go to the line, easy to follow. 1 more puts Maumelle at the line. Shaw can't catch up with that, and he's out of bounds.
Heritage Christian's been in a 1-3-1 half-court trap the last about 3 or 4 possessions, and has given Maumelle some issues with some turnovers. They've got a 10-second violation the last trip up, and then this one they try to dribble through the double team, and the ball gets tipped away. So they'll need to find some answers here. We've got a low-scoring battle at 4-3.
Go ahead, Gavin.
It's a tough zone to break, but it really requires just good vision, good ball movement. Just got to be very careful. Got to be very deliberate when you make those passes.
Well, when you've got Dylan Shaw on the top of that thing with his wingspan, that's going to make every pass across the top very, very difficult.
Foul there against the Warriors. That is going to be the first foul of the contest against Deacon Perry. And to the free throw line goes Terrence Bowen. First time we've called his name tonight, a junior in the ball game. And he got it. Talked about IHSA football earlier. Want to give a quick update. St. Lawrence, the only team in this year's Tournament of Champions field, playing for a state title this week here in Illinois. Rochester ahead of St. Lawrence 7-0, 9:43 left in the first quarter. That game just started, Class 4A final. And a 2 on the wing won't go. Maumelle Maumelle the other way. And a deep 3 there, pulling up, unable to knock that down. Darren Fleming. Still loose, and Heritage Christian's going to run with it. Heritage Christian out in transition. Shaw, and a foul.
Good strong move, taking that to the basket, draws the blocking foul on Fleming.
I think he might have just been falling backwards a little too early there. You know, sometimes it takes a good acting job to sell the foul, but right there he just was caught falling a little too early.
Well, Shaw looked like he was coming hard, and I think he had set himself, and I think Shaw was going to miss him, and it's kind of like, I got to lean a little and start falling to see if I can get a call here.
Shaw off on the first. Free throws will add up. A couple of substitutions in for Heritage Christian to Jordan Hall. And also the first time we've called Max Hackney's name. First time we've seen him here, I believe, in the tournament. Don't think he played last night. Jeff Wood, it be to Maumelle's advantage to go 2 for 1. They go in, and looks like that was the intention there.
I think so. You know, it's been a low-scoring affair. I mean, you can get as many possessions as you can. That obviously be to your advantage, but by the same token, I'm not in favor of rushing and taking a bad shot. That was a good shot, good dribble penetration. It just didn't fall.
A little too early to be conservative, you know, in this game. You got to be able to still put the ball on the floor and try to make a shot.
Shot clock and game clock almost identical, separated by maybe a few tenths of a second. So Heritage Christian could have the last shot if they want it. It's turned over, thrown out of bounds, and Maumelle will get an opportunity here with 4.5 seconds left. Let's see.
Maumelle kind of doing a little bit of a run and jump where they were doubling the ball, trying to get it out of Shaw's hands especially. Here comes Lanier quickly.
2, 1, bad pass, turning around and unable to bail it out. Joseph Mason can't finish at the buzzer, and we have what's got to be the lowest scoring quarter of the tournament so far. 5 up after 8.
Yeah, I think, to say it was a defensive struggle, there were some turnovers, there were some good plays on defense, but I think both offenses will probably start to pick themselves up here a little bit here in this quarter. You kind of felt out where the good shots are going to come from, and I think you'll start to see some more fall here in this quarter.
Let's take a moment first to thank our sponsors before we get to the second quarter. Jake West and State Farm, if I could talk. Among them, 309-444-4441 or JakeWestonInsurance.com. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com. We'd like to thank Sefq, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBMTOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game spot of the Tournament of Champions. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Caps, great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria as well. PJ Hare, proud to support everyone here at the tournament. East Peoria, plenty of options as you drop in for this week's festivities, now in day 4 of 5. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, Gavin Russell. Jeff, your thoughts here as we enter a low-scoring second quarter?
Yeah, like I said, I would expect both offenses to kind of, now that they've seen what's going on defensively, and there were some good looks that just didn't go in, and, I think both offenses will get going here a little bit in this quarter.
Off the mark, unable to connect. Nothing there for Heritage Christian. Up the other way goes Maumelle.
Look for both teams to just try to find a rhythm. It seemed there wasn't much flow there in that first quarter by either side, so whichever team can find it first might be the difference.
Heritage Christian did a great job of played about 3 different defenses there in that quarter, and your thought of flow to the game, it's hard to get into a flow offensively when you're running different offenses all the time.
Maumelle takes a slim lead. See what the Warriors do to respond. Kick out and a drive and a tough shot, a free throw that wouldn't go for Fisher.
Still not bad shots there from Heritage Christian, just kind of off the wing jumpers, not bad looks, just they're not going in.
Maumelle with a 3 could double up Heritage Christian. Still early in this one, plenty of offense left to be played. Here's Fox McCabe, pardon me, wrong side there. That was Rochelle as the Hornets kick it around, and they
Jonathan
get it to
Frost with a nice pull-up.
And a whistle and a foul there. First foul we've seen this quarter.
See Simmons back in the game here for Heritage Christian. I'm sure that probably had something to do with their offense maybe not clicking on all cylinders, him not being in there being such a big part of their offense.
Now they've got Shaw and Simmons back on the floor. Shaw taking a little bit off there, in trouble, and can't finish. The rebound brought in by McGuire.
Better defense there by Rochelle, just stayed straight up, took his spot, and I was going to lose it on the other end, but nice defense.
Here are the Hornets, Jonathan Frost. Frost the corner, 3 on the way, won't go. McGuire an offensive rebound, right place, right time. McGuire flings it out, 3 on the way, short, and finally a rebound for Roman Fisher. And the Warriors clear it. The Warriors now out top, Shaw for 3, in and out. Lid still on the bucket for both these teams. Shaw wanted it, passes it up. Fisher will put it on the floor. And now down to Simmons, who turns around and ties it up.
Even that one didn't want to go in, it rolled all around. That was a good sequence there. They got a good mismatch inside.
Easy to find Simmons and Shaw. Shaw does such a good job of running this offense, especially for his size. Pass to the corner, almost bobbled, brought in. And how about that, a block, it was bobbled around, and Maumelle is able to finish at the bucket.
Well, I think you saw Simmons there not want to pick up his 3rd foul.
Down low, here's Simmons, lost it. Shaw's in the right place at the right time. Shaw, a step inside the free throw line, and he got it.
Really good awareness on that play from Shaw. He's already taken a couple of those shots around the free throw line, and they're eventually going to start falling for both these teams. I'd expect to see more of these shots go in as the game goes along, but nice play from Shaw.
Maumelle, they get it out to Mason. Mason finding Rochelle, and he sends it out top to Elijah Newell, who didn't start yesterday, but played big minutes off the bench, doing the same tonight. Here's Frost. Has woken up offensively lately, driving Rochelle. Another free throw, won't fall, and the rebound brought in by Simmons.
Again, good defense by Heritage Christian. Kind of forces a tough off-balance shot. Good move by Simmons, strong to the basket.
And he draws contact and will go to the line.
A really convincing pump fake right there. I sure thought he was going to shoot it too, so he faked me out all the way up there, and I'm sitting down.
Well, and he's made some shots from there last night, so I mean, it's not like he can't shoot that shot. You got to respect it, close out on the shooter, but boy, he just went right by.
Simmons at the line. Simmons in this one, having a nice contest so far, has just 2 points, but he's been in on a lot of plays and make that 3 and a 1-point game.
Well, and the foul trouble definitely limited his offense there, but I think you'll see him start to heat up. I guess the real question is, when and at what time, will Coach Johnson say, Coach Taft say, hey, let's get him out before he gets his 3rd. That's always a tough call, especially when a kid finally gets going offensively. You hate to take him out.
2 easy makes there for Simmons, and it's tied. And Jeff, I think if you get to 3 before halftime, that's probably all. You gotta rest until you get to the bench, until you get to the break.
Well, getting that 3rd one in the first half is bad, because then the 4th one really limits him for maybe all of the 3rd and part of the 4th.
Now, how about McGuire? Malik McGuire, the junior, going to work. They changed what the bonus looks like, but one thing's the same. 5 fouls, you're out.
Certainly, I think that's something that again, bigger guys are going to struggle with down low.
3 on the way from Simmons, and Simmons, good frame, struggles outside there. Neither side shooting particularly well. There's a 3 out top on the way. Rochelle knocks it in, and how about that? I guess Rochelle heard me out there. He knocks in the 3. Five-point lead, just like that for the Hornets. Warriors looking for some space offensively. Now it's Josiah Nance. Nance over to Roman Fisher. Fisher a drive, a lot of contact, and a block after the pass.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I mean, he looked like he was there, and you got Fisher a little bit out of control. The ball got knocked out of his hands, and I don't know.
Fisher almost looked like he kind of jumped at him a little bit.
Fisher heads back to the bench. Shaw back in for Heritage Christian here. 3 minutes to play.
How about the freshman out there for Heritage Christian? Jordan Hall getting some big minutes here in his opening campaign.
And turning around, Simmons, a nice move, 3-point game. Welcome to the varsity level. How'd you like to play your first games here at the TOC?
Yeah, against this level of competition.
Down low, McGuire. Flip out to the corner. 3 falls. And Maumelle heating up now.
Once that first one goes, it kind of makes those next ones a little bit easier.
Maumelle, a nice shot from Newell out there in the corner. Simmons can't convert down low. And Maumelle looking to speed things up here. Drive and a flip, and unable to convert. It's loose. Ball on the floor, up, and a foul. On the way up for Malik McGuire.
All that with 4 tan jerseys surrounding him. He's a one-man show down there and still able to come down with it. But, kind of mentioned the shots start falling. The defense is also starting to tire out a little bit. It's a long tournament, a long 3 or 4 days, depending on how many they're going to play. And, opening the season with a tournament like this really sees what your body is made of. So, going to get a little tired a little bit quicker there as our scoreboard is gone.
And it's back.
It's gone. 1 in.
And it's back.
You got to wiggle those wires. That's how that works.
Hit it on the top a couple times,
I tell you guys, they continue to cut out here. They're coming in and out on both sides of the gym. The shot clocks as well. Hopefully we've got that fixed. Looks like we're good to go.
Good thing you're a licensed electrician, Joey.
Electricians make pretty good money. I might have to try my hand down there. We'll see. Give me a call up here. Here's a
holiday pay.
That's right, on Black Friday. 3 on the way. How about that? It pays off for Heritage Christian, and Jordan Hall knocks it down.
No fear from the freshman. I mean, stepping up there, contested in the corner. I mean, there's a lot of confidence to have him out there, and he's showing why.
Well, and he's been matched up on Lanier a little bit in the man-to-man. He's a nice player. Playing with confidence and doesn't look out of place at all.
It's got to help now. These teams have been in Washington for a couple of days. 3 on the way, won't go there. Networking with each other and making some connections. And Shaw can't lay it in off the window. Second chance won't go, and a foul down low for Simmons. These teams have been in Washington, a few days, talking with each other, I'm sure, at the hotel pool and things of that like. And I mean, you look at some of these teams in the National Classic. Look at Maumelle, who Alexander, or I should say, look at Maumelle and Alexander and Vashon and Heritage Christian. Maumelle only 2 seniors, a number of sophomores, no freshmen, but they've got 8 sophomores and 6 juniors. A lot of these teams are really young, and that's got to help some of these freshmen and sophomores, seeing so many other young players. I mean, heck, look at Jacob Lanier, a sophomore in his own right.
Yeah, and we talk about him like he's a seasoned veteran compared to somebody. So
certainly, and I think that, later in their career, they're going to reap the benefits of being able to, be in these situations as the first free throw's off. But, I was, again, talking to Sean Powell about this, and, this is an opportunity. We may see some of these teams back next season. This may not be their one and only stop to the TOC if that can be arranged, because they're so young and they're only going to get better from what they are right now.
Free throw falls. No, you're absolutely right, Gavin. A lot of these teams are poised for sustained success. And even if they aren't back in the TOC next year, we'll see how that field shakes out. So many teams here at the Tournament of Champions come from great backgrounds in their own states and continue after they come to Washington to do great things in seasons to come.
We've had some great teams from California in the past couple of years. I remember St. John Bosco came back in 2021, and they had a great team. I believe they may have won the Washington Invitational that year, if I'm not mistaken. Not 100% sure, but they were a great team nonetheless. And, yeah, we love being able to see from all corners of the nation.
Brings up an intriguing debate. Maybe we'll file it away to finish later, but what state does have the best high school basketball? I'm partial to Illinois. Of course, that would be a little biased there, but, I'm sure folks out in California, out in Florida would make a case.
I'm sure all those Hoosiers would argue with you as well.
Indiana, yeah, lest we forget. And we'll have a number of teams from Indiana and Wisconsin here tomorrow. That's off the mark. See how this first quarter ends up. 50 seconds left. 3 on the way. Falls. How about that? A 3 on the way. Now the offense is starting to heat up. That's Derek Lewis for Maumelle.
Confident looking shot out there. And again, we've had a lot more scoring in the second quarter than we saw in the first.
Shaw in trouble. Little contact. No whistle. We play on. Shot clock is off. Hornets can hold. Jeff Little, will they hold?
I would believe so. You saw Coach Shook kind of get his hands up there as they started to push the ball up the court, and he was like, no. So they want to try to hold this one for the last one, but at the same time, you don't want to pass up a good one.
And they get one there, just a little bit too strong, and now it flips. Now it's the Warriors that can hold, and they will. Shaw slows it down. Shaw was very active defensively on that last series. We'll see if he can make it happen on the offensive end. 3, 2, Shaw at the free throw line at the buzzer. No, and that's the first half. A 5-point lead for the Hornets over the Warriors.
Yeah, I think that like we said, Gavin said, the offense has kind of got going a little bit. You're still seeing some shots that are short, but, you're talking about young people that have played 2 games, this is your second game, third game. Your legs are kind of not there. Teams will go in here at halftime, get rested up, and who comes out here at the beginning of the third quarter could easily, dictate the tempo of the game and the pace of the game for the rest of the way.
Certainly, and we talk about, the state with the best basketball. Maybe we'll have to debate on which region, Midwest, South, West. But I think both these teams, even though they come from very different places in the country, they have a very similar style. Neither team is incredibly big, but they're versatile. They're able to make shots from outside, and they play really good defense is what I've noticed from both teams for sure.
We'll go down to the sideline. Our own Teddy Ball is with Maumelle coach Michael Shook. Down to Teddy.
Thank you, guys. I'm Teddy Ball down here with Maumelle head coach Michael Shook. Coach, you guys got a slight lead heading into the half. What do you do to keep your team in with good demeanor?
Remind them that the first game we had a 12-point lead and we gave it away and ended up losing. So we've got to stay locked in. Got to play 4 quarters.
Anything that sticks out to you as a few keys for the second half?
We've got to make shots. I've been pleased with our defense. We're getting after it. I've given up a few offensive rebounds to them, so we've got to do a better job blocking out. And we've gotten good shots. We just got to get them to fall.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Appreciate you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Teddy. Thank you, Michael. Good job, guys. There was a merciless floor sweeper down there that kind of broke them up there seconds before they came on the air. And how about Michael Shook wearing a KB Strong shirt? You love to see that. But we'll break down what Coach Shook had to say and the second half. When we come back, we'll take a moment to thank our sponsors and then go down to Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Hit thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpteringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And we'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Charlie Schermerhorn is with Shelly Dankoff of OSF Healthcare. Guys, take it away.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schermerhorn, joined alongside Shelly Dankoff. Shelly, it's good to be here.
Charlie, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Certainly, and a TOC funded for glioblastoma and KB Strong, leading sponsorship with OSF. Shelly, I believe you're a part of the OSF, is that correct?
Yes, I am. I am Media Relations and Multimedia Services Manager for OSF Healthcare. So I get to work with the marketing team that's been involved with this, and it's been a real pleasure. We're actively involved preparing for all the opening events for the Cancer Institute coming up in February, and I will encourage people right off the bat, if you get a chance, there will be public open houses to come through and take a look, because it is going to be a premier center in downstate Illinois. Obviously, the proton beam being a big part of that center, and what that will mean for any patient going through a cancer journey will absolutely be huge. But there's a multitude of cancer services that will be in the building. It's a multidisciplinary approach, so no matter what cancer anyone is dealing with, whether it be glioblastoma like Coach Brown went through, or any other multitude, we have a multidisciplinary team there to help. Research will be involved, lots of components involved in the Cancer Institute.
For sure. You mentioned that the new OSF Cancer Center will have proton beam therapy. In which ways will that therapy be different than, say, maybe chemotherapy or immunotherapy?
Well, first of all, it's very targeted towards specific cancers. It's not for every cancer, but it's much more targeted. It can give a lower dose, a more targeted dose, protects the other skin around and other organs, so that is very vital when it comes to a person's longevity and future. It can take care in a targeted manner, very specific, and in many ways treats it in fewer doses and gets it taken care of. So it's just amazing what it can do. And when you hear from people who've been able to benefit from proton therapy versus your more traditional therapies that you think of, it's amazing what it can do for their life.
Certainly sounds like a much more effective and safer alternative to maybe those other options. And I'm just wondering personally, who came up with this, or what sort of doctors or scientists or researchers, what had to be going through their minds when they were creating this?
Well, it was some people who are a lot smarter than me, and it's been around for years, and they fine-tuned it. And so you're right, there's some very brilliant people out there that figure out how to make the science work, and that's what we need. And that's where money raised through Tournament of Champions and through the KB Strong Foundation, it goes to the research, because research is so important and it is ongoing. And you think about the strides and the steps that are made in all types of cancer treatment, not just glioblastoma, but all other types of cancer. Some that had a real high mortality rate that now have a much more survivability because of the research that takes place. And that's another component that is going to be in the Cancer Institute. Or we have a breakthrough treatment center with novel treatment therapies for things that you haven't even thought of yet. So it'll be really very fascinating. And to put it here in Central Illinois will be amazing and have a great impact on the communities around here.
Certainly, what great scientists, researchers, and doctors we have. And just remember that this is all backed by your partnership, so to speak, with KB Strong, just coming out and supporting the TOC, watching some great basketball, and paying that ticket to get in is all going to a fantastic, very well-structured organization called KB Strong that donates to scientists and researchers to help fund these sorts of new programs. With all that being said, if there's one thing that you want to tell viewers out here that are maybe watching or maybe wondering, why should I come to the TOC? What would you say to them?
Well, first of all, it'll make you feel good. It'll make everybody feel good. And it is a wonderful foundation, as you said, Charlie. The money is going to a good cause. Everybody at some point will be touched by cancer of some sort. And you are helping in the research and hopefully finding a cure someday for whatever cancer.
Definitely. Thank you for your time. It's definitely been a pleasure. We got to learn more about the OSF New Cancer Institute, proton beam therapy, and I'm sure viewers did too. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and send it back up to the booth. Enjoy the rest of the games.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Raymond R. Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School. Low-scoring affair, but we expect it to pick up in the second half. Maumelle leading Heritage Christian 22-17. Joey Wright alongside Jeff Little and Gavin Russell. First a call to Charlie Schermerhorn, Gavin Russell, and Shelly Dankoff, who just joined us in the studio. We apologize for an error yesterday. Gavin, you, by all accounts, a terrific interview with Shelly Dankoff, and a technical glitch. I call it a technical glitch, a Joey Wright directorial error. There was no sound during that interview. No one heard what Shelly Dankoff had to say. Charlie Schermerhorn getting her back in the studio there. Appreciate her time for a second time. OSF Healthcare, presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. They've got a lot of cool things in the hopper in the fight against cancer and glioblastoma, so we appreciate Shelly's time and Charlie's time sitting down for a great chat there. Gavin, as we move back into the gym here, second half just underway, what are you looking for here in half number 2?
Again, I think it's one of those things we heard at the halftime interview with Maumelle's coach is they just want to start making those shots. They're getting those looks, but getting more comfortable out here, and I think the defenses will start to slow down. We'll see a higher scoring second half.
Yeah, I certainly hope so, and I think you're going to see maybe Simmons not, making it through the first half with just the 2 fouls. You may see him be a little more aggressive on the offensive end as well. But Maumelle's got to be pretty pleased with a 5-point lead and Jacob Lanier having 1 point.
Yeah, Lanier had a free throw early, and that's been all. Here's Simmons down low. Simmons reverse and knocks it down. It's a 3-point game.
Really like that move in there from him. Again, as you mentioned, getting more aggressive. You can afford to do stuff like that. The fouls kind of exit your mind now, and you just play more freely.
Good patience in the lane. He makes a good move, and the defender's there, and he just takes it out the backside, and nice reverse layup.
Here's Maumelle, 0 for 1 here in the second half, trying to turn the tide here. Lanier steps through, kicks it out, 3 on the way from Rochelle, short, and the rebound brought in by Roman Fisher. Fisher clears it. Fisher down to Shaw, 3 for the tie, and it's tied at 22.
Nice looking shot right there, and both these teams are going to keep shooting the basketball. They're not going to lack that confidence, and now they're starting to hit. It could be dangerous. We could see a shootout down the lane.
Lanier nearly lost it. No on the first one, got the second one, and it's a 2-point game again.
Good effort there. Stayed with it and got the basket in there by Lanier.
Here's Shaw over to Fisher. Fisher looking. Fisher a drive, kicks, Shaw spinning. Shaw, and one with contact. He got it to go.
Didn't even have to jump right there. He just stayed on his feet and just threw it up in the basket.
I think he tried. And when you got somebody hanging on you, it's hard to get up off the floor, but he still got the ball up off the glass and in.
Shaw now with 10 points. First on the Warriors to double digits, and this free throw could give the Warriors their first lead in some time. He doesn't get it.
Good sequence by Heritage there to get Shaw on the block, a little bit of a mismatch. And he may not be a post player, but when you got a mismatch, being able to score from down there, key.
There's a drive from Lanier and a foul. Lanier to the line.
And we saw that early on in the first half from Jacob Lanier, that he was able to be a little more aggressive. He got to the line, within those first few possessions of the first half, and he kind of went away from it. I don't know if that's just a good defensive adjustment on the other side, but either way, I'd like to see Lanier just continue with that aggressiveness, not kind of go away after just one time.
25-24. Maumelle by a point over Heritage Christian. And the second one falls for Lanier. Lanier starting to wake up, now has 5. Quick 4 points here in the second half. Here's Simmons turning around. Simmons with a hook. No. It's loose. Simmons gets it, puts it on the floor to Shaw, and Shaw can't finish. And it's loose, and it'll stay home with Heritage Christian.
I think when Simmons got the ball inside, sometimes when you catch that ball in the post and there's no defender around, it surprises you that you're that open. And I think when he turned to face, it was like he wasn't sure what he should do.
Here's Shaw on the inbound. Simmons gets it now. He's gonna drive, gonna spin, gonna score, and the foul.
A lot of patience there from him, and a little hesitation move, but sometimes that's all it takes to get yourself the open shot. Drawing fouls once again, and they'll start to add up.
Get that defender to kind of get up in the air, and once you see him coming down, go up into him, get at least a foul opportunity. You get the ball in, get a 3-point play opportunity.
As soon as that defender leaves its feet, that's when you got him dead in the rights. And again, great patience right there. Knew exactly when he needed to go for that shot and get stand one.
Simmons now double digits, matches Shaw with 10, and takes the lead among all scorers for the Warriors with now 12 points.
Again, you see that defensive switch here by Heritage from man-to-man. Now they're going to kind of a 1-2-2, a flat 1-2-2, a 3-2 zone. Ball deflected. You were talking about Lanier maybe, disappearing, getting out. I think it was the defensive changes that just sort of, it kind of kept him from getting into a flow. The teams didn't get into a flow, and a good player like him didn't get into a flow either.
And once in a while, again, he's going to find it himself. But overall, as you mentioned, those defense adjustments kind of kept them at bay.
Kick out 3. Nowhere to land there for Darren Fleming. It's no good. To Jordan Hall up the other way for Heritage, and Shaw making it look so easy on its way to the basket, and a 3-point lead thanks to Shaw. Now has 12 to lead all scorers among Heritage Christian. 11 for Simmons.
But his size with that kind of athletic ability, smooth with the basketball, kind of spin move, long arms, it's hard to defend.
There's a 3 on the way that counts and ties this game up.
Rochelle's a really underrated player for Maumelle.
And now it's raining threes. These offenses waking up, knocking that one in from the top of the arc. Josiah Nance. See what Rochelle does. He steps through traffic. Off the glass, no, and he touched it last. He didn't touch it last, but rather his teammate did. And it's out of bounds, last touched by Joseph Mason. Here's a drive. Now Simmons down low. Simmons! We'll give him credit for a legacy solar slam, even though I don't think he touched the rim there. And a 34-29 lead. Timeout on the floor at Jake Weston State Farm timeout.
Really good dribble penetration and seeing the floor. dropped that pass off to Simmons, and like you said, was trying to throw it down, and it got a little contact from behind. But you know what? Sometimes kids in that situation still try to finish the dunk. He was smart enough and strong enough to take the contact and just sort of still get the shot up over the rim and in.
Tay Simmons is really starting to figure it out, and we've started to see more offense. We saw 5 or so points from each team in the first quarter. Things have really picked up since then, but Simmons getting his way down that lane. It's not a painted area here on this Torrey gym floor, but in the paint. He's able to do a lot of damage down there, and I think something that Maumelle is going to need to address is he's just able to have his way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those situations where, he's effective from about, he made some threes last night, but I mean, he's effective around the basket, and I don't know that Maumelle has an individual player. It'd have to be a team effort to kind of keep him from scoring down in low.
Quick timeout. I see a number of towels down on the Maumelle bench. Perhaps a dropped water cup, but we're back underway. Pass nearly tipped and tipped out of bounds.
I don't know about that. If I was Lanier, I saw that trap coming at me with Simmons and Shaw. Those are some long arms to deflect some things.
Truly a great duo that's going to cause a lot of problems over in California. Here's Shaw, slams it down. Dylan Shaw gets the crowd into it, a Legacy Solar slam.
Yeah, nice steal right there, and I appreciate the patience from Lanier, but sometimes you just got to get it across the timeline and get set up as turnovers starting to become an issue for Maumelle.
Another deflected pass there by Fisher down in the corner. This 1-2-2 kind of three-quarter court, half-court traps really got them spread out.
Heritage Christian real active in the passing lanes, making it tough on the Maumelle Hornets. 3:46, Lanier ready to inbound. Lanier sends it in. Back underway. Maumelle looking. Here's Lanier. Lanier in trouble. Give out top. Rochelle for 3, and he got it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gavin. Rochelle has done some really nice things in this tournament, and Lanier's a nice player too, but that gives them a 1-2 punch that will make them difficult. Here's their 1-3-1 half-court trap.
And a 3 on the way to beat it won't. Shaw the rebound. Shaw out to the corner. 3 on the way, off the mark. And a Maumelle rebound. Rochelle, by the way, up to 12 points to lead all scorers for the Hornets. 3rd overall in the game, and he's got a chance to tie the lead. Kicks it out to Lanier for 3. Too strong.
I like the look, though. Rochelle with good vision. Finds his man, Lanier. Got to keep shooting that.
And a 3 on the way for Heritage Christian. Won't go. Just off the mark on that one to Jordan Hall, the freshman. Maumelle.
I like the confidence that he shot those with.
And a foul called there on Shaw. Maumelle was looking for a timeout. Didn't get it. And that's going to be on Shaw, his second. Pretty clean game here in the 3rd quarter, just 3 combined fouls, the majority of which against the Hornets. So the bonus not approaching all that quickly for either side here with 2:40 to play in the quarter.
Heritage Christian bench didn't particularly like that last foul call. We play on.
Almost a turnover. Rochelle kicks it out. 3 in the corner. Oh, would have made it a 1-point game. It's off. Warriors get out and run with it. Here's a cut and a score, up and under, and count that one for the freshman to Jordan Hall.
That's an athletic move by a young man for a freshman level.
He's not playing like a freshman, Joe.
No. Freshman games usually at 9:30 on a Saturday morning. I
Right,
don't think he'll ever see one. I don't know when they play him in California, but
Prime time on a Friday night here on this Black Friday in Central Illinois. Glad you're with us, whether you're watching down in Maumelle, Arkansas, or over in Northridge, California. Glad to have you on board. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com. Shaw's in trouble, lost it, and a layup, and Maumelle cuts it down to 4. Right place, right time. And that basket from Bubba Johnson, who started for the Hornets. Here's Simmons going to work. Simmons and a foul.
Not sure what took so long, but I think Simmons finally realized he's a little bigger and stronger than some of his Maumelle counterparts. Able to just get down there, and again, drawing fouls, that's a skill too. Sometimes you'll just get it in there and take the foul where you can get it. So nice there from Simmons.
That last basket for Bubba Johnson, by the way, his first of the night. He's in the scoring column.
Well, and I think in the first half, they were trying to get him the ball on the low block. You saw him down there. This half, you've seen him a lot more at the high post at the free throw line, and he's been patient. And he has the ability to shoot it from there or put it on the floor. And he's been putting it on the floor and taking it strong to the basket.
One of the best ways to break a zone is, be able to just get the ball in the middle of the floor. That'll give you so many options. And, fortunately for Simmons, he's been able to just use himself as an option a lot of times.
Absolutely. Get it in there to score, get it in there to go inside out. Those are great options for you against any kind of zone.
Second free throw on the mark. And here's Maumelle looking, now down 6. Maumelle all the way across the floor. 3 on the way, off the mark, and Shaw sails in for the rebound.
But
Shaw going quick.
That's the kind of possession they need. Good passing and a good open look.
3 on the way in the corner, just short. And Maumelle can get out in transition here, Gavin. Another quick possession. Here's a feed, and almost a slam from Lanier, but 2 points just the same. Looking for Simmons, and it's tipped.
Good sequence. I mean, you have the turnover at a 2-on-1. They get the basket, and quickly Heritage Christian pushes the ball up the court and almost gets it inside to Simmons.
Boy, Jeff, this game has really started to heat up on the offensive end. Can you believe it was 5 up after a quarter?
If you told somebody that watching the second half, they would say you're crazy.
And a 3 there, right on cue from Heritage Christian's Dylan Shaw, of course. And Shaw on the other end. Shaw almost slammed it down, but a layup. And just like that, the Warriors by 9.
One of the biggest leads we've seen here in this game so far.
Huge sequence right there from Heritage Christian. That's going to give them a lot of momentum heading into the final frame.
Maumelle needs an answer. Who will they turn to? A drive and a jump ball. And the arrow will favor the Warriors.
Ted, their defense is doing such a good job of pressuring the ball and at the same time taking away those next passes. They make the long cross-court pass to Lanier in the corner, but now they've got this thing so spread out, but they're taking away the next pass. It makes it difficult.
Jeff, kind of an odd place in the shot clock. They can't go 2 for 1 with the shot and game clock being only separated by 3 seconds. Maumelle's going to get a shot. Either way, how do you set this one up?
I think you take that shot. You take a good shot when you get it.
Off the mark in 15 seconds for Maumelle.
That gives them plenty of time. I mean, if you take it down a little bit farther, then maybe they're more in a rush sequence. But plenty of time. But in this zone, the shots have not easy to find.
Here's Maumelle looking. Johnson out, and a deep 3 at the buzzer is blocked. And good defense there, contesting the shot, Max Hackney.
Another freshman for Heritage Christian, so good defensive play there to end the quarter.
3 freshmen on the roster. We've seen all 3 of them play tonight and make an impact in some form or fashion. 9 points with 8 minutes to play. We'll see how it all pans out after this word from our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston, State Farm. His information on the screen. Jake, a longtime supporter of high school sports here in Central Illinois. He played for Coach Kevin Brown at Washington Community High School. We thank Jake Weston for his support of the TOC. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Keps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. By PJ Hare, proud to support everyone in the gym tonight, and by the city of East Peoria, which neighbors Washington. Plenty to do in East Peoria while you're here for the TOC. Looks like a blackout theme for the Orange Crush tonight. Washington student section already in the house. Washington and Hoover coming up next to close out this 4th day of the TOC. Have that for you right here.
It's going too fast, fellas. It's been a lot of great basketball, so I got to say, if you haven't made it out yet, if you have the ability to, I'd do it now before it's too late.
Oh, yeah. There have been good games, and if you're watching them, we hope that you have been. You know, you've seen it, but to get here in person and see these kids, it is really something. I mean, the athletes and the just like that, the athletes that you're going to see in the gym.
Tay Simmons right on cue, a slam, and it's 11 points.
You will see them on TV and other places.
Yes.
In their futures.
A lot of D1 prospects here, many uncommitted at the tournament. Simmons among them, Shaw among them, Lanier among them. Just on the floor right now, and who knows who steps up and snags an offer before their Preps career is over. 47-36, 9-point game, 7 to play. Heritage Christian in the driver's seat. Oh, a little collision there with the videographer on the baseline. Everybody's okay, all in good fun, especially there for Heritage Christian.
That build that lead up to 13, and Maumelle's going to have to make a lot of outside shots to kind of get back in this or get some stops on the defensive end. Heritage Christian kind of seems to have found their rhythm offensively for sure.
Jesse Winnebo in for Heritage Christian. That basket there.
Maumelle has just kind of lacked that rhythm that I mentioned that they kind of needed to find. And, you know, there's been little spurts that I'm thinking, okay, they're looking pretty good now. But it's one of those things that if you can't be consistent with it, you know, eventually you're going to get beat. When Heritage Christian, you know, kind of starts to figure it out. And, you know, we saw a pretty even game through 3 quarters, just Heritage Christian pulling away.
Again, the steal on the inbound there by Fisher.
And everybody hits the floor. And a whistle, and that'll be Maumelle basketball.
A good timeout right there. You know, he was kind of trapped in no man's land, and you know you're up 13, but you want to continue to coach throughout. You know, you don't.
You just made a play on defense. You certainly don't want to. We saw Shaw do it earlier where he was falling out of bounds and throws it right to the basket, and it ends up being a basket for Maumelle. So, you know, you don't want to see that. You take that time out because, like we said, you can't take them home with you. So.
Certainly not. I mean, you know, Michael Shook, pretty emphatic there in that huddle. You know, not probably much more to say than just let's take care of the basketball. You know, let's just stop playing how they want us to play. Sometimes I think when you get out of rhythm as a team, you know, it's contagious. So if one player can make a big play for Maumelle, I think the Hornets could, you know, buzz right back into this thing.
Well, and you know, getting a good quality shot, and maybe it's going to be a second shot. Maybe it'll be a play on defense that gets you an easy basket. I'm sure they talked about maybe switching up defenses, extending their pressure as you see here. So we'll see what they can do here to kind of get themselves back in the game. Plenty of time with 6.5 minutes. We've seen these kinds of leads evaporate pretty quickly.
Plenty of time left. 13-point game. Heritage Christian tries to add to that lead. An offensive rebound for Hackney. No. Tipped around. Fighting for the loose ball, Maumelle. And up the floor go the Cougars, and that's off. Or the Hornets, pardon me.
I tell you, it's going to be hard with somebody like Simmons under the boards to get second opportunities, but you still got to crash the glass.
Heritage Christian sets this one up. They've brought in some new faces. Here as they built a little lead, Josiah Nance, we've called his name tonight. He's going to give to Roman Fisher. Shaw not on the floor. Tay Simmons is.
I think Nance has kind of been the spark here a little bit, and especially in the late third quarter, early fourth.
Played in the shot clock, and a give to Fisher. Short. And the shot clock expired, they say, before the shot.
Well, the ball didn't hit the rim. I think he got the shot off. It wouldn't have been a violation had it hit, but
you're right. And the shot clock, it is a full reset, I believe, back to 35.
Yeah.
You know, at the college and NBA level, you see it's a partial reset, but it does reset the full 35. So interesting to keep an eye on there on some of these offensive rebounds in a situation like that where the shot clock runs so deep. Here's going to be a jump ball. And the arrow favoring Heritage Christian.
And I think that shot clock is going to kind of evolve with the IHSA, you know. If it eventually becomes one of those things that does become permanent for all contests, not just special tournaments, I think it's one of those things that, teams will get used to a little bit more. And got to think of the clock operators, the people at the scores table. That's an adjustment. Will they go to the reduced shot clock on a second possession? A lot of questions to be answered, and I think over time it'll figure itself out.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. A lot of schools are using, whether it's volunteers, whether it's different people on different nights, and a different person for the boys game, different person for the girls game. So it's going to be hard for those schools necessarily sometimes to get the right people to recognize those things. Oh, that was, this is a second opportunity, so I'm resetting it to this. That, I think, is going to be the logistical part that the IHSA better answer before they implement it, because you don't want those issues coming in.
That's a good idea to, test it here now. These are the opportunities to, let's see how this thing goes, and then we'll go forward with that.
It's going to be interesting to see how it proceeds. Here's a three on the way from the corner, off. Shaw touched it last. It'll stay with Maumelle. And, of course, there's the logistics of then rolling out shot clock equipment that is compatible with gyms across the state, however many schools there are, number of schools you have.
Well, and does it become a financial situation for schools who, hey, we don't have money to put that in?
Exactly. Not a problem it's a problem I'm glad I don't have to figure out. But it is a great addition here to the TOC. Here's Simmons. Simmons lost it, and it'll stay home. Last touch by Maumelle. 2 on the other end, did cut it to 13. Still plenty of time left here, 4 minutes to play, but Jeff, Maumelle's got to go sooner rather than later here. They can't keep trading buckets.
Exactly, and you're starting to see Heritage Christian be a little more patient. That pass quickly up the floor inside to Simmons, and I think earlier in the game you would have seen him take that to the basket, maybe try to dunk it or whatever, but a little more patient. Shaw gets it there, nice reverse.
And Dylan Shaw doing his part to preserve the lead. The sophomore.
I'm not sure what you do with that one, Jeff. That was just a great shot.
Well, the defense wasn't bad. Forced him to go under the basket and shoot a reverse, which is a tough shot. I tell you, I like that aspect of his game. I'm sure that maybe as a player, hey, I want to be out around the arc. People see me out there, but, when he gets to the next level, if he can get some kind of mismatch in there, I mean, just do what you do right there. That 2 points are important.
And they served to make it a 15-point game, now back down to 13 as Maumelle answers.
In the first game, I saw Maumelle against Alexander. McGuire is a lot more involved than, getting involved right there. I think if we would have saw more of that throughout this game, the score would look a little different right now, but if they can get him going in these last 3 minutes, maybe we could see a comeback.
When it's Maumelle right now, without Jacob Lanier on the court, Rochelle's doing a lot of the focal point of the offense for the Maumelle Hornets.
And Maumelle takes a timeout. This is maybe their last chance here, this possession, their last good opportunity to cut into this lead and make it a ball game. Jeff, how do you scheme for this here if you're Michael Shook in the huddle? Do you draw up something maybe along the perimeter, get that splashy three?
Well,
do you try to maybe scheme for a momentum play, a dunk, a three, something to kind of fire your guys up?
Well, if you've got that in the arsenal, if that's in the playbook, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But, this is one of those situations where I think, hey, we got to get a good shot. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Get a good shot here. Let's get it in. And maybe they talked as much about what defense we're going to be in. They're going to have to extend their pressure. They played some man-to-man on the full court a little bit, but they may be going zone. They may be trapping back out of it, just to kind of create some opportunities from their defense. So I think you mentioned it earlier. Shout out to Coach Shook and his staff for wearing the KB Strong shirts. Obviously we'd love to see that anytime they're coaches that have been impacted by Coach Brown and his battle.
Down low, Maumelle off, and a second chance. There's an and one key for Rochelle, who's been so important tonight. And as you mentioned a moment ago, Jeff, in the absence of Jacob Lanier, Rochelle having himself a night up to now 15.
And you mentioned trying to get a play that gets you sparked. Here it is. You get an offensive rebound. Now you got a chance to three-point play that could cut this lead to 10. Get a stop. Now you're back into the single digits with the score. So there it is.
And you can't expect every big play to come the same way. If you're dead set on it's got to come this way, then you're not going to have it happen. So that's something that came out of nowhere that could be a big development for Maumelle.
There is no 13-point play, but a 3-point play there for Maumelle. Has it at a 10-point game. And And Jeff, as you called out that conversation, what defense do we run with here? See if it works for Maumelle. Looks like a man-to-man look. And a timeout called by Paul Tate. So he'll talk things over with his team up 10, 2:15 to play.
That may be a situation where I think maybe he's thinking, hey, we're getting the shot clock to run down here. Let's take a timeout. We'll call a set out of this out of bounds. Now, we'll see if Maumelle comes back out man-to-man. Will they switch defenses, do something different to maybe mess up a set that could be called here during this timeout? But if I'm sitting on the sideline, that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to run a set to get myself a really good shot.
And it looked like Jonathan Frost kind of came over to help on that play. I think you need to just stick with your man. I know they've switched defenses a little bit, but if you're going to play man-to-man, you need to just worry about, one and only.
Well, and if you're trying to run and jump or double team the ball, you really don't want to do it in the lane because that's when guys will be open going to the basket. You got to do it out more on the perimeter and force long passes that your teammates have a chance to go get.
2:15 left, 53-43 here in the ball game. Washington and Hoover up next. Two orange teams. Blackout the theme for the Orange Crush, Washington student section. Down low, here's Simmons, and that may have iced it. A 12-point lead now for the Warriors, 55-43.
It wasn't a complicated set, but pretty effective. Let's roll him to the block and get it to him and see if he can finish.
Give it to Simmons, who now has 21, and one for Rochelle. So maybe hope is not lost. Rochelle could cut it to 9. Rochelle up to 20 points.
157, just under 2 minutes to go. I've seen it happen. I mean, it's high school basketball. Anything can happen, but this one's not done yet.
Seen some great games in this gym. Some great Washington comebacks over the years on ClutchSportsIL.com. The COVID year, Washington and Morton, Washington and Metamora a few year later. So let's see if there's any magic here in the gym. Tay Simmons, there's some magic for Tay Simmons. A legacy solar slam.
Nice pass inside off the break from the freshman.
Rochelle, almost another and one and a foul.
That's the way to really put the cherry on top, though. I mean, you can't say they're completely out of the woods yet, but it looks like Heritage Christian's going to be on their way to a victory if they can just kind of hold steady in the next minute or so, as long as they don't make too many mistakes, and it looks like he'll check out. Great day there from Tay Simmons.
His fifth foul will force him to go to the bench here for the final 141, but that was a memorable last bucket for him right there.
Free throw falls. Count that one for Michaelon Rochelle. Had a great game tonight, 22 points and counting. Not over yet. It'll be a 9-point game with a make. Heritage Christian has seemed to have the answers tonight throughout. 9-point game. Heritage Christian looking, scanning. Over to Shaw, and Shaw to Fisher. Heritage Christian needing something soon, and a foul. 22. Well, they didn't need anything soon. I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's the first team foul, looks like, in this period. So, the old strategy of foul and put them at the line, you still got several fouls you have to give here in the final 128. Every foul resets that shot clock as well. So
all the way back to 35. Add 12 from where it was, and a foul.
Looks like they are going to try to play the foul game, and maybe in the process, if you can try to get yourself a steal, I think ultimately that's what it's going to be first.
We talked about it a little bit last night when we were watching the Vashon game. Their pressure, their hands being so active. Not every foul is going to get called. That was one of the things that I would always say in a huddle. You can't expect them to call every time you're going to get slapped here because they're going to try to play the ball. And, you get yourself like right there. Great effort, Fisher dribbling the ball, and we get a defender that taps it out off his foot. Turnover.
And while, again, it's an uphill climb here for Maumelle, if you can finish strong, you're going to give yourself confidence going into your next matchup.
Absolutely.
See what Maumelle has. They pass up a three. Rochelle takes one. In and out and back out. It wouldn't fall. And it'll stay with Heritage Christian up the sideline. Jeff, you called out earlier as we go under a minute to play in this 9-point game. Really a nice touch. Michael Shook and the Maumelle coaching staff wearing the KB Strong shirts. As these teams have converged here in Washington, this tournament supporting a great cause, the KB Strong Foundation. Baseline drive, and Heritage Christian's not in any hurry here. They'll wind it down as long as they can.
Dribble, weave, run some time off this clock, and I'm sure they'll maybe take a shot here. But now that's a play where I don't know, the shot clock's down to 8. Do you foul there, or do you just continue to play good defense and hope they miss and be ready to rebound? Now you're going to give them another 35 with only 35.7 left.
Shot and game clock just off by the 0.7 of a second. Pretty much identical. And Heritage Christian can, well, maybe they can't dribble this one out. There's a Maumelle turnover and a drive and a floater and a basket. So hold on a minute now, a 7-point game. Elijah Newell floats that one in. We've called his name sparingly tonight. He has 5 points against 3 fouls, so he's been in some trouble, but that floater at least keeps things interesting here.
Great defensive play. I mean, that's the danger in trying to dribble it out. If you move the ball, pass the ball to the open person, look for cuts to the basket, you're better off. You dribble, I mean, it gives the defenders an opportunity, tip one away. All they got to do is get their hand on one and create that turnover and get a basket. So, we talk about a lot about the learning. You see Coach Shook down there. He's still talking to kids. They may not come out on top on this one, but this sequence, hey, we called the timeout. We got a score. Maybe now we get another steal. Now you start to get confidence in that kind of thing. I know coaches practice situations all the time. Sometimes toward the end of practice, hey, we're down 5 with 1:20 to go. Here's what defense we're in. Here's what we're going to do. And you play it out and practice those things. So this is one of those learning tools for them. I'm sure that it'll pay off later in the season.
Indeed it will. And again, 3-possession game, that's really, really tough to do in 23.9 seconds. However, even if you're able to make this a 3 or 4 point game when it's all said and done, that's going to look a lot better, and you're going to feel good about it. I think going away from it, we didn't get blown out. We knew we were close.
Well, and the confidence that your players gain in what you're trying to do right here. Hey, we were down 9 when we were able to get a couple turnovers, but maybe in their next game when they're down 5 and they realize, hey, we can get back in this by doing that.
Let's see, here's Shaw and a foul. So now they'll have to bank on a couple of misses as the Warriors are in the bonus. 5 fouls.
Still one more, Joey. That's only their 4th.
They are like lightning on that scoreboard down there. They were on top of that one. Call to the Volunteers here at the TOC. So let's see how quickly they can get foul number 5. Well, they try to force some trouble here, and there it is, 4 seconds later. So now they have to hope for some misses and go quickly. Importantly, the Hornets have 2 timeouts left. And the clock does not stop on a made basket.
Exactly.
So that alone may be enough to do them in.
We want to finish strong, like we're mentioning, and Heritage Christian, opportunity to make some key ones down the stretch at the free throw line. Get yourself a little test in that front.
First one falls for Dylan Shaw, who is up to 22 points. One more would tie Michaela Rochelle for the game high. Rochelle has 23. And the second on the way, up and in.
It's easy to see what college coaches like about Shaw. I mean, he's got a huge upside and he's only going to get stronger.
Down low, up and off the mark, and kicked out. 3 on the way, off the mark, down low, no, and that's going to do it. Victory Christian. Deacon Perry rebounds it, and that's the game. A 59-50 win in Washington.
Well,
How about that? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, we got the slow start in the first quarter, but I think we talked about both offenses would get more comfortable in the second half, and I think we definitely saw that from Heritage Christian.
I think the defense really set things apart in this game. We know both these teams are capable of those really, really big plays, the dunks, the big 3-pointers, but I think the defenses were able to just keep both teams off base for the most part. Heritage Christian just had a few more of those big plays to really set them apart and gain them a 9-point victory.
59-50 the final score. Waiting on Teddy Ball, our sideline reporter. Looks like he is going to catch up with Tay Simmons. Here in just a second, we'll give them as they contest those floor sweepers again down there.
As long as he doesn't get run over.
Get out of the way down there, guys. They'll get set up. We'll throw it down to the floor, and our own Teddy ball with Tay Simmons. Teddy, go ahead and take it away.
We have Teddy ball here with Tay Simmons of Heritage Christian. Obviously a great game. You guys played well all throughout. What does this win mean for you guys?
It means a lot because coming out here in Chicago, obviously it's a whole different ball game. More physical because I hate the stereotype, but sometimes it may be true. They think the LA kids are soft. West Side is a little more soft, but coming out to Chicago where they play like difficult ball, it's a whole new experience. We got a lot of young guys, so 3 freshmen playing at the same time, so definitely like an experience to get us to dominate on the West Coast.
Absolutely, and a lot of teams have players that are calibers like you, are very talented star players, but they might not have the people around them to let them get the best opportunity. How do you think your team is different opposed to that? You guys have guys all around that can shoot the ball and score and set you up for great opportunities.
Oh yeah, basketball it's not a one-person sport. It's not like golf, where it's all down to that one person. Like you need 5 players on that court. Actually, it goes down to the 13, 14, how many you got on your roster. That's how you win games. So you're only as strong as your weakest link. That's our coach is saying. So having a core like this, especially with players like Dylan Shaw, Roman Fisher, it helps a lot.
Absolutely. Tay, thank you for your time, and congratulations once again. Have a good season. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Teddy. Great stuff down there on the floor. We're going to go quickly now down to Uftring Tournament Central. Charlie Schermerhorn standing by down there. Charlie, take it away, my friend.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schermerhorn, joined alongside first team All-Conference Washington Star running back Kanan McQueary. Kanan, it's good to be here with you.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for having me.
Certainly. So this tournament always brings star athletes in terms of basketball and teams like that. However, Kanan, you're not a basketball guy. You're a football guy, coming in with 32 touchdowns on the season or total and just over 1,500 rushing yards total. Safe to say, you're one of the best running backs in Washington history.
Yeah, it's been fun. With our program, we're a running team, and I give thanks like my whole team, my O-line, everything, just to help me succeed and do that throughout the season.
With that being Coach Crouch's final year, certainly you have to have some sort of respect for him. If you have any funny story, obviously appropriate, but any story that you have about Coach Crouch, go ahead and share that with us.
It was my sophomore year. We have like a single-man sled we were pushing, and he was walking across the field, and this kid, he was pushing it, and he clipped the back of his ankle, and I never heard him yell so loud at some kid, and it was like one of the scariest moments, but it was so funny.
Coach Crouch, definitely known for being a great coach, but also I don't think I saw that man wear pants one time in the season. I think that Dunlap game, it was like 30 degrees out, and he was still wearing shorts.
Yeah, he's a mindset guy, in my opinion. He's always wearing shorts. I've never seen him once really wear pants in a game, and date that back from my childhood to when I just played our last game with him. I've never seen him wear pants in a game.
You talked about mindset a little bit. Certainly one of the greatest things to be successful, Michael Jordan. If you look at athletes like Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kanan McQueary, definitely have a great mindset going in. If you're an athlete, a young athlete maybe, and you're talking to an audience out there watching us on Clutch Sports Media over the TOC, what are some words of wisdom or advice, so to speak, to a young athlete, a young baseball player, a young football player, a young basketball player?
You gotta just put your mind to it. You can't let people just like get down on you, and like you can't like take the hit. You kind of just gotta brush it off and just keep looking forward ahead of you.
Certainly something that is great about sports is that mindset portion, but also physically. Obviously you're a physically fit person. Most of your football team is that defensive line. Also, I believe if I counted right, of first team and second team all-conference players, your whole defensive line was on there.
Yeah, our whole defensive line, and then Jace Harlan, Eli Pappas, and Eli Bear all were nominated for either first team all-conference or second team all-conference, and we can't give it out without them. Our front seven did great this year, with Coach Stevens putting together a game plan, and then our front seven just doing their thing. We had so many opportunities this year.
You mentioned Coach Stevens. If I'm not mistaken, he is going to be taking over next year for Coach Crouch.
Yeah, next year, Coach Crouch is stepping down. It's his last year. This year was past his last year, and now Coach Stevens is taking over, which I think it's not going to be a big deal at all. He knows the program. He's been in the program almost as long as Coach Crouch, and it's just he's just taking that one more step and just being that leader.
Certainly. Shifting gears here a little bit, we've talked about football. Let's talk about TOC itself. Lots of money and fundraising coming in for KB Strong and for research for fighting glioblastoma and other sorts of brain cancers. What do you have to say about the tournament overall?
Oh, I think it's fun, and it's great for the community. It's always been around, and it just has like a high schooler and a kid. We always come just watch the cool basketball players, and you know some of the players might be playing in the NBA later on.
Certainly, lots of NBA players. Not sure off the top of my mind, but you look at big names like Anthony Davis, Buddy Hield, people like that, Zion Williamson. Certainly lots of talent rolling through the TOC, but also team play as well. There's a few returning state champions here at this current TOC here, and I mentioned that you made it really far in state.
Yeah, our goal is to get to the last game, which would have been tomorrow, but we fell a little bit short, but everything's all good. We made one hell of a run with Coach Crouch, and I think we couldn't ask for anything better.
Certainly. Kanan, it's been an excellent time here in the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and bring in my man Teddy Ball into the tournament to talk some basketball.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, rather, Kenny. Welcome, Mr. Too Efficient.
How you doing?
Pretty good. It's great to be here.
Oh, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Kenny. If you're new, he part of Clutch Sports Media for the time, part of Too Efficient Media also, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Too Efficient Media. Yeah.
Certainly, you do make some really great edits and stuff like that. Seen you all over the place, football games, basketball games, with your drone shots and everything. I just want to say from a personal standpoint, those are some of the coolest views that I've ever seen, especially at Peoria High when you had the drone so many 100 feet in the air, stuff like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
For sure. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you did play some basketball, am I correct?
I did, yeah, a little bit.
So this tournament here sort of maybe not speaks to you, but you can sort of relate to it in a sense of basketball and athletes?
Absolutely, yeah.
With that being said, what do you see in terms of skill level in basketball? Obviously, you have great teams, great coaches, great players. What's something that you see or maybe something that really stands out?
I'd say the athleticism, you know. This tournament has been they've had a quick pace. You know, a lot of these guys can jump out the gym, which is like amazing. You know, it's fun to see. So I've enjoyed watching it.
I remember somebody earlier today interviewed Dayton Forsyth from Dale, Oklahoma, and I've talked about a little bit with some other people, including other basketball coaches. His vertical is through the roof.
I've heard.
On his jump shot, he gets maybe this far off the ground, which is that's like almost Michael Jordan. Probably not Michael Jordan.
I don't know about all that, but yeah.
still pretty high vertical.
Yeah.
Just to say some of the athleticism that you see here. In terms of teams, though, you were obviously a team player when it comes to basketball and other sports like that. What do you see with some of the successful teams?
With the successful teams here, I know I see a lot of ball movement. You know, it seems like they gel well together. You know, they play the game well together. You know, and they've been getting some wins out here. So yeah, it's just been fun to see.
Certainly. Right now, I believe coming up we have Hoover taking on the Washington Panthers at their home ground territory. Should be an interesting game. Panthers come in 1-1 with a win over St. Lawrence and a loss to Dale, Oklahoma. What, if you're Washington, if you're the Panthers, and we're going to do this for Hoover too, what are some keys for the game?
They got to make shots. You know, they got to hit their threes. Because Hoover, they got some big guys. You know,
Certainly.
They're going to be rebounding pretty well. They're going to push the ball. You know, but Washington, the game that I saw where they won what was it? St. Lawrence.
Yeah.
Hey man, they look like some dogs out there. So, you know, they got to have that same energy, but they got to make their shots.
Certainly, if you're Washington, making your shots extremely successful is going to pay off success. On the opposite end, though, if you're Hoover, what do you have to do to limit that?
Oh, I don't know, man. Play some good D. They're long, they're lengthy. Get those hands up, contest those shots, get the rebounds, push the ball. I think they're gonna do pretty good. So it should be a good game.
Dwayne Brown standing at 6'9".
Yeah,
it's a big body. Hoover does have two, I would say, enormous big men. One of them comes off the bench also, but certainly Dwayne Brown almost standing at a whopping 7 feet tall, makes shots, can shoot a little bit, gets defensive blocks, stuff like that. He almost reminds me of not Chet Holmgren, but maybe a Victor Wembanyama, maybe.
Really? Oh, wow.
He's more shorter a little bit.
Yeah,
and probably a bit stronger.
Yeah, yeah. He's a good player. From what I've seen, has a lot of offers. Is he committed yet?
Not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but
I wouldn't be surprised if he is.
Yeah, I mean he might be, but from what I've heard, he has a lot of offers. I think LSU is in there. He's a good player. Looks really strong, can get up there. He's fun to watch.
For sure. This big game coming up, this place is going to be absolutely packed. We saw the Washington-St. Lawrence game. People were having to get turned down because it was so packed.
Really?
So you could see there was lines going all the way out to this NPR where we're actually sitting right now.
Oh, wow.
With all that being said, for Washington, home court advantage, rather, it's going to come into play. If you're Hoover, what do you have to do maybe to sort of fight over that home court advantage, rather?
You got to try to tune it out,
Sure.
I kind of think that affected the Metamora game.
Definitely.
It was pretty much a home game for them with how many people were in here. And I think that got to the other team. So I would say for Hoover, just play your game. Try to tune them out. They're going to be talking to you. And just play as hard as you can.
For sure. Coming up after this is actually the last game tonight on this Friday, Hoover versus Washington. Tomorrow the tournament starts. It all begins, playoff, so to speak. Rather, who do you think is going to win this whole thing, rather? It's kind of a put you on the spot question, but if you had to pick a team to beat, who would you pick?
Oh, man. You know what? I really like Victory. Is it Victory Academy?
Uh-huh.
Some dogs on that team.
Coming in at 2-1, beat the Metamora Redbirds.
Yeah.
That they did. Put up nearly 100 points. P&D, though, let's talk about them for just a little bit before we have to send it back up.
Yeah.
P&D played a really great game against them.
Great game. Making a lot of shots. Their big man, God, he was hitting. He was making a lot of shots.
For sure. That's Dylan, the big man from Notre Dame. He can do pretty much everything. He can shoot it. He can dribble it. He can even play some defense. You see some big blocks for him in that game.
Yes.
Certainly maybe reminds you of you in your prime.
Absolutely not. No, that was not mine. No.
No.
Maybe with the shooting a little bit. I was
Did you
a
not
shooter.
play defense?
Huh?
Did you play defense?
I did play defense. I was a 3-and-D guy,
Well, if you have any stories from your playing days, maybe that sort of stand out, what would that be?
Not too many, my story is a little embarrassing. I got dunked on a lot, Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Were you not as tall as you are now?
I was about the same height, actually, playing against people a lot taller than me, and I had terrible teammates,
Oh.
They always put me in the worst positions. I just got dunked on, but it's all right. I kept playing. I hit my shots. I did my thing. It's cool.
This kind of sounds like my 2K player from back in the day.
Yeah.
It's always putting them in bad positions. Kenny, it's been a great time here. Before we send it back up, though, if there's one thing that you want to tell these people watching us in the TOC, what would that be?
Follow me on Instagram, Kenny2Efficient. That's Kenny with the number 2, then Efficient. If you want to see some good videos, follow me.
For sure, that he does. Also, make sure you come out, whether you're watching us online on Clutch Sports Media or you're tuning in. It's all for a great cause, which is fighting the fight of glioblastoma. It's been a great time here, Kenny. Let's not forget Kanan, though, also. Let's go ahead and wrap up here. Kenny, it's been a great time. Going to send
Absolutely.
it back up to the booth.
Thanks for having me.
For the Washington Hoover game.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Raymond Artori Gym. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you for the nightcap of the final day of the Kevin Brown, or the final game of the second to last day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A good one on tap, Hoover, Alabama, and Washington Community High School ready to go. Going to be a good one here as both teams continue to see what they have. Two very talented teams in this TOC. Jeff, a tough environment for Hoover to play in today as they face the host Panthers.
Absolutely. I think the Orange Crush all donned in their black shirts over there tonight, it will make it a definite home game for the Panthers here. So we'll see if Coach Schimmerhorn and the boys have an answer for the inside size of Hoover and see if they can continue that hot shooting.
Washington, coached by Eric Schimmerhorn, always a team that prides itself on tough physical defense. As you said, a lot of size to defend, though, with this Hoover team. They're going to need to really play tough.
Well, yeah, and it won't be one person. Obviously, Braden Vanderhyde and DeAndre Jackson will be guarding their inside players probably mostly, but it's going to be a team effort. They're not big enough to stop them one-on-one.
Absolutely not. We're ready for the lineups. Washington in the home whites and Hoover in the road blacks. Even though it was a blackout theme for the Orange Crush, I thought Washington was going to break out the black uniforms tonight.
Absolutely.
See how it all plays out. Looking forward to seeing this one, the final game of the second to last day here at the TOC. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you. Jeff, what's caught your eye today? A great day of action overall here at the tournament.
Oh, I just think the continued high level of play. I mean, for it being this early in the season to see this kind of action and this level of play, like I said, it is just astounding.
Absolutely, and we're going to go down to the floor now. There is a check presentation. They've raised a lot of money for the KB Strong Foundation this week, and that's a great effort to see. Let's go down to the floor and get the latest check presentation here as they brought a number of folks onto the floor. A moving scene there on the floor here at Raymond Doratory Gym as we get ready to go. The final game of the penultimate day of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright and Jeff Little. And Jeff, as we get our starting lineups introduced, first let's let our viewers at home, of course, know what's at stake here in this tournament. Of course, so many proceeds going to the KB Strong Foundation, which raises awareness and money for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. It's what Kevin Brown suffered from.
Yeah.
The former head coach here at Washington, Aaron Schermerhorn, took over for him. You were the coach right before Kevin Brown took over here at Washington, and he meant so much to this community.
And it's such a, glioblastoma is such a horrible disease to just rob somebody. And one of the many things that the KB Strong Foundation does is to donate money to those warriors and let them use that money and transportation costs and medical bills and all sorts of things. So, shout out to Jody and the entire KB Strong Foundation board for their continued hard work. I think one of the things that people may not know is that some of the research that's going on for glioblastoma happens in Peoria at the U of I medical school there. It is such a groundbreaking procedures and research that they have done that have given these patients an opportunity to live a longer life than years ago they ever would have dreamed of having. And hopefully the work continues. It will continue, and hopefully that cure is found so that we can wipe this thing off the face of the earth.
Hopefully we're on the doorstep of a cure for glioblastoma, and I would implore our viewers, as we get ready for a great basketball game tonight, go back through what we've done with Clutch Sports Media this week. Watch some of the studio interviews we've done throughout the week. So many folks have shared their stories with glioblastoma, their stories of a loved one who suffered from the disease. We've had folks from OSF Healthcare in talking about what they're doing. We've had friends of Kevin Brown talking about what he meant to them. Of course, it's not just Kevin, but Kevin, a great entry point to learn more about this horrible disease.
Washington High School was hit twice with Kevin and a Spanish teacher here, Polly Fuller, diagnosed within months of one another with the exact same thing. And Polly lost her battle just recently in the last year as well. So, I mean, she lived with it for a lot longer than I think maybe they had originally diagnosed. Just a testament to her courage and toughness as well, just like Kevin battled it as well. So, like I said, having two friends that have both faced that battle, it's just something that's near and dear to all of our hearts here in Washington.
KB Strong Foundation's website, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. Great resource, to learn more about what the foundation's all about and that fight. And as we settle into a great basketball game, we'll keep that cause close. We'll talk about it throughout. Hoover and Washington ready to go. Hoover from Alabama, Washington from right here in town. And it's Hoover first, led by Dwayne Brown. He's going to be a guy to keep an eye on tonight, one of the tournament's dandy dozen players. Brown for Hoover, wearing number 55. The man in the middle, the big guy, stands at 6'9". And a three on the way for Hoover won't fall. And Braden Vanderheit pulls in the rebound. The Vanderheit family so close to the Brown family here in Washington, and it's a handoff to James Johnson. We're just underway at Torrey Gym.
Again, you saw Washington in their man-to-man defense, but they had one person helping inside, helping DeAndre Jackson on that matchup inside on Brown.
Kick out to the corner, a Hoover three. That one's just a little bit short. And the rebound brought in underneath the basket by Jarrett Fairley. And Fairley will bring it out.
Smart play by Brown. He had a chance to maybe try to tip that and was going to go over Jackson's back if he had continued. And he was smart to pull off of that and not pick up a foul here, trying to get an offensive rebound.
Fairley over to Seneca Robinson. Robinson's off the mark and a rebound for Javon White. Washington in the home whites. I thought they were going to break out the black uniforms tonight for the blackout theme. Its student section has. Instead, it's Hoover in the black uniforms in this battle between two orange teams. Hoover, the Buccaneers. Had a Buccaneers-Pirates matchup yesterday when they faced Dale, who Washington fell to earlier
And I think that caused a few issues with the scoreboard as well. If you remember, the score kind of got points put on the wrong side once or twice there.
Here's Hoover for 3. Right on the line, and a 3 for Fairley. And Hoover, Jeff, early indication they like to shoot threes.
Well, I think they understand what Washington's doing defensively, really packing it down inside on Brown, and they know they're going to have to make some outside shots, and they haven't been shy about putting them up. And long shots, long rebounds, they went and got one offensive rebound, so we'll see how that plays into the hands of Hoover.
DeAndre Jackson to C.J. Duncan. Duncan off the mark on the 3, and a shovel ahead. And a 3 on the way. That one falls. Hoover's lighting it up from downtown. Salim London for 3.
Salim London had a nice game the other night for Hoover as well, and maybe a big factor in loosening up that kind of perimeter. You see Hoover with an aggressive man-to-man defense way out on the court, pressuring the ball, forcing a turnover there as a pass goes out of bounds off of White's hands.
Duncan lost it, did a nice job getting it back. It's Hoover now who will start. Salim London and Jared Fairley both have 3 points if you're just joining us. 2 threes for Hoover in the opening. 2.5 minutes of play. Joey Wright and Jeff Little hanging out with you, our entire crew. Want to give a shout out to Jonathan Michael, our director, right up against it coming into this game. Did a great job making sure we stuck around on the air. And another 3 for Elijah Thomas, and a timeout called by Washington.
Coach Shermhorn taking a quick timeout here because you know 9-0 wasn't on the scouting report. 9-0 wasn't written on the chalkboard in there, and they got to reset themselves here a little bit defensively. They want to challenge those shots, but they're gonna have to get an answer on the offensive end as well. That defensive pressure that Hoover's has limited them scoreless so far, almost to the first 3 minutes here.
Our head coaches, Eric Shermerhorn for Washington, Scott Ware for Hoover. I haven't talked to Eric yet today, but I know yesterday he didn't have much of a voice. He's feeling okay, and hope Washington can, for his sake, get back into this one here and cause him maybe not to have to use what's left of it.
Coach Shermerhorn was a fill-in voice for the Panther football program this year. With an illness to our normal PA, and I know as I was leaving the house before the East St. Louis game 2 weeks into the season, he said, "Hey, can you bring me a bottle of water when you come up?"
Washington with a great run in Darryl Crouch's final season, making it all the way to the IHSA Class 6A semifinal round before bowing out to East St. Louis, who plays tomorrow. St. Lawrence is the only team in the field among our Illinois teams playing for a football state title this week. Want to get an update soon on their 4A state title game, which should be heading toward the finish line against Rochester right now.
James Johnson with a nice little spin move, sort of got hung up there and drew the foul on Brown, I believe. Missed the first. He only had a chance to get the Panthers on the scoreboard here.
Johnson, see if he can take the lid off the basket. He can, and it's 9-1. Let's see what Hoover has on the offensive end. Their lead is 8 and a turnover. And going the other way is Andre Lewis, and Lewis is fouled on his way up. 2 free throws for the junior.
Andre Lewis in the game here for the Panthers, makes his presence known on the defensive end, makes a nice play, takes it strong to the basket, and draws a foul.
Andre Lewis at the line. His brother Drew, a lot of highlights in a Washington uniform, and Andre off on his first free throw. Talking a little bit about Dwayne Brown, one of a number of explosive juniors at this tournament, top 100 player in the class of 2025. Offers from Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi State, LSU, Ole Miss, an SEC theme. Then we go with Cincinnati, among others, a number of schools in on Dwayne Brown from the state of Alabama.
And just a junior, he is going to do nothing but get better. I mean, and then he's not an awkward kid. He handles himself, and his body is bulked really well out there.
Off on that 3 Wouldn't go for Salim London. How about this line from the program? I quote, Brown is built like an indestructible tank, but has a shooting touch softer than Sharp. That's high praise.
That's some good SID work there at the Hoover High School.
That's awesome. Props to whoever wrote that. We'll see what we'll see. I expect we'll see both from Brown here in the coming minutes. Jackson gives to Johnson. Johnson, bullet down low to Duncan. Duncan can't connect, and who else on the rebound but Dwayne Brown in a travel.
Brown came out of that rebound and did a good job not bringing it down, made a spin move and was getting ready to throw an outlet pass to the front row and had to throw it to himself, and the officials got the travel on that.
9-2, Hoover over Washington in the early stages.
Oh, turned over by the Panthers. Here comes London against Vanderhyde.
A drive, and London, and one. Count it.
Salim London with a nice play on the other end. Makes the steal, takes it strong to the basket, draws a foul on Vanderhyde.
And London will go to the line, trying to make this a 10-point game. London's free throw good, and it's a 10-point game.
London, a 6'5" junior. I would think he would be somebody, too, that college coaches would maybe starting to look at and talk to. Long pass down the court.
Here's Lewis. Lewis stops just inside the line. Vanderhyde a drive. Vanderhyde to Johnson. Johnson, and back to Vanderhyde. Down low to Lewis. How about that ball movement? Three, good, count it.
When the Coach Schimmerhorn's teams play like that, when the ball doesn't stick in anybody's hands for very long, that's usually when good things happen.
Oh, and Hoover answers on the other end. A three from Fairley, who's been all over the floor tonight. A great game beyond the line. And Washington will bring in a sub here. Will Martin comes in.
I think the official saying something to Fairley there about, on that three he went down. There was maybe a little contact, but I think he was trying to draw maybe a 4-point play opportunity. See Fairley really turning up the pressure here in the backcourt.
There's Jackson up the sideline. Jackson to Vanderhyde. Vanderhyde over to Duncan. Duncan to Jackson for three. It's off. And it's loose. And Jackson brings it in. That pass off. Martin gets it back. Second chance for Washington. Here's Martin for three. And a foul away from the shot. A defensive foul. It'll stay with Washington.
Yeah, defender trying to fight through the screen and just shoves Vanderhyde to the floor.
4 new players in for Hoover. Among them Dwayne Brown, a platoon swap. Almost.
The two big guys for Hoover make it a situation where they can pressure you so much on the perimeter. So because if you beat a guy and get to the rim, there's somebody there to make it a tough shot.
Here's Will Martin. Martin out to Vanderhyde. Vanderhyde looking and a travel. I want to give a quick shout out Corey Scott, who's helped us throughout the week. We appreciate his help. I called for an update, and Corey delivered on that Rochester-St. Lawrence game, 31-17, Rochester over St. Lawrence. That's in the third quarter. Rochester, of course, the lone team here in the TOC, among Illinois teams anyways, still active on the gridiron. So we'll keep you posted as to how that pans out. Three for Hoover, falls. Count that one. Hoover knocks it in from deep. Riley
You see Hoover, they got it inside to Brown, and 3 Panthers collapse, and that's going to create those open opportunities. And bench player comes in, makes an open shot.
And here is a three from Duncan in the corner, knocks it down. C.J. Duncan for three, and both offenses looking really good from deep so far.
Well, it'll beat the 5-5 first quarter we had in our last game already.
Significantly more scoring here. It was all Hoover, 9-0 run to start the game, and even 9-8 stretch since.
And again, you see the Panthers just collapse when Brown gets it inside, but he's trying. He made a nice patient move, put it on the floor, which coach might not have liked, but got the ball back up above his head and draws the foul.
Jackson's first free throw off the mark. Not Jackson, pardon me. Brown's first free throw off the mark.
Orange Crush lets him know that he should have made it.
Staring him down as his second free throw's off. And Jackson in a good spot to rebound it. And here go the Panthers up the floor. Lewis for three. Got it! Gets the crowd into it here. 7-point game.
Yeah. You know, they get yourself back in the game when you're missing those 2 free throws, just like a turnover. Come down and make a long 3. Get the crowd back into the game here.
Here's a drive and a spin move, stopping and scoring. Not quite. Fairley couldn't knock it down. Vanderhyde the rebound and the foul. And a substitution in for Hoover, Seneca Robinson. And so Vanderhyde to the line. Almost quick to forget, but that's the 5th foul for Hoover. Of course, the rule change this year. 5 fouls in a single quarter puts you in the bonus. And Washington has a chance to make it a 5-point game.
But as we said, the bonus doesn't mean 1 and 1. It means you get 2 shots.
No more 1-and-1 bonus, and Vanderhyde knocks it down. 1 more for Vanderhyde. That's his first point tonight. Vanderhyde up and in. 18-13, minute 5 to play.
We saw this.
Go ahead.
We saw this the other day. Hoover likes to use that high-low from that 1-2-2 set, and you know, they throw it away from Brown and let him just pin his guy and roll down the lane. And Jackson fouled him on the catch before he could get the dunk in.
5-point game. They inbound to Brown. Brown out top. They swing it around. And Brown down low. Brown looking. Here's a deep 3. Short off the iron. And Brown keeps it in. Throws it all the way across the court.
Good effort. Good effort. I mean, long shot, long rebound was going out of bounds. He goes and gets it and saves it. Gives him another opportunity here.
Shot game clock off by about 6 seconds. Deep 3, almost. And a rebound for Vanderhyde. Washington quickly ahead. 15 seconds left. Lewis trying to put the moves on. Too short. Here's Brown. 10 seconds for the Buccaneers. Up we go. Fairley dribbles. Brown's going to take a 3 out top. It's too strong. Washington's going to get one more chance. Here's Johnson. Doesn't realize the clock is about to expire, and that's all she wrote for the first.
Good first quarter by both teams. The Panthers kind of looked like maybe Hoover was going to run away, but then they got right back in it, got a couple stops, and made the 2 missed free throws, turned that into kind of a 5-point swing. They got the 3 by Lewis from that right wing.
18-13, 8 minutes to play here in the half. As we take a quick break to thank our sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Starting with Jake Weston State Farm. His information on the screen. Jake Weston, proud supporter of high school sports here in Central Illinois, played for Coach Kevin Brown at Washington. We appreciate his support of the Tournament of Champions. Legacy Solar, proud supporter of the KBM Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Keps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Great atmosphere, great food at Keps. PJ Hare, proud to support everyone here in the building tonight, as is the city of East Peoria, which neighbors Washington. A lot of great places to dine in or visit while you're in town for the TOC. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you. The rest of our crew headlined by director Jonathan Michael, producer Rodrigo Perez, talented camera operators everywhere. Thanks to everyone who's helped out with at least part of the TOC this week. number of people making this happen, giving up their Thanksgiving holidays in some cases. Much appreciated. Duncan's three, too short.
Long shot, long rebound. Johnson goes and gets it in the corner. Joey, shout out to you and all your guys. What you guys do here at Clutch for high school sports in this area. Duncan with a three. Don't let that go unnoticed, please, because you guys are doing fantastic work that gives these kids this kind of opportunity. So thank you very much.
We appreciate that. We appreciate your time, Jeff, joining us this week. Always a pleasure to see you out and about in a Washington football or basketball game. Fun more than anything. How about this atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, this is high school basketball. You know, the crowd getting into it, get a three over there, and then we get the turnover. Brown stepped on the baseline as he tried to make that spin move. So the Panther defense kind of forcing a turnover there. So
up we go in Washington. Andre Lewis at the top. Here's Vanderheit at the wing. Vanderheit over to Johnson for three. Can't connect on that one. Vanderheit sails into the wall there, almost took out a volunteer with him. Fairly the other way, down to the corner, and Elijah Thomas and Brown. Now Hoover looks to penetrate. Washington cutting off the Buccaneers. Will Martin playing defense. Washington was down 9-0 in this ball game, and they won't be able to take a lead there. But they've stormed back a 16-9 stretch. Brown out top, pass to Fairley. His three. Had the right line, too powerful. Lewis to Martin, back to Lewis.
Panthers' third chance here to tie or take the lead.
16-9 stretch, tie, ball game, 18-9. Spurt for the Panthers. They've doubled up the Hoover Bucks since it was a 9-0 Buccaneer advantage.
A nice move by Andre Lewis, challenged Brown inside and got the shot up and over and in.
Brown, how about the big fella? So often he controls it out top of the key, and a drive and a score, and the Buccaneers take the lead back. Salim London.
Well, early in the game, it was Hoover's outside shooting that got him that 9-0 lead, and now they've kind of slowed the pace a little bit. They're looking to get it to Brown a little more often inside, and then they got London out there as well.
Whistle and a foul. C.J. Duncan was trying to get the pass. A little too strong. Seneca Robinson there on the foul. His first, team's first. Washington, a timeout shy of Hoover. Hoover has all 5 of its timeouts. Washington 4, but Jeff, maybe something to overlook. But that timeout that Eric Schermerhorn took was well placed and seems to have done the trick.
Well, it did. It settled the kids down a little bit, and kind of really, like we said, 9-0 wasn't the plan, and hey, this was the plan. Remember what we're trying to do defensively, offensively.
James Johnson with the drive, shuffles through, no, and it's tipped in by Jackson. DeAndre Jackson cleans it up, tie game. Here's London, Fairley, lost it. And a fight for the ball, no tie-up, it's a Washington steal. Lewis a drive, Lewis down to Johnson. Lewis gets it back, leaves it short, and Hoover now in transition. Look out, Fairley, up, and a foul.
End-to-end basketball right there.
Indeed. Officials have done a great job all week. They've done a great job tonight of letting them play through
Absolutely.
it. Obviously had to make a call there as Fairley went up, but we've seen some really good stretches of uninterrupted basketball. This game's had a nice flow to it.
Well, and I think the officials and Robert Dowling, our supervisor of officials out here in this game, and I'm sure he's talked to these guys about, hey, people came to watch these kids play and not watch us blow the whistles, and yeah, there are certain things you have to call, and that was one of them, but Fairley makes a second to give the lead back there to Hoover.
Fairley got it up and over the rim. Had a chance to catch up with a few officials this week in our Offering Tournament Central studio. Robert Dowling caught up with one of our folks earlier this week. I think it might have been Gavin Russell. As C.J. Duncan lays it in and gives Washington the lead. Talked with the Kuffel brothers yesterday. Brian and Kurt, their nephew Brody plays for North Tampa Christian. Also Trent Eshelman joining us earlier in the week. A whistle and a foul.
Again, you see the Panthers on the last sequence got the ball at the high post and ran cutters off of that. And then here, Hoover goes right back inside to Brown, and he draws the foul on the post move.
So Brown to the line, could tie it up.
Coach Schimmerhorn asking the official, he's like, hey, he goes, that kid's big enough that our kids can't really bother him.
You look at Eric Schimmerhorn, and you mentioned it earlier. I think you mentioned it last game, Jeff, but I think this is the first time this tournament that I've seen Eric not wear a shirt and tie. Usually he's pretty well dressed down there, but a nice casual look for all our coaches here.
Absolutely. Like I told you, I think that was, and then some people don't like the look, but since COVID, and coaches have been a little more casual on the sideline, and from having been down there, it's a lot more comfortable than a shirt and tie and jacket. I can promise you that.
Especially in an atmosphere like this. Here's Johnson looking, scanning, Duncan. Vanderheid's open. Well, maybe not so when you've got Brown right on top of you there. Now a three for Johnson, short, and a rebound.
Luke Kaminsky with an offensive rebound. Vanderheid will shoot a three.
And Washington storms out in front by 3 points. I say storms, it's only a slim lead, but you look at how this game started, it's been really a tale of really the first 4 minutes and the last 8 minutes. Brown going to work, and he got it to go.
We talked about that a little bit last night. Sometimes post players, when the other team's making it hard to get them the ball, Kaminsky with a little jumper on the baseline.
Luke Kaminsky, the man of the hour for Washington, has been in on a lot of plays on the defensive side of the ball, and they're on offense for a 3-point lead again.
No, but as I started to say, sometimes, when teams are making it tough for your big guy to get the ball, sometimes your big guys just got to go get it.
3 out top, count it, this game's tied. Back and forth we go, what a ball game. Salim London says hello.
Yeah, Salim London is a very, very, very good high school player. He doesn't need a lot of shots to get his.
Salim London leads all scorers with 11 points. Kind of a quiet 11. He hit those 2 big threes early, and another one there.
Get a foul in the backcourt here, so. Fouls are 2-2 here in this period.
It's a race to 5. Maybe like golf, the lowest score wins in that race.
Yeah, exactly.
5 fouls equals the bonus now in Illinois. Dwayne Brown contests a Vanderheid 3 that's off.
And Hoover's gone to their big lineup. They've got both big 6'9" post players in here.
Jackson Sheffield gets it down low. Washington says no. London gets it. London drives. Finger roll won't count. Popped around. Lewis brings it in. Lewis chugs ahead. Kick to the corner. Kaminsky for 3. And he got it. And a timeout called by Hoover.
Good push by Andre Lewis after the long rebound gets tipped out. He finds Kaminsky in the corner for a big, big 3. Gives the Panthers a 3-point lead.
Who knows what the second half has in store. But this might be my favorite half of the tournament, Jeff, so far. This
absolutely.
has been fun. Back and forth.
Yeah, end-to-end action. You're seeing the key players make big plays, and then you're watching guys come off the bench and make big plays as well, like Luke Kaminsky.
2:12 left here in the second quarter. It's a 30-27 ball game. Panthers with a little lead over the Hoover Buccaneers, who've made the trip all the way up here from Hoover. And Hoover's one of the larger schools here in the tournament. I would venture to say one of the larger schools in the tournament's history, 2,766.
Yeah, my brother-in-law does some work in that area of Alabama, and he was saying that when he saw Hoover, he said Hoover's he said he thought they might be the biggest school in Alabama.
Forgive me, what part of Alabama, what region would that be of Alabama?
He told me, I want to say it is outside of Huntsville, but don't quote me on that. I asked the same question.
I was going to ask, I have some family in Huntsville, so clearly I don't make it over to Hoover often, but I'm glad they ventured up here.
This is the sequence here, a little bit different look here from Hoover. They look like that sequence or the set where they got the ball inside to to Brown, but here, get Fairley driving strong to the basket to cut that lead to 1.
Fairley lays it in. Here's Vanderheit goes to work. Vanderheit off. Vanderheit cleans it up. How about that? Tip drill.
Strong to the basket, but you know what? Doesn't give up on it. Missed the first one and got his right hand up. Tipped the second one in.
It was all Hoover in the first quarter. Washington turned on the Jets.
Again, trying the high-low there. Sheffield made a look inside to Brown, but didn't force it.
Fairley, they're giving him plenty of space out there. Lewis guards. Here's a handoff to London. Don't leave him open. He knocks it down and ties the game at 32. Why would you leave him that open with the game he's had?
I'm sure that was a mismatched defensive assignment. Vanderheit's long three. Brown with the rebound.
Up for London here. London.
See if they go 2 for 1 like we've talked about.
Shot clock at 25. Brown goes to work. Brown fights to the bucket. Can't knock it down. Big lineup still in for Hoover with Jackson Sheffield in. Down low for Johnson. Back and forth we go. And a foul there on Lewis.
Sequence there where Panthers just beat them down the floor. They got back and stopped the ball, but then you had James Johnson run the floor, get it to him for a layup.
41 and 4/10 of a second left, 34-32. And Hoover will walk it ahead. Game clock and shot clock separated by 7 seconds, so Hoover's got to go. Brown out top. Brown, a handoff to London. Oh, you can tell London wants it. He's going to take it. It's short. Washington can't chase the rebound down in time. Good job by the Buccaneers to get it. They get it to London, down to the corner, and Thomas for 3. And Hoover with a 1-point lead. Washington's going to get the last say.
See what kind of set they can get, what kind of shot they can get here in these last 10 seconds. Lewis with the ball, pulls up.
Deep three, short, and a rebound. That's all she wrote.
Kind of lost the handle there and got the shot off. Gave his teammates a chance for an offensive rebound, but Hoover will take that 1-point lead.
Hoover by a point here, entering the halftime locker room. Michael Savoy, our sideline reporter, going to get a word with Hoover coach Scott Ware. We'll give them just a second to get set up. Jeff, real quick, what a first half.
Absolutely. We talked about the up and down action, but we had that 9-0 run right off the bat for Hoover. Coach Schermerhorn's timeout kind of answered things. So looks like we'll go down and find out what we're finding out.
Yeah, excited to hear from Scott Ware. Michael Savoy's with them. Down to the floor. Michael, what do you have for us?
I'm here with Hoover head coach Scott Ware. And Coach Ware, what are your overall thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, great atmosphere. You know, we're happy to be here. We had a good start there. They came back and made a few shots. I think they're playing a little harder than us there in the second quarter. We're going to see if we can't get that addressed here at halftime.
How has the environment impacted you guys offensively and defensively?
We're used to this. I mean, we're kind of the enemy everywhere we go, so I don't think that has anything to do with it. I just give Washington credit for bouncing back there when we took the lead.
All right, Coach Ware, good luck in the second half. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Down on the sideline, always great to hear from you and Hoover coach Scott Ware taking the Buccaneers into halftime with a 1-point lead over the host Washington Panthers. Take a quick break to thank our sponsors, then down to Uftring Tournament Central here in Washington.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
All righty, we'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Who do we have down there? Is that Gavin Russell and Charlie Schermerhorn? Sure looks like it. Guys, excited to hear what you have for us.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell, Charlie Schermerhorn alongside me. We're standing now, Charlie.
We are standing. Good exercise.
This is new. I needed to get on my feet a little bit. We're going to have a little fun, though. We've got a lot of great guests come through here today, but how about a little trivia to make things happen? But before we get to the trivia, first half thoughts, Charlie. That was exciting. Washington on the home floor. You know, maybe on paper you think, hey, Hoover's the better team, but Washington with a lot of heart out there right now.
Certainly, both teams played really well. See, Washington had a bit of a rocky first quarter. Second quarter, though, they stepped up. C.J. Duncan, James Johnson, Luke Kaminsky even hitting a few really crucial shots. On the other end, though, Hoover, they're doing the exact same thing, knocking down shots, getting rebounds, all that good stuff.
Indeed, and it's a hostile environment for Hoover. Of course, they're
certainly
a very, very good team, state champion team at that, so they may figure it out, but it's going to be a great second half. Don't go anywhere. But for now, we're having a little fun. We're going to bring Teddy Ball in here. We're going to do a little competition. We're going to see who really knows their basketball best here. Teddy, as we get started with this trivia, first of all, some thoughts.
I'm very confident in my basketball knowledge. I know we're mixing it up a little bit with a TOC knowledge as well, so Charlie might have the upper hand. He's been around here a lot longer, but overall, I think I'm pretty confident.
Okay, so we don't have a ton of time. We got about 3 or 4 minutes, so we're going to try to make this quick. We're going to go with the TOC question first. I'm going to back up here, so I'm going to go into the handy-dandy tournament record books as Charlie tries to cheat me out here.
Not true.
Let's first of all go, let's 3-pointers, all right? So start thinking 3-pointers. Okay. First one to raise their hand is going to be one to answer the question. Okay. Who leads in the career? So career games in TOC for
Matt
3-pointers. He got it. Matt Roth. That's 1 point.
1 for 1.
Hey, as soon as you can hear it.
I wouldn't have got that right.
How about career most points?
Ooh.
Kenneth Lewis?
Nope.
Incorrect.
It's Alec Peters.
Alec Peters. I'm lobbing. Okay, how? Let's go the non-Washington one.
Okay,
here.
yeah, that's fair enough.
Most blocked shots.
Anthony Davis? Is it Anthony Davis?
It is not. Okay. You got an answer?
Walker Kessler, I don't know.
It's E.J. Liddell.
Oh,
the
Ohio.
That one. I thought you might know that one. So you got 2 points right now, Charlie. Let's switch it up. I'm gonna pull an audible here. We're going NBA trivia. How about that?
This I'm not very confident in. I don't watch.
I have someone's all-time points scored record holder, NBA.
Oh, it's Kareem.
LeBron James.
Raise your hand.
LeBron James.
Nope,
Wrong.
it's Kareem.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You're getting blanked right now, Ted.
3-0.
3-0.
Total
Who is the all-time points scored record holder?
It's Kareem.
Including playoffs?
Yes.
It's Kareem.
All right. This one's going to test your brain a little bit. As of 2023, which teams play in California?
Los Angeles Lakers,
Clippers, Lakers, Kings, Warriors.
That's it? You're missing one. You just mentioned. Come on.
Did I really? Oh my God.
I'm kidding. You got
I'm blanking. I don't know. I had no clue.
3-1. Let's keep it going here quickly. NBA team that plays in Florida.
Orlando Magic. Oh, hand up. Orlando Magic.
And teams. What's the other team?
And.
Oh, more than one?
Yeah.
Orlando Magic and Miami Heat.
Gosh dang it.
3-2.
Dude.
All right, we're going to say this one's for all the marbles right here.
Oh, come on. That's not
We're going to say which team is known Okay, I'm getting word that LeBron is actually the all-time record holder. Okay. So in a sense we're tied. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is the last one. You're gonna be quick. You have to raise your hand, otherwise you're not getting it. Which team is the Bulls? What city do they play?
Chicago.
Charlie gets it. Charlie gets it.
I won.
That's all for trivia. I appreciate the trivia. Teddy Ball feels unfair here. Thanks, Jack Du Bois, for letting me know LeBron is the all-time record holder. I took a big L on that one. We're all winners here, though.
I think
Upstream
Google
Auto Group
lied,
Term Central,
honestly.
Hoover in Washington, second half. We'll see you back here in the studio tomorrow.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, seek Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
How about a little trivia there down in Upstream Tournament Central as we bring you back inside a packed Raymond Tory gym. Now packed the student section at least is full. It's a little thinner than it has been in days past, but still a great crowd for it being 9:30 on a Friday night here Thanksgiving week, Black Friday. Great crowd on hand.
Great crowd, student section full. I feel bad for the one kid in the white shirt. He must not have got the message about wear black tonight, but still, Coach Ware addressed it. This is a great atmosphere. When we travel, we're usually the hated enemy anyway. So he said, we just love playing in atmospheres like this. One thing he said in his halftime interview was, I think they played harder than us in the second quarter. And as a player, I don't think that's ever a talk you want to have with your head coach at halftime when he thinks that the other team's played harder than you.
Joey Wright and Jeff Little in the booth with you. And Jeff, is that, if it's a toughness issue, is that a pretty simple adjustment?
You know what? I mean, part of it early, their defensive pressure caused some problems for the Panthers, and they were making shots. And it's easy to play hard when you make shots, and when you quit making shots, all of a sudden your defensive pressure is not as good.
I guess the question would be, how do you make that adjustment? Scott Ware, Hoover's coach, looked pretty calm when he talked with Michael Savoy.
Absolutely.
But, is it something? Well, how about that? A 3 on the way from Elijah Thomas gives Hoover's lead, or ups Hoover's lead to 3. He looked pretty calm when he was talking to Michael Savoy's team was leading by a point. But, do you think he maybe turned it up, went and smashed the clipboard or something in there?
Well, and I think Andre Lewis coming into the game for the Panthers kind of turned their tempo up a little bit. And, and they made some open shots when they got those. And then all of a sudden, when Hoover went a little cold, they're right back in the game. So, that's just a testament to Coach Schimmerhorn's, teams in the past. And every team he'll ever coach, they're not going to quit and give up.
Here's C.J. Duncan for 3. Can't beat the buzzing shot clock. And up goes Salim London. London lost it. And here's Lewis the other way. Lewis is going to pull up a free throw. Got it. 2-point game.
That's a simple play, but it's a smart play. All you do is take the ball to the free throw line. If the defenders drop, you shoot it. And if they come out and guard you, you can blow by or you can throw it to the wing. A great sequence there by Andre Lewis.
Thomas off the iron. Rebound. Brown. Contested by Johnson, I believe, was the primary defender there. And Washington doing a really good job on Brown. They've held him to just 3 points in this one. Vanderhyde was looking for Johnson, couldn't connect, and it's loose. I I believe that'll favor Hoover. View a little obstructed there, but the Hoover Buccaneers will take over.
Pass got deflected there, and Braden battled for it, but ended up going out of bounds off his hand.
Hoover ahead. Seneca Robinson.
Like to see Brown on the offensive end. When he gets it in the post, be a little quicker and a little more emphatic about it. He kind of got some contact on that last play, but a kid his size shouldn't bother him.
And just a little bit short on the right line from Elijah Thomas. Here's Brown. There he is. Pretty quick with it there. Brown.
That's what I'm talking about. And a second chance opportunity. I'm sure Coach Shermer's not going to like that. Those second chance opportunities are things that you'd like to think you could control, but long shot, long rebound, and then they get it inside to Brown for the slam.
It's been the Salim London show offensively for the Buccaneers so far. Brown, a player that Washington can't let get hot because he will burn you. Mentioned the top 100 recruit in the class of 2024. If you're just joining us, Dwayne Brown, 6'9" junior for the Hoover Buccaneers. I'll read this line again from the program. I love this prose. Brown is built like an indestructible tank, but has a shooting touch softer than Charmin. Haven't seen the shooting touch yet, but we saw that indestructible tank like nature there, yeah. There's a three from Lewis off. It's a scary thought that Brown could be a dead-eye shooter from deep with that frame. Down low, and almost an and one. Little contact for Fairley. All good, no foul, but a nice finish there from Fairley, who has 11 points. Now he goes to double digits.
Brown kind of in the post, but Fairley goes by him in the post, and kind of help. You can't give help off of Brown because that'll be an easy drop off and dunk like the last sequence. So
Duncan out top, now down to Vanderheit, and it was last touched by Washington.
C.J. Duncan, a little careless one-handed pass, tried to throw it into the post. That's always a tough pass that we've always talked about. You want to throw that pass into the post from below the free throw line. When you try to throw it from high in there, it better be a direct pass. A bounce pass right there goes out of bounds. Another turnover for the Panthers.
This is a Jake Weston State Farm timeout. By the way, that dunk a few moments ago from Dwayne Brown, nearly forgot to mention, that was a Legacy Solar Slam. They sponsor all the slam dunks here at the Tournament of Champions. So, happy belated Legacy Solar Slam there to Dwayne Brown.
Yeah, that's great that, Jody Brown sponsoring the charges. We got Solar sponsoring the dunks. I mean, those are exciting plays in the game of high school basketball that, you like to see, you don't see very often, so it's nice to notice them.
So much fun here at the Tournament of Champions to see those high-flying acrobatics. That's what I like about the TOC too. You see a lot of close games, but occasionally, if there is a game that gets out of hand, players on both sides will just kind of let loose in the last couple of minutes. I don't think they'll have a chance to do that here.
No, I would expect this to be one that goes down to the wire, and I'm sure, both teams will battle regardless of the score all the way to the end.
Aaron Schermerhorn's Washington Panthers, Scott Ware's Hoover Buccaneers. Hoover in its first Tournament of Champions appearance. Taylor Hicks, American Idol winner, once walked those halls. 1995 Miss America Heather Whitestone. Murray Bartow, Josh Chapman.
Just think, someone went to prom with her.
For Washington, famous alumni, Alec Peters, Colton Underwood, Doug Lee. I should say Colton Underwood in the NFL and The Bachelor. Alec Peters and Doug Lee of the NBA. Down low, here's Brown. Two-handed flush, Legacy Solar Slam.
Again, there they get the good ball reversal, and Brown just pins his guy on the high side. Great catch and a slam dunk. 5-second count, another turnover here by the Panthers. That might have been what Coach Ware talked about. Hey, they're playing harder than us. Here's a situation where they put some full court pressure on. Look for Brown to get this back off of this lob.
Brown inbound,
Vanderheit won't
loose.
give him a chance. Nice play by Braden Vanderheit, the steal and the layup.
Braden Vanderheit cuts it to 6. That was a big play for Washington.
Absolutely.
There. Washington was down 9 early. If you're just joining us here in the second half, went on a little bit of a run, an 18-9 stretch. Down low, a floater, counted for Salim
I think you saw the defense kind of shift toward Brown's side, thinking that that's where the pass was going to go off dribble penetration, and London just makes a great basket cut.
Martin to
Nice
Duncan.
play by Brown, coming from the weak side there. Tried to get it inside to Vanderheit.
And he goes over to Elijah Thomas. Thomas down to Brown. Brown is fouled and one. And he is starting to heat up.
And you notice, that's what I'm talking about. He got that ball in the post, and yeah, he put it down, but he didn't wait for the defensive pressure, the double team to come. He beat the defensive double team, got that up off the glass. He'll have a chance to make this an 11-point lead if he can complete the three-point play.
In comes James Johnson. Out comes DeAndre Jackson.
That's his 4th foul. That'll cause problems. He's been primarily the primary defender in there on the post for the Panthers.
And Brown.
There's that Charmin touch.
Yeah.
He wasn't that good on the other end, but the Orange Crush maybe didn't bother his free throws that much there.
He was, I believe 0 of 2 earlier. Missed both of his attempts. That was a pretty good looking shot. Vanderheit needing to spark Washington. It's 9. Lewis can't cut it to 6. Vanderheit, look at that chase. Look out, the cheerleaders caught up in that down there, and it's laid in. Washington gets 2 from Luke Kaminsky.
Nice game for Luke Kaminsky, young player off the bench here for the Panthers, and a great hustle play by Vanderheit keeps the play alive. Panthers get a basket out of it.
Here's Brown. Hands off, Fairley. Fairley looking for Austin Dudley. Dudley's off the mark. Brown goes to work. No, Brown, or not Brown, pardon
Sheffield
me.
in there,
yeah. Easy to confuse the two, 55 and 35.
It's hard to see the goggles from way up here on the top row, but that's the only difference. Their size is exactly the same.
And Sheffield will go to the line. And that's got to be a great tool for Scott Ware to have 2 players of similar stature, stick them both down low. It's a lineup we haven't seen exclusively from Hoover tonight, but you can park those guys down low. We saw it plenty though in the first half.
Yeah, and we saw it a little bit against Dale when Dale really undersized, and they did a nice job of that high-low, and you can tell they were looking for it there. Sheffield
off the mark
goes
there.
1 for 2, but
Jarrett Fairley and Salim London, by the way, the 2 selections for the Dandy, or the 30 Intriguing Players to Watch team, I should say, here at the Tournament
Lewis
of
drive the
Champions.
baseline, his pass intercepted. Fairley, a nice reverse, it goes.
With the kiss there. Nice move from Fairley.
Notice that's a big difference that you notice. Vanderheit, wide open inside block, stays with it, and Sheffield with the board.
Sheffield, quick pass out to London. London drives. London, there's contact and a foul and the basket. And just like that, Hoover's opened it up to 14.
Well, you notice the difference on the 2 ends when Andre Lewis drove baseline. There was help and rotation to the baseline. Down on this end, when Fairley drove it to the baseline, you had the big post player that you couldn't leave to help, and he gets a reverse on the backside.
Salim London with the free throw, 15 points. What does Washington have in its arsenal here?
Yeah, this is a sequence here was really important as the last couple minutes. The Panthers need to chip away a little bit here at this lead. You're not going to get all 15 before the end of the quarter. Almost a turnover there. Duncan comes up with the loose ball.
Here's Duncan looking, finding Johnson wanted the 3, trying to fake out Sheffield. Out top Vanderheit, now Duncan for 3, and it's short, and a Hoover rebound. Hoover's a tough team to rebound against with all this size and speed on the floor, and they'll slow it down. Here's Fairley.
Well, again, you saw James Johnson with a good shot fake. Got Sheffield out of position, but as he would have driven to the basket, he got Brown standing there waiting at the rim. And I'm sure C.J. Duncan's not going to have to shoot many threes over someone Brown's size on the perimeter.
Here's a 3 on the way. Count that one for Austin Dudley.
He's pulled the trigger a couple times, and he's shot it like I'm supposed to shoot these. That is a good-looking stroke.
It's his first bucket tonight on a couple of attempts for Dudley. Good to see him in the column, scoring column, I should say. He's a junior. Down low, Lewis off the glass.
And there's the answer. You kind of bring those big guys out on the perimeter because they will try to defend out there. Fairley goes to the basket, blocked by Duncan.
Duncan with a nice block, right place, right
But
time.
you draw those big guys out away from the basket, and then you can get to the rim.
Duncan gets blocked and returned by Brown. London the other way. Out in transition, Fairley. Can't finish. Down low and nearly an and one for London, but he'll go to the line. Blocked by the rim there, unfortunately. Fairley didn't quite get up quite high enough.
I tell you what, though, the play that I like best right there is Austin Dudley hustling down the floor, saves it from going out of bounds to London, who's now going to get a couple free throws out of it because I hustle down the floor.
Hoover working as a unit right now, and London's first free throw falls. By the way, been following that St. Lawrence-Rochester state title game, fourth quarter. Looks like St. Lawrence is going to go down. 45-31, still time left. Thanks to Corey Scott for feeding me some updates on that one. St. Lawrence, of course, lost to Washington earlier in the week. They're in the same bracket as the Buccaneers and Panthers here in the Washington Invitational, and they are the lone team among Illinois teams still playing for a state football title here in Illinois. 32 seconds left. Shot and game clock off by about a second. And Washington looking. Vanderheit.
Try to cut into this 18-point lead. They get a basket here.
Lewis going to bring it out top.
I believe it's their possession to start the fourth. So, I mean, you just never know. I mean, this is a key sequence here.
Lewis looking, now down to the corner. Lewis going to go all the way across to Duncan, turned over, shot clock's off, a floater at the buzzer, doesn't fall. And that was Austin Dudley in the right place at the right time. Luke Kaminsky, a couple touches on offense for Washington there. All for naught, and an 18-point game going into the final quarter of day 4 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm here in Washington. Jake Weston played for Coach Brown at Washington Community High School. His information there on the screen. Jake, a proud supporter of high school sports in Central Illinois. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat and Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. By Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Keps, great food, great atmosphere. PJ Hare and the City of East Peoria, proud sponsors of the TOC as well. Joey Wright and Jeff Little in with you here. Top side at Torrey Gym, looking down on a great atmosphere. Jeff, I apologize. I almost lost it when I was reading one of those reads. I was just thinking about how much fun we've had this week. Thinking about some lighter moments with our crew. It's been a blast.
Absolutely, and again, you know, this is this atmosphere, this kind of tournament early in the season. You know, no coach is ever saying, well, I don't care if we win or not, but every coach is learning something about their team. You know, C.J. Duncan being guarded by Salim London out front. He's not going to face many defenders like that, but it's only going to make him better. And, you know, win or lose, those are the kinds of lessons you take out of this. You see, Coach Ware must have addressed the intensity here as Hoover comes out hard on defense here. Good man-to-man defense to start the fourth.
Even for those in the no moral victory crowd, you'll trade a loss or two or 3 or 4 now to learn valuable lessons that you can take with you.
Absolutely. Ask Metamora from last year,
exactly.
Right?
2 losses on the year, both at the TOC. I used the J.D. Davison example from a few years ago. His team from down in Alabama, as we have a made shot there from Devin Vanderheit. 4 losses that weren't so close here at the Tournament of Champions, and then I believe that team went down and won a state title in Alabama, where Hoover's from, and Hoover's looking really good. And of course, we talk about losses and lessons learned. If you win this week, all the better. Kaminsky off the mark. It's not either or. You can learn lessons and win.
Absolutely.
And Hoover off to a terrific start here against the host Panthers, who scored a big win against St. Lawrence the other night. Here we go. Hoover and Dale played. Dale the better team in that battle. And Washington building some momentum here. Lewis, a 2, and it's a 14-point game with some time left to play.
And you see here, Washington going to a little bit of a zone defense just to kind of change the rhythm. You would think, hey, we're down, we're going to have to extend the pressure. But with the shot clock, you can do this here on the half court, force some outside shots. Hoover seems to have gone a little cold. There's no second chances, and Washington pushing the ball strong. There's Jackson cleaning up.
Vanderheit a tick slow to get up, but he's up and seemingly all right. Jackson in the right place at the right time. It's the old cliche, basketball is a game of runs, and Washington proving that here. It's a 12-point game.
Getting themselves back in it here, and Coach Ware takes a timeout here after the injury timeout for Vanderheit. He's decided to take his own timeout, and he's addressing a few of the things that we've seen here to start the fourth. 6 minutes to go, 12 points, plenty of time for the Panthers to kind of continue to chip away.
5:57, fourth quarter here in Washington. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Jonathan Michael, Rodrigo Perez, our dynamic duo behind the sticks. John, our director, Rodrigo, our technical director, as it were. There you get a look at the Orange Crush. There's Devin Vanderheit. Back underway here in Washington.
Kind of a 1-2-2 zone here by the Panthers. Sure, Hoover's going to be a little more patient. Look to get it inside. I would think we could see London maybe at that high post area.
15 seconds left, all the way across. Here's a 3, from number 2. Elijah Thomas knocks it in.
We talked about it in the last game. You attack the zone, you either on the dribble or you attack it by getting it inside, outside. There they got it to London at the high post. He throws a weak side skip pass and bury the 3. Kind of quiets the crowd here a little bit.
Siam Millen for Hoover there. Luke Kaminsky for Washington. It's a little late, folks. As Washington.
Kaminsky.
Stepping on the line there. Tough unforced error.
You want good spacing, but you gotta stay between the lines.
5 minutes left in the final stanza here. Hoover looking to put this one away as Washington tries to come back. Seneca Robinson now to London. London all the way to the bucket. No, Brown is fouled. And that's foul number 1, on the Panthers this quarter.
Foul on Braden Vanderheit underneath as he fouled Brown, who came up with the rebound. It's going to be 2 shots. I thought maybe that was on the rebound, but the officials say no, he was shooting.
Brown at the line, got the first, and you're right, he's been much better on this end of the floor as opposed to when he's shooting toward the Washington student section.
Andre Lewis comes out. He has been a key player for the Panthers. He really pushed the tempo for the Panthers and been effective off the dribble.
That free throw. Now Brown's up to 11 points. Brown's just now passing double digits.
But he's still been a key factor. I mean, even though maybe he doesn't have the point totals that you might expect.
Vanderheit down low, breaks free. 14 points again.
There you see the nice recognition by the Panthers, seeing a mismatch with Elijah Thomas getting himself pinned inside or matched up inside with Braden Vanderheit, and he's able to score.
Buccaneers in no hurry to use this shot clock. Brown's got it, London's got it. London trying to go over Jackson, out top 3, off the mark.
You see the Hoover there kind of using the what we call the short corner down there on the baseline, about 2 steps off the block. You get it there, you can sometimes get a guy to dive down to the baseline, strong side or weak side. A lot of times that long skip pass will get you a good look at a 3, either up top or on the weak side.
Washington dribbles it up. Here's Lewis.
Hoover with a little bit of an answer of their own, going with a little bit of zone defense here to slow the Panthers down.
Lewis trying to drive past Fairley, gives it up instead. Duncan has it now. Duncan all the way across to Lewis, who slows it down. And now Vanderheit, a deep 2 off.
London comes down with a good rebound in traffic there. Oh, he had Brown inside and missed him.
London. And now Fairley. Out top Robinson overlooking Elijah Thomas. And London. Shot clock down to 15. Down low to Brown, who's been so dangerous. Frees up a space outside for Elijah Thomas. And a timeout called by Hoover to lock in the momentum. A 17-point lead.
Nice inside out, getting the ball inside to Brown down on the block. You know, draws the defense, even with man-to-man zone, draws the defense, kick it out to a wide open shooter. You may see, I don't know if they'll switch defenses, but I'm sure they're going to talk about the defensive, you know, not to have that mismatch with Vanderheit inside on one of the smaller people. You know, I would think Brown would be the primary defender on Braden Vanderheit, but we know Braden can go outside as well. So, as I watched Braden Vanderheit battle on the block down there with Brown, I thought, I wonder if that's what the driveway is like at the Vanderheit household. You know, Devin and Braden battling each other. And
we had Devin in our studio show earlier this week. Of course, he had so many highlights here at Washington. Now at Lewis. If memory serves.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think he's having a nice season up there this year again, and you know, just such a quality player. I mean, you know, sometimes when kids go to that next level, when they've been such a star player, it's you need players that do those little things, set screens and rebound and defend, and you know, coming from this program with Coach Brown and Coach Schimmerhorn, you don't play if you don't do those things, and you know, that gives him an opportunity to step in anywhere and do the things that he's always done. You know, he's not having to learn, oh, I have to do these now. No, you've been doing them.
How good was that Washington team? Devin Vanderheit was on the COVID-shortened year, that spring, kind of late winter, early spring team there in 2021. Vanderheit, I mean, you think of Luke Kaminsky might have been a nice fit on that team with a 3 like that, makes it a 14-point game.
He's had a nice game off the bench for the Panthers. He's been hot. I think he's only missed 1 or 2 shots, and you know, and taking the shots he's supposed to. They get him the ball when he's open, and he knocks them down. Panthers stay with that zone defense just to slow Hoover down a little bit, but at the same time, you got to get yourself back in. London with a long 3, rattled out.
And Vanderheit the rebound, and Washington, if they've got anything left, they've got to go now. Kaminsky for 3 is off, and the rebound
would have been a big one if it would have gone.
By Thomas. Here's Fairley. Fairley now looking for Robinson. Around we go. Hoover in no hurry. 120 seconds left and a shot clock that says 20. 3 on the way, and that'll probably do it if it wasn't done already. Jarrett Fairley for 3 at the top of the key.
See, Coach Ware's going to send in 5 new players at the next dead ball.
Platoon swap here. Washington just going through as Lewis knocks it in. And Washington will certainly come away from this one a little disappointed, but what a run that was in the first half to not let this one slip away immediately.
You know, Hoover's pulled away here in the second half, but you know, the Panthers could have easily folded in the first half, but you know, Coach Schimmerhorn's not going to allow his team to do that ever, and Coach Ware, I think, just taking a timeout to get people in the game. Now he's going to take a full timeout.
Maybe go over some plays, a good game situation for maybe his players that don't play as often. And Hoover, not a team I would want to scheme against. How about the Hoover Buccaneers coming all the way up from Alabama, looking really good here at the TOC. They've got size down low, they've got speed outside, they've got shooting, they've got physicality. Hoover is going to be a problem here.
Well, and I think because of all those things you mentioned, I think they're a tough matchup for anybody. You know, a big team, they're going to be able to battle the size of a big team. Somebody that tries to play them physical, that's not going to be an issue for them. So, I don't know Alabama basketball, obviously, like I do this around our area, but they are going to be a tough team for most opponents throughout the season.
Minute 15 left, 75 seconds here at Torrey Gym. Let's see what a new group for Hoover has for us. Caleb Williams is in, ball in the hands now of Messiah Millen. They go down low. Sheffield, who we've called tonight, is in and can't get anything there. Also for Hoover, Trace Cunningham.
But you know what? I mean, this group came in and executed perfectly, got the ball inside to Sheffield, just couldn't get it up over the front of the rim. Defensively, you see them playing hard, doing exactly the same thing that the people that were in earlier were doing. And
Caleb Williams, the 5th player on the floor for Hoover, and a whistle and a foul.
.40 seconds left here. The Panthers will inbound underneath.
.70-55, 40 seconds left.
Pierce Martin checks in for Braden Vanderheit. One of those games where, you're going to need some legs tomorrow as well. The Panthers will have another late game to close out the TOC.
Washington plays in the good time slots, the TOC. Duncan for 3, 12-point game.
Good sequence there. Panthers find C.J. Duncan in the corner. Hoover's defense has done a really good nice pass inside. Good idea.
Millen down low, and it's out of bounds. And Kaminsky on the baseline.
Will Martin checking in there for the Panthers here for these final 20-some seconds.
Here's Lewis driving, Lewis kicking, Kaminsky. On top, Lewis. Lewis for 3, off, and that'll do it. A rebound for Caleb Williams. And that's all she wrote for day 4 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Hoover, a 70-58 winner over the host Panthers. And the score, a well-earned win for Hoover. I won't say the game was closer than the score suggests, but the first half was close. All the credit to Hoover for a great second half, pulling away from a good Panthers
second
team.
Half, we talked Brown didn't have a ton of points, but he was a big factor. Offensively, he got a little more aggressive. He made some great passes to people. They went through some stretches where they got a little bit of cold shooting, but they made enough of those outside shots to really keep the Panthers at bay. Every comeback effort by the Panthers was thwarted. So good effort by the Panthers. Nice job, both teams. And again, I think it's just a lesson learned. The Panthers see some things that they need to address. They'll address them and get better for it.
One of the great players in this tournament, Dwayne Brown for the Hoover Buccaneers, is standing by with our own Michael Savoy. Michael, what do you have for us down there?
Hey guys, I'm here with Hoover player Dwayne Brown. And Dwayne, you're 3-0 in TOC. How does it feel?
It feels good. It's our first time coming out here. We came out here all the way down from Alabama. We're just here to compete and show people what Alabama basketball is made of.
Your first experience at Central Illinois, how's it been?
It's been fun. We got out some today because we had a very late game. It's real good out here. It's just real cold.
So if you compare Illinois to Alabama basketball, are there any differences? Are there any similarities?
It is more physical out here. It's more physical. Teams are very more fundamental out here too.
And when you play in this environment, how do you guys fare with it?
Well, we played in this environment before back at home. So we just got to not get too high, not get too low, and keep our composure and play basketball how we know how to play.
All right, Dwayne, congrats on the win. Guys, back to you.
All right, Michael, thanks so much for that, and appreciate the time from Dwayne Brown down there on the floor. You heard him say it was more physical out there than what they're accustomed to in Alabama. They weathered the storm and looked great tonight. Of course, 3rd game of the TOC for both teams. They're kind of used to it. I'd like to see a Hoover home game. A school of almost 3,000 kids must pack a punch.
I would think so. I would think they would pack the place as well, and a credit to the Dwayne Brown. I mean, that's a fine young man to say, hey, I recognize the differences, but you know what? We just want to come out here and compete. So, hats off to him and the rest of the Hoover Buccaneers as they are a fine team. And like we said, I think they're going to be a tough matchup for any style, any kind of team on their schedule.
You also heard him say, and I heard a few people say this week, it's colder here than what they're accustomed to.
Yeah.
It's probably a little nicer down in Hoover, Alabama this time of year.
I would think so.
Steve Fitzgerald, Victory Christian's coach, was in the studio with us yesterday, and he said it's nice to get out of the we'll see. Spend a few days here. We'll see. But great to have so many teams from around the country here in Washington as we close down what's been a lot of fun here, day 4 of the TOC for our entire Clutch Sports Media team. Jeff, you'll be back in with us tomorrow for a few games.
Yep,
looking forward to that.
Absolutely. We'll close it out tomorrow night with you. And, it's been a great tournament so far, and we're looking forward to one more day of great games. So we hope people either follow us, watch us, or get yourselves out here and see it live in action.
Yeah, please. If that's your excuse for not watching our broadcast, is that you're here in the gym, there are a couple TVs that have the games on. So, yeah, you can do both.
Still listen to us.
Why not? Best of both worlds. Real quick, looking ahead to tomorrow here. 2 games in the morning, Washington Invitational games, 10:30 and noon. And then we get into some really good games. Some teams we've yet to see are going to swing by here on day 5 of the tournament. We've already seen Heritage Christian and St. Louis Vashon, but we'll see Evansville Reeds and Grafton and Indianapolis Lawrence North and Wauwatosa West. That's going to be a good one at 4:30. And then 2 more Washington Invitational games at 6. Washington will play at 7 to close down the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. For our entire Clutch Sports Media crew, I'm Joey Wright. Jeff Little in here in the booth with me. Jonathan Michael, our producer and director today. Rodrigo Perez up top with him on the sticks behind our computer. And everyone doing great work around the gym here in Washington. We'll see you tomorrow for day 5 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Have a great and safe rest of your Friday night, and see you in a couple hours.